Chapter 1551 merely pieces atop an infinite canvas. LL, a domain of apocalypse mixed in with the essence of two quasi-taboo nomological edicts. This was the barrier that Noah had laid down silently around this entire reality, as unless an existence within had a quasi-taboo nomological edict, they would never stand a chance of breaking out. The moment that these three primordials who thought they were the hunters allowed themselves to unknowingly be trapped by him, their fate was sealed. As for what their fate would ultimately be, Noah had plans for that, as well as it was time for him to begin incorporating himself into the ranks of primordials. He was a being on their primordial blacklist. But as long as he didn't force existences who had taboo tier of edicts to turn towards his direction, he would never be found out unless he wished for them to do so. This pristine and vast organization, Noah planned to delve into it and ascend its ranks with status and power. These three existences here would merely be stepping stones for one of his many plans. So, with his flaming hair dancing madly in the golden book he brought out through, premium reader, closed, his stellar eyes turned to lock onto a grim elder Victoria as his mesmerizing voice echoed out, "You have been searching for me this whole time to take revenge for a being of your bloodline. One of the core elders of the celestial vine bloodline. Victoria Zimmerman. Will you be taking your revenge now?" WAA, words that only caused the primordials to adopt even more grim expressions echoed out as the figures of Lucia and Raynor came close to Victoria at this moment, knowing that against this unknown and frankly terrifying enemy, they had to work together to create a chance. Their ascendancy halos undulated over them with haste as they were ready to fuse with them at any second, Elder Victoria's eyes flashing with power and determination as her sonorous voice rang out at this time. "We do not care about the past events as we can forget about the death of Cecilia. She must have simply OOM, before Victoria could even finish her words. Noah raised his hand as a golden light flashed, his own words coming out as they seemingly continued Victoria's thoughts. "She must have simply disrespected your authority, as her death must have been deserved. We shall let bygones be bygones and not create any more feud between us." Just these words alone. Do you think they would be enough to get you out of this situation? The faces of Victoria and others turned even more ashen as Noah stopped gazing at them to look back at Henry calmly, his voice coming out slowly as if a father was giving simple lessons to his son. "Another important lesson today is one of overconfidence. Where existences who have the upper hand will almost always dwindle around and bask in their dominance against others as they monologue constantly. And before they know it, the pace is suddenly turned over as the situation they had under control instantly reverses. I myself am falling prey to this right now, as I could have made a move to end these three beings the moment we arrived and get rid of any possible sources of error, and yet I chose to use it as a lesson. For the problem of overconfidence, it is something that you will have to work on for as long as you live, so when facing an enemy, make sure you use all your power to get rid of them as quickly as possible, even if you believe yourself to be stronger. The only time you can violate this principle is if you have plans other than death for your enemies, and you have accounted for all possible sources of error. Plans other than death. The small body of little Henry released bursts of light as his chubby arms crossed, thoughtfully nodding his head as his jewel-like eyes locked onto the three beings far ahead as he thought, "What plans does Father have for them?" Oh, Noah's words caused the last shred of possibility in the minds of the primordials to fade as their origins vibrated strongly, their ascendancy halos sinking into their bodies and fusing with them as too fantastical. Celestial vines far vaster than any cosmos bloomed from Victoria and Raynor, while a beast shining with fully crimson fur and an aurora of blood-red wings bloomed from Lucia. "Do not push us. Otherwise we will turn this into a battle to the death." Endless green and gold vines spread out from two celestial vines as Victoria's voice thundered out, Noah looking at this calmly as the golden book faded away from his hands. The surroundings changed as if there was calmness before. A wind of wildness began to rise as a glint of gold started to bloom. Noah's true sanguine clone releasing ascendancy halo after another as each of them was adorned gloriously and fully with the color of gold, BZZZT, with a magisterial glare, 5 gold. Ascendancy halos holding 150 flames of edicts bloomed out as the whole canvas of the nearby reality was painted gold. The robust vines of the celestial vine primordials that had just fused with their halos seemingly deflated when they saw such a scene. Impossible. The vibrant blood-colored body of an enormous vixen beast with the similarities of a fox trembled as its fur lost its luster. They knew what the color gold on an ascendancy halo represented, as just seeing one was already terrifying enough, but the being before them revealed 5 as they felt a tight and undeniable pressure constricting around them. Their fighting will was shredded to pieces as they gazed at the being who held a spinning illusory crown, his stellar eyes gazing at them as his Voice rang out like an undeniable command. I shall only say this once: will you pledge fealty, or will you seek death? With utter tyranny and coldness, the might of the tyrannical emperor exploded out to end a battle before it could even fully begin. Without even moving a finger, he had caused 3/7 firmament existences to entirely lose their will to even fight. Chapter 1552. Let it begin. Pride was in the depths of every existence's blood and origin. The pride of some beings ran much deeper than others, as when they saw their dignity being trampled on in multiple ways by a single being, their pride would rise up to immense levels, as they might even act irrationally. Such was the context at this moment in time, as while the 3/7 firmament primordials were utterly shaken from the grandeur displayed by Noah, the male celestial vine Raynor could not take the stifling of his pride, as even in such a situation the endless minds of this existence vibrated and stretched out as his entire body surged forward. A bellow of madness resounding from him, as if he had enough. Oh, was everything they were seeing truly true? Was this being that terrifying to make distinguished primordials such as them cower like this? The endless vines of the primordial twisted and turned as colorful multicolored essence of reality bloomed, this being going all out with an overbearing ultimate attack, as the endless vines surging out connected to form a blooming gold-green flower, deadly spikes shimmering with the stellar light of cosmos unfolding as they were tinged with reality-altering essence of destruction, celestial flower of reaping. The flames of nomological edicts surged as a celestial flower fully bloomed. Its budding deadly as those it targeted could already feel prickling pain even before it arrived. Yet, Noah stood in front of little Henry on the serendipity of the cataclysmic reality as his eyes flashed serenely, his palm merely flipping up as his index finger raised. A moment after, his 5 golden ascendancy halos surged upwards and left his body as they shot out like fantastical golden discs that cut apart the surrounding reality itself, leaving behind tears of the void as they moved with speed and haste that far surpassed the blooming flower. Shirring, deadly sounds echoed out as the first golden ascendancy halo slices through the celestial flower and caused golden blood to bloom. The essence of quasi-taboo nomological edict pervading throughout as the discs that followed. They came on the body of the celestial vine on all sides as they passed through its hardened vines as if they were common vegetables. Shirring, golden blood ruptured out as ascendancy halos were used like cutting discs, moving with such velocity that even little Henry could only see flashes of golden light surrounding the vast celestial vine as large as a cosmos before golden blood surged out soon after. The entire body of this being split into countless pieces, unseen by others. Golden prompts began to bloom over Noah's eyes. 23,725 cosmic filament cores obtained. Ding! The effects of Loot Multiplier are applied. 2,372 shards of a seed of reality are obtained. 27,000 true blood pearls obtained. Ding! The effects of Loot Multiplier are applied. 2,700 existential pearls are obtained. Lines of loot descended down as an additional 64 insuperable nomological edicts and a miscellaneous amount of quasi-insuperable, greater, and minor nomological edicts were also received, everything going to the soul library at this time as nothing affected the shocking scene playing out. A cosmic filament origin began to dim as Noah waved back his hands to tell the ascendancy halos to return, his eyes turning towards Elder Victoria and Lucia, who had still not made a move as he didn't even repeat himself. He told them that he would only ask once. So he would only ask once. If they did not bend, he had many other ways to get what he wanted. The verdant gold eyes of Victoria trembled as she watched her brethren fall to Noah, while the fox-like bestial figure of Lucia near her faded at this moment as it returned to the figure of a curvaceous woman with a vibrant red tail and a spiked whip wrapping around her. Her eyes were languid with fear as through their friendship, she knew that she was no stronger than Raynor, who had ridiculously been folding like nothing under the tyranny of 5 golden ascendancy halos carrying a terrifying type of essence she could sense from afar. The will and pride of this primordial were shattered as only life-preservation instincts kicked in. Her eyes raising to gaze at the faraway existence atop a fantastical vessel as she dropped to her knees and focused on the set of runic ecritures before her eyes that if she agreed to would bind her soul and origin to another being, and without a delay. I pledge you my fealty. A primordial ignored their distinguished standing as they bent the knee at this moment, waves of destiny erupting out in full as the essence of the tyrannical emperor filled with the workings of commandment and backed by the essence of quasi-taboo nomological edict surged into the soul of this 7th firmament primordial. The figure of the cosmic-sized celestial vine also quickly returned to human form as her ascendancy halos undulated over her. her expression difficult before she locked eyes with the faraway tyrant and spoke while never breaking contact. I pledge fealty. A dominating essence surged into her origin and soul as well as the entire time. Victoria never broke eye contact with Noah as her unyielding nature could still be seen. A glint of white permeated the surroundings as the essence of conquest shone over the two primordials, Noah nodding his head and motioning with his fingers as the two of them dispelled their ascendancy halos and flew towards the stellar vessel he stood on. Little Henry watched on with marvel as the two powerful primordials came to land on the serendipity of the cataclysmic reality. Their eyes still shaken as they gazed towards Noah. Lucia's eyes were much more ashen than Victoria's as this vixen kneeled down the moment the two of them landed on the vessel, showing her respect while Victoria merely stood with a difficult expression. Noah stared at the two primordials bound to him with unbreakable chains of flames of edicts as this intricate connection was something he controlled, or he could decide if he wanted to make them full vassals to receive the benefits of his mana and overwhelming strength or not. As of this moment, they were not yet deserving of this as they had to show their worth. And Noah would give them the chance to do so as these two beings would be his tickets to beginning the incursion into the intricate structure of primordials. Chapter 1553. Let it begin. With two seventh firmament primordials paying respect to him, Noah's languid eyes stared at them deeply as the light within them would cause anyone to think they were being seen through and through. The bloodline of the celestial vines is well known for alchemy and farming, as you all even have rare sacred herbs capable of elevating the strength of one's soul. His voice began to echo out as he walked around the vast space of the serendipity of the cataclysmic reality. Victoria's eyes pulsing dimly with his words as he continued, "You'll be returning with me to your prime reality as I dip my fingers into the billions of years of history of your bloodline and obtain an identity as an established primordial." Words that could not be denied echoed out as Victoria could only bite her lip and acquiesce, while the figure of Lucia looked up with shock as Noah's eyes came to lock onto her. "As for your bloodline of the primal foxes that doesn't even have any legends, there aren't many boons within, as it is common subjugated bloodline under primordials. With your purpose under me being the transferring of all realities under your banner over, with the eventual outcome of getting your entire bloodline to submit to me within the next weeks." Bursts of golden light echoed out at his words as the boundary primordials could only grind their teeth and nod. Noah setting up the steps he had to take to begin a terrifying future. The conquest of realities, bloodlines of primordials, and the achievement of a respected identity under the eyes of the powerful existences that scaled the firmaments. It was the beginning of a glorious road of conquest, as like with anything, foundation had to be laid out, brick by brick. The visage of the tyrannical emperor had to be set in stone, as only thereafter would he be able to stand unshakable. Not many people were there to witness the beginning of this foundation, but a little baby boy watched all of this with wonder as he only took it as an example of what he should look up to and how to act in the future. When seeing the overabundance of destiny and fortune rising from this single event, the dazzling eyes of little Henry seemed to shine and become covered by a mesmerizing light as he closed his eyes soon after, his little body becoming wrapped in a multicolored light of vibrant essences as one could see the swirling of das and laws around him. It was actually the rapid formation of a concept that the little tyrant was putting together after watching the weaving of destiny around this whole event, his chubby little body being covered by waves of light as the surrounding das and laws weaved together with the fate of essence and destiny, drawing in Noah's eyes and the eyes of the two bound primordials as they trembled when they felt the aura of a quasi-insuperable nomological edicts bloom from the floating body of the baby boy beside their new master. A quasi-insuperable nomological edict dealing with destiny, SHIA. Updated from COM. The dazzling eyes of the little guy opened as they looked towards Noah for affirmation, getting a smile of pride and a pat on his head as the unparalleled genius showed just what terrifying a talent a true genius could display as he forged a quasi-insuperable nomological edict dealing in destiny within the first hour that he was born. Such a reality was utterly unbelievable as the two women looked towards each other to affirm they were seeing the same thing, Noah's words still responding in their ears as the expression of Victoria was still hard as stone, the eyes of this existence not being able to keep everything down as she let out a breath to ignore the anomalous baby boy on the side while voicing out, "I still wish to understand. Who are you? How did Cecilia get wrapped up with an existence such as you when your ranks and stature are so far apart?" Elder Victoria wished to know how everything came to be up until this point in time, as because of this, her entire life had changed. Noah raised his eyes at this while his body released rays of light that went towards the cluster of cosmos within this reality, beginning the process of fusing them into the infinite empire. Also, as his voice came out calmly, "I met Cecilia weeks ago when I just stepped into the universal filament realm and didn't even know anything about the firmaments of ascendancy or even ascendancy halos. The spinning illusory crown above Noah released austere light as the mouths of Victoria and Lucia nearly dropped to the floor at such words. And it was because they could sense no falsehood within them, as they instinctively knew this being wasn't lying. A few weeks. This indication of time was disastrous for one who hadn't even achieved the cosmic realm to at this moment being in the seventh firmament of ascendancy with quasi-taboo nomological edicts. Yet if it remained true, the origins of these existences received a tremendous blow as Victoria nearly wished she hadn't asked, but Noah's voice continued. When I clashed with her champion and she decided to give the verdict of death to my reality, she sealed her own fate as she perished in my hands days back. It was nothing special. Just the weaving of destiny that got all of us here. His words finished as a white light of a star of conquest bathed over this entire reality, its cosmos uniquely covered by an austere light as they were ready for full inclusion of the relic that was about to be born. At such a juncture, Noah's body gave off waves of essence onto the serendipity of the cataclysmic reality as the fantastical vessel pulsed with power, a sea of flames blooming below it as it tore out of this reality and began heading elsewhere. At the helm of this stellar vessel, Noah's eyes looked forward while he spoke to the dazed seventh firmament primordials around him and his son who was being exposed to the unbound truths of the realities. We'll start with your verdant celestial domain prime reality that contains a primordial temple within it. His eyes flashed with glorious light as he began his incursion into the lands of the primordials, this time his focus being on a powerful bloodline that was part of the primordials due to their unique capabilities, but they still didn't make it to the ranks of the cardinal royal bloodlines, yet they were respected and boasted a considerable force as they even had a known legend within this bloodline, with the true extent of their force still hidden from the eyes of many. The reason for this respect was for their talent in cultivating sacred herbs and materials, as well as the distinguished master, grandmaster, and peerless alchemists who could forge glorious firmament-shaking elixirs that helped existences scale the firmaments. Chapter 1554 My Seed of Reality. As Noah obtained the fealty of two seventh firmament primordials in one reality and set off towards the lands of primordials, his true body within his home reality had gathered all the important personages to witness the birth of something fantastical. His tour with his mom started with a blue planet and the glimmer of lands around it as to finish it all off. He gathered everyone in an area of the expansive sea of ruination light years away from where they could see the cluster of over 3,000 cosmos that was the infinite empire far off in the distance. Within the Crimson Sea, Amelia could be seen talking with Adelaide, Barbados, and all of Noah's women that were clustered around her with a smile as she held the spoiled little Henry at the very center. Her voice coming out as she asked curiously towards Noah's figure not too far away, right now we're watching. Her eyes were dazzled with too many things over a short period of time as she sought to understand what was happening now, Noah smiling lightly as he saw everything was in place and the infinite empire was simply waiting for his go-ahead and infusion of essence to proceed forward, the cosmos of 5 different realities coming together, 6 in total now. Noah felt the cosmos of the reality that his true sanguine clone had just left also achieve full synchrony as the others, and at this moment he gave the go-ahead for everything to proceed. The process itself was not entirely complicated, but it did require immense reserves of essence that Noah truly didn't think anyone but him could provide, to bring together and fully connect the cosmos of multiple realities. How exactly would this process be achieved, and what future would the infinite empire hold? Let it begin. Noah's body floated at the forefront of all of his people as he emitted waves of terrifying mana, arcs of blue light surrounding him as absurd amounts were transferred into the infinite empire through their connection. A monotone voice rang out in Noah's mind as the faraway cluster of cosmos that made the infinite empire became bathed with a hue of blue light. Amelia's eyes widened at the glow of colors as little Henry watched on with marvel. Everyone else staying utterly quiet as if they were witnessing a glorious spectacle. The infinite empire was bathed with a blue light as it wasn't the only one. Across realities, the clusters of cosmos connected to this treasure also became bathed by the same light in a show of fantastical wonder as soon after this cosmos began to feel a tug, towards the central cluster of cosmos they were connected to towards nothing but the infinite empire which was in an entirely different cosmos. Noah watched this process as initially, he was expecting for the few directly connected clusters of cosmos in different realities to simply cement an unshakable connection to his infinite empire as thereafter it would be elevated to a seat of reality. But at this moment, he realized that he was wrong. Waves of destiny and fortune wrapped around him as the hazy blue light over his body became tinged with gold. His gaze could currently see far and many things as he realized the process of elevation wasn't just a full cementation of the connection with the 5 other realities becoming recognized as connected to his home reality. No, they were never just becoming recognized. Bzzzt, he saw that a spatial light had covered the vast clusters of essence from the 5 other realities as in synchrony, they began to be phased out of their own realities and into his reality. Such a progression of events forced one to think back to the system of realities and how they worked. Realities had naturally born enders/primordial beasts that rose and survived with only a single purpose: to devour all the cosmos within a reality, as thereafter it would collapse and rejoin the main reality where it stemmed from. The collapse of all cosmos meant the dissipation of that reality. So what would happen when the cosmos weren't destroyed, but instead seamlessly connected to a cluster of cosmos in another reality? Holy, boom, Noah's seas of destiny raged madly and exploded with utmost fervor as his essence reached out to wrap around his people, their bodies shooting back in the ruination sea as they made space. This was because the clusters of cosmos from 5 different realities were spatially phased to appear in his reality. Even the far distance they were at being too close thereafter, is only after moving back for countless light years did Noah finally stop. Then he experienced the shocking scene that if any legend saw it, they would do everything in their power to destroy Noah and everything he stood for right then and there, in the boundary between realities. Atop the glimmer endless river of reality that represented one of the domains Cecilia had under control, a reality that at this moment had all of this cosmos taken away into another. Bzzzt, multicolored essence bloomed as the endless river of this reality churned, a shocking spectacle occurring thereafter as this reality actually surged from its position and began shooting out towards a certain direction. This wasn't the only one, as 4 more realities that had their cosmos fully fused under Noah's infinite empire also conducted similar unbelievable actions as they disappeared from their positions and surged towards the coordinates of Noah's veiled home reality. It was a shocking scene as nobody in the scales of firmaments could so easily control the position of realities. Back in his home reality, Noah's eyes spun with glorious wonder as he raised them up to see the instantaneous appearance of vast rivers of reality in the boundary between realities above them, these endless rivers instantly coming in contact with his home reality as thereafter they began to sink into it, as if pieces of a puzzle were coming together. Stellar illusory pictures of reality became stacked on top of each other seamlessly as the huge cluster of cosmos that was the infinite empire pulled endlessly from its master's mana, making the impossible sight at this moment become a reality. Chapter 1555, My Seed of Reality. Like layers of fabric lying atop each other, 5 endless realities came to join a single one, but they didn't just do this action alone, as while they were joining something else, Noah's eyes were also able to see everything that these past realities were was coming to an end. They were something else before, and their very structure and essence would be assimilated into another as these realities were undergoing their end the moment they were fusing into his home reality. They were experiencing a finality. They were experiencing an apocalypse. Bzzzt, deep within Noah's origin, the concept of destruction bloomed forth as apocalypse trembled to witness the end of multiple realities while they joined a single one hungrily. After the realities laid atop of each other and were pulled into something else. A blinding multicolored light bloomed out that bathed everything with utter majesty. Wow! Amelia wasn't even able to comprehend what she was seeing. Her eyes and the eyes of little Henry and her eyes becoming bathed by the multicolored light as everyone was momentarily blinded, everyone but the watcher that continued to see everything occurring, the watcher who began to feel changes to their very surroundings as in the midst of the blinding multicolored reality. His eyes saw that the edges of pandemonium were rapidly pushed further as this reality expanded, this process happening rapidly as it became double its past size in a microsecond and became 5 times as large an instant later. The stacked up fabrics of reality melded into his home reality in a shocking fashion as it was expanded wondrously, grand changes beginning to occur at this moment. Bzzzt, the multicolored light died down as everyone was able to see once more. When they did see and feel, gasps were heard throughout as those in the ruination sea saw glimmers of golden essence condensing throughout the Red Sea, the concentration of atmospheric essence continuing to rise as it was becoming potent enough to liquefy and turn the crimson sea a dazzling spectacle that was tinged with gold. The faraway primordial sea was the same as wisps of golden rivers were gradually forming from the potent atmospheric essence merely surging in the surroundings. This wasn't all, as the infinite empire itself, this vast cluster of cosmos that was now over 25,000, was experiencing the most changes as at this time. A veil of an illusory river of reality wrapped around it, a circular veil that barely revealed the cosmos within, as while everyone could feel enhanced changes outside. What was happening inside of this cluster of cosmos was 10 times that. A final blinding multicolored light shone from the veil of illusory reality as the monotone voice continued within Noah's mind. The seed of reality. As little Henry and all the others were dazed at what they saw before them, Noah was dazed by the process that had just occurred and what it truly meant. The process of the infinite empire fusing with other cosmos ultimately resulted in realities fusing into it. Other realities. Joining into it. Was this not what primordial beasts were doing? Was this not their purpose of trying to go back to the natural order and return every reality back to the main reality? If Noah continued to traverse the vast realities around him and fuse every single one he came across, just what would this imply for the future? Noah's stellar eyes shone with multicolored light as his illusory crown pulsed with light. His golden blood coursing through him surged as potent fortune and destiny ran alongside it, his eyes never leaving the illusory circular veil covering thousands of cosmos, the newly born seed of reality, a treasure that began as a floating island in a small world. On this day, it turned into a shocking tool that all primordials would seek to destroy without a second thought. A tool that did a better job than even primordial beasts in bringing things back to how they were countless eons ago. A tool that primordials would seek to destroy in the far future when they realized just how much of a threat it truly was. How could a mere floating island become such a thing? Noah's words came out with wonder as the monotone voice continued in his mind. Wah! SS, his home reality, others were termed as the Isles of the Gilded Forge, Forsaken Treasure realities, Continuum Apocalypse realities, Forgotten realities. And many more. As for what his own reality stood for the most? It wasn't even a question that needed to be asked. I give you all. While floating in front of everyone, Noah raised his arms out while as he basked in this shocking achievement, his figure releasing an incandescent light that made others not even be capable of looking away. My infinite reality, our infinite reality, rumble, out there were infinite realities. And then there was Noah's singular infinite reality, a radiant multicolored light pulsed from the seed of reality. The voice continued to echo out as Noah focused on the words before enlightened primordial relic, sui generis, a concept that meant unique or one of a kind. Out there were enlightened primordial relics similar to ruination. But against all those enlightened primordial relics, his seed of reality was one at a distinguished sui generis level. Chapter 1556 Outlotl of Reality. The seed of reality at the sui generis enlightened primordial relic level was truly fantastical, with its capabilities being something Noah would have to spend some time to fully understand with all of its intricacies, but for now, he simply looked over its details in a condensed text box. Seed of reality management, seed of reality, infinite reality, beasts, FXXX, AXXX, DXXX, CXXX, BXXX, AXXX, SXXX, Epic XXX, Legendary XXX, Mythical XXX, Phantasmal XXX, Transcendent XXX, Saint XXX, Void XXX, Soul XXX, Domain XXX, World XXX, Star Forging XXX, Nebula XXX, Black Hole XXXX, Quasar XXXX, Galaxy XXXX, Galactic Filament 10 385 395 938. Universe 210, 284, 550 Universal Filament 104,357, Cosmic 345, Cosmic Filament 11, Plants Whitefall Trees, Snowvine, Sacred Rye, Pygmy Melon, Icefire Persimmon, Ice Phoenix Fruits, Spirit of the Arctic, Frozen Angelica, Regal Flora, Sheelan's Cold Stone, Resonant Ochre, Arctic Flora, King's Collard, Athermire, Phantom Mulberry, Firestarter, Frigid Apple, Fate's Orchard, Chaotic Amaranth, Ether-Infused Willow, Immemorial Dragon Fruits, Mythical Fruit of Life, Fruit of Destiny, Annihilatory Dorians, Tenebrous Tea Leaves, Seeds of Time, Primordial Apples, Strawberries of Ruination, Loot Cherries, Peach of Fusion. Available for planting, Ginseng of Reality, features size regulation, unlocked. Movement, unlocked. Anchor, unlocked. Boost surroundings, unlocked. Architecture, unlocked. Frozen barrier, unlocked. Offensive maneuvers, unlocked. Time dilation, unlocked. Treasure hunter, unlocked. Interstellar travel, unlocked. Law space, unlocked. Blacksmith's forge, unlocked. Division, unlocked. Alchemy hall, unlocked. Library, unlocked. World integration, unlocked. Universe gateway, unlocked. Pocket universe, unlocked. Assimilation, unlocked. Trait blessing, unlocked. Tao. Birth, unlocked. Universal empowerment, unlocked. Universal singularity, unlocked. Cosmic Holy Land, unlocked. Soul library, unlocked. Outlotl of reality, unlocked. Hashtag $% hashtag, locked. Upgrade conditions. The assimilation of 10,000 realities will make way for the autonomous tool capable of traversing the boundary between realities, with the seed of reality becoming a unique type of reality known as a gourmandizing reality, lined by golden borders. A wondrous text box showing the details of the infinite reality bloomed as Noah's first focus was on the upgrade conditions for the next stage. Where the seed of reality would become a gourmandizing reality. Gourmandizing. This word implied insatiable, covetous, or devouring. Going off of what happened to birth the seed of reality, one could imagine what a gourmandizing reality stood for the moment this stage was achieved. All that Noah had to do was assimilate 10,000 realities. Experience the apocalypse of 10,000 realities as they ended and joined his, where by this time he didn't know what stage the nomological edict of apocalypse would reach, as after experiencing the apocalypses of 5 realities, it had surged to become a peak-tier insuperable nomological edict, with Noah planning to watch the apocalypse of even more realities as they were fused into his. He had no doubt that this wondrous nomological edict would reach the quasi-taboo level, as the boons then would be even more fantastical. As for the infinite reality, all the previous features of the seed of reality were upgraded, as the most important thing was a new feature termed Otlotl of reality. Otlotl was a word that when Noah racked his brain, he found it most closely related to the concept of a spear or weapon. So in common terms, Otlotl of reality could be seen as a spear of reality or a weapon of reality, and his thoughts were truly affirmed when he viewed the details of this wondrous new feature. Aside from the many features of the seed of reality, its offensive capabilities are its strongest offensive maneuvers, as the concepts within this feature have been culminated into the Otlotl of reality. This feature now allows for the authority of the seed of reality to be culminated into a separate sui generis enlightened primordial relic that can be called upon by the master of the seed of reality. Every single ability of this relic carries the equivalent force of the current infinite reality and all the realities fused into it. Under this relic, the abilities of, and are now available for use, Otlotl of reality. As everyone marveled at the far-away glistening seed of reality, Noah called out such words lightly as a pulse of multicolored light bloomed from this seed soon after. This light carried with it a profound authority of the infinite reality as it came towards Noah, his hand rising up and grasping the multicolored light as it let out metallic sounds within his palm, this light gradually forming into the shape of a radiant weapon that dazzled everyone's eyes. BZZZT, with fantastical splendor, the multicolored light transformed into the shape of a long and exquisitely designed spear that had countless runic markings over it, this spear shining with a stellar illusory light of reality as it seemed to hold the radiance of countless cosmos within it. Noah's hands grasped this genuine spear of reality as he felt boundless essence from it, tendrils of multicolored light traveling from his hand and snaking towards his shoulder and entire body just from holding this weapon, as it seemed capable of piercing even genuine realities, and it truly could do just that, as little Henry and the others were marveling at the splendorous spear Noah currently held. He was more focused on its abilities, as just from gazing at a few of them, he saw things that rivaled and exceeded even the heart-splitter primordial relic. The Otlotl of reality carries with it the force of the infinite reality, this force further enhanced by 500 units of the essence of reality to bring to fruition an attack capable of traversing even the boundaries between realities until it reaches its intended target. Reality Piercer carries the singular strongest essence within the arsenal of the user's edicts, amplifying this flame with 10 trillion true soul and physical damage to eradicate any enemy one knows the identity of. The Otlotl of reality can release unlimited unstable cosmos containing within them the essence of all flames of edicts within the user's arsenal. The unstable cosmos carrying the homing quality as they can pierce through the veils of reality to reach their enemies wherever they are, even if they are hidden in locations as abstruse as mirror realities. Each cast requires 10 units of the essence of reality along with millions of units of mana. Chapter 1557. A coincidental meeting. Truly wonderful abilities were contained within the Otlotl of reality as Noah's eyes sparkled when he read them, each of them without a doubt containing the quality of their attacks being capable of ignoring even veils of reality to chase and hit their intended enemy. Can one imagine sleeping or just sipping tea as in the next second, a spear of reality thunders onto their origin? Or endless unstable cosmos smash onto them out of nowhere? The possibilities for how Noah wished to play with this sui generis enlightened primordial relic were endless as he grasped onto the spear of reality within his hands tightly, while those behind him finally couldn't help it any longer and erupted into a bustle of questions for what had just happened and what the changes were. Little Henry had been observing everything with shining eyes as his grandmother had her mouth still wide open, not understanding the shocking scenes she saw at all as she looked towards her son for questions. As Noah made his way towards the domains of the celestial vines to establish an identity and begin his incursion into the primordial bloodline, he was also continuing to plan and look out for contingencies on how all of this would be achieved. After all, he was in existence with a bloodline of an emperor of old, as just this alone was enough to turn many heads, but there were a few paths he could take with this in the picture to still get what he wanted. SHAA, the serendipity of the cataclysmic reality tore across the boundary between realities as Noah talked with Victoria and Lucia. Little Henry's clone watching by the side with great interest as he soaked everything in. Your legend, he rarely shows himself these past millions of years. He only descends occasionally to observe the direction of the bloodline. Victoria replied lightly as she was still dazed from Noah's words about his origin and the fact that he wasn't even in the scales of the firmaments of ascendancy weeks ago. Her insurmountable pride was already ground down as she voiced out lightly, Noah taking her words seriously as he gazed at the blank emptiness of the boundary between realities while speaking to himself. Descending, not just where are these legends descending from, a thought that required some time and attention into it, but before Noah could focus on it too much, his eyes rose up sharply as the essence of a quasi-taboo nomological edict erupted from him instantly. It was a passive activation of this wondrous edict as his destiny warned him of something terrific. BZZZT, his hands rose as a golden book came to be within it, radiant sets of white words being written within that caused him to furrow his brows while looking to a faraway location towards the direction his vessel was going towards. The reason why he elevated dictum emperor was to catch known and unknown threats before either hit him blindsided, and such a thing came to aid him at this moment as he read truly fantastical sets of paragraphs that showed a chance meeting that could be a disaster or a point of opportunity depending on how Noah reacted. Not everything could be under his control as things could happen at any moment in time, and this was such an event as on their path towards the domains of the celestial vines. A shockingly enormous vessel appeared before them as they came across another party. Seas of flames roiled below the serendipity of the cataclysmic reality as it was forced to come to a stop. Noah's eyes rising up to meet a shockingly humongous cuboidal vessel that was larger than even 100 cosmos put together. It was shining black throughout as it had golden runic lines lining it all around mysteriously, and what seemed like two resplendent auroras of white wings erupting at the top of this vessel that almost made it seem like a living creature. It released waves of power at the level of an enlightened primordial relic as it even exceeded Noah's serendipity of the cataclysmic reality, and it seemed like a beast that could devour them whole as from it. A calm voice filled with regality echoed out, interesting. Identify yourselves, rumble, a sonorous voice of undeniable authority echoed out as it caused the faces of Lucia and Victoria to change. While Noah's eyes shone with a hidden golden glow of destiny as the three of them replied at the same time, Elder Primordial Victoria of the Celestial Vines, Elder Primordial Lucia of the Primal Foxes, Elder Primordial Alexander of the Celestial Vines, WA. The first to answer were Victoria and Lucia as these beings bowed their heads respectfully, while Noah's figure did not bow, but it simply gave a nod of acknowledgement. This was because all of them had knowledge of what vessels like the one they saw indicated, especially because this one had a golden ring of light that gave off immense grandeur at the very front of it, a simple golden circle, but all knowledgeable primordials knew that it stood for something stupendous. It indicated truly special factions of the cardinal royal bloodlines of the primordials. None of those here were of the cardinal royal bloodlines, so they had to give their show of respect even if they were primordials themselves. But this wasn't enough as for elder primordials to bow towards others, they had to be even more distinguished. And this was truly so as within the cardinal royal bloodlines, there were 5 unique bloodlines from the over a dozen that were given special distinction. Of the cardinal royal bloodlines, there were 5 within that were known as the pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines, a unique distinction that held its own meaning to be explored later on, but the circular golden ring etched on the enormous cuboidal vessel distinguished the pure-blooded cardinal royal human bloodline. Oh, I hadn't heard of a bloodline of old appearing within the celestial vines yet. Alexander, you said, the voice filled with ancientness and regality continued to ring out as it focused on Noah, the obsidian outline of the enormous cuboidal vessel changing as light contracted and refracted to reveal a portion of this vessel that showed multiple existences situated regally within. All of them were adorned in a unique manner, with over 10 glorious existences standing to the left and right of a single one that sat on a tall white throne. She was dazzling to the eyes and soul as her presence alone caused even Victoria and Lucia to look on with dazed expressions, her attire being somewhat similar to those who guarded her sides as they wore tight gold clothing that wrapped over their shockingly robust and muscular bodies. Along with serenely waving capes over their shoulders, the men could put to shame any bodybuilders who even took steroids in Noah's home world as they were sculpted to near perfection, their faces obscenely handsome as their stature was double that of any normal human being, adorned with the tight golden wrapping that hugged their muscles closely. They seemed like shocking forces of nature that could tear apart realities with their bare hands alone. There were unique white inscriptions over their golden attire, as the cape over their shoulders were entirely white, the woman on the throne rising as when she rose, the 10 pure-blooded cardinal royal humans at her sides kneeled. Her body and muscles were also sculpted to shocking levels as Noah could see the outline of 8 packs where he stood. The tight golden wrapping she wore also hugging her blessed chest in a way that would cause weak men to die with happiness from a single glance, as her behind was even more shocking. The taut muscles on her didn't cause any imbalance as she showed off both beauty and power seamlessly, as while a white cape waved majestically behind her, an illusory golden crown rotated serenely above her. A respected existence of the pure-blooded cardinal royal human bloodline that at the same time also held a bloodline from the olden times. It was a shocking personage for them to come across, as her identity was not light, the 10 pure-blooded cardinal royal humans kneeling around her alone, all boasting power at the 8th firmament of ascendancy as a single one was even. At the 9th firmament, just who was this existence? Chapter 1558. Meeting a candidate of rulership, little Henry was forced to sit out the meeting with the terrifying personage that Noah, Victoria, and Lucia were now facing. As the moment Noah had been alerted to this event coming to fruition, the clone of his boy had been sent away. The little tyrant was not there to witness the shocking image of the pure-blooded cardinal royal human that had 10 existences above the 7th firmament. Kneeling at her mere visage, her hair was entirely dark as it sparkled with vibrant obsidian flames, her fair face lighting up the surroundings as her lips seemed to always be curved in a devilish smile. Her eyes sparkled with multicolored light and were extremely charming yet filled with boundless strength, her whole image seeming otherworldly, as the toned muscles being seen vividly through the tight golden attire she wore were mesmerizing to the eyes, the uniquely designed white inscriptions carried onto the cape that flowed calmly over her shoulders. This white cape having behind it a similar vibrant circular golden ring that was the same as the one painted at the front of the cuboidal vessel they were in. The illusory golden crown that signified the bloodline from the olden times spun over her head gloriously as while she rose, the 9th firmament experts and even the 9th firmament tyrant kneeled down. This being herself released an enticing light of power as her entire body lifted off of the obsidian platform of the vessel, floating forward and reaching the now transparent wall of a small portion of this vast cuboidal vessel as she looked closely at Noah and his spinning crimson and gold illusory crown. She didn't look any older than her 20s as she put any other women nearby to shame. 2 beings with the bloodline from the olden times looked at each other serenely while Victoria and Lucia didn't dare to raise their heads, the 2 of them having been forced to bow when they first met this personage as due to Noah's bloodline that didn't allow an emperor of old to kneel down. He simply could not conduct such an action. Truly interesting. I rarely get to meet other existences carrying a bloodline from the olden times that aren't old monsters or elders or leaders of clans. Do you know who I am? WAA. Her multicolored eyes dazzled with regality as she spoke, Noah's origin actually having an intense battle right now as he could feel an inquisitive gaze constantly wash over him, not just a single gaze, but gazes of all the 10 pure-blooded cardinal royal humans guarding this personage before him. As well as her own terrifying gaze. Each of them were trying to unfurl everything about him and his secrets as essence of reality, and droves of mana burned to construct an identity among many other things against the peering gazes. From the 7th to the 8th firmament, it was a huge gap, as well as a distinction of power. Countless existences were stopped at the limit of 10 billion cosmos and 10 ascendancy halos as they never got the chance to exceed this stage, their ascendancy value never being able to even go above the 10 million barrier they breached, much less reach 100 million to become an 8th firmament existence. It was a qualitative change in power and not merely a change in value, as existences at this stage had exceeded the barrier that others could not pass. This terrifying royal human personage before him, who even had such existences protecting her, had a truly important identity as she herself released unfathomable waves of power at the peak of the 8th firmament of ascendancy. I sadly have not come across esteemed personage. I am Alexander King, pleased to make your acquaintance. SHA. Noah once more gave a nod of acknowledgement as his laid-back demeanor caused the eyes of the pure-blooded cardinal royal human bloodline experts to flash coldly with regality, yet the astonishing woman they kneeled to also nodded impassively as she replied in kind, "That is partly my fault. And also the reason why our vessels crossed each other's paths. I have only ever held myself in the domains of the pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines, as this time, my task is to observe the domains of those I might be ruling over in the future. The Celestial Vine's bloodline is my last stop, as it made the list apart from cardinal royal bloodlines due to your alchemical skills. Thus, this Empress Genevieve, a future candidate ruler participating in the firmament trials, will have to rely on your escort across your domains and the way of alchemy that your peerless alchemists have perfected. WAA. A candidate ruler for a pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline. If one recalls some time ago during the events of Eckhart finding about Noah's exploits, the primordial he was moving with had found among pertinent news that the cardinal royal human bloodline will begin their firmament trials for the next set of candidate rulers soon. It seemed that at this moment, Noah had met one of these potential rulers, as the tasks for these beings involved knowing about the important domains of primordials and what went on within them. From the cardinal royal bloodline's point, one could see just how important and distinguished the pure-blooded cardinal royal human bloodline was for such a thing to be a requirement just for one to become a candidate for the fight of rulership. Victoria and Lucia felt their minds dazed as they heard these words, while Noah's inner battle concluded as the essence of the quasi-taboo dictum emperor had successfully withstood against the barrage of gazes sent his way. When he stared at the existences before him, he felt waves of shocking strength as his own destiny told him about these existences in a very clear manner. The singular message that his own intuition told him was that they were extremely powerful. Not merely powerful because they were on the 8th or 9th firmament of ascendancy, but they were powerful due to their bloodline and unique concepts they held. If any of the 9th firmament guards around this 20-year-old looking Empress Genevieve were to match another 8th firmament existence, they would be capable of wiping them out within microseconds. That was how powerful each of these beings were, as just from Noah's cursory glance with his authority as the Watcher and after affirming with his own 2 quasi-taboo nomological edicts. He affirmed that every single being he was looking at aboard this obsidian cuboidal vessel had at least 1 quasi-taboo nomological edict. Chapter 1559, the Lefinate System. Powerful. This was the singular word that could be said about the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans before Noah, as other cardinal royal bloodlines couldn't even compare. Maybe the other 4 pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines could match up to their grandeur, and one had to wonder what made them so powerful. Of course, the secret lay with their bloodline, but also the means they had to break through into the 8th firmament of ascendancy. The secret to bypassing the 10 billion cosmos limit and 10 ascendancy halos limit. Well, the brows of the shockingly contoured Empress rose as she followed up her question, Noah coming out of his thoughts and replying with shining eyes. It would be our pleasure to guide Empress Genevieve across the domains of the celestial vines. His words caused the eyes of the exquisite existence to smile as in a matter of moments, they also began to shine with bright flames. Good. Now, do you know the customs of the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans? Furthermore, the customs of those with bloodlines from the olden times when they meet. She was still with her light smile, but her words caused the surrounding space to instantly change, as it instantly seemed like it was billowing and stormy. The kneeling pure-blooded cardinal royal humans rose as they looked towards Noah's group passively, their expressions without any emotion, as they genuinely did not put any of them in their eyes. The 8th firmament existences barely only glancing at Noah due to the illusory crown above him. Towards Empress Genevieve's question, Victoria and Lucia began to shake as they knew. While Noah's eyes squinted as he also knew from the robust memories of the few high-class primordials he had killed so far. The race of pure-blooded cardinal royal humans were existences that considered themselves born for battle and forged by countless battles. Other cultures had kissing on the cheek as part of a greeting, others merely a bow, and for others a mere handshake was considered normal. For the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans, sparring and battling others was considered the most normal and even courteous form of greeting. Yet the person that wanted to greet Noah at this moment was someone that truly couldn't be touched. She had multiple existences at the 8th firmament guarding her, and yet she released an overbearing aura of tyranny that far surpassed any of them. It even seemed equal to the 9th firmament pure-blooded cardinal royal human that was observing everything with calm and majesty. If Noah was to face multiple 7th firmament experts or even a single average 8th firmament existence, he wouldn't be worried, as he even just attained the sui generis enlightened primordial relic otlotl of reality. But this unfathomable being before him, can the Empress really lower herself to greet me? He tested the waters by voicing out calmly, his words falling on deaf ears as the transparent screen that showed the cardinal royal humans on the cuboidal vessel instantly changed, the figure of Empress Genevieve disappearing and actually coming out to float in front of the serendipity of the cataclysmic reality. Her gaze was serene and her dazzling eyes carried a trace of undeniability, her white cape waving gloriously as her tight golden attire brightened up the surroundings. Let us not have any superfluous words, Alexander. Do not bring down the honor of a bloodline from the olden times, and be ready I am coming. The situation changed too fast. The pure-blooded cardinal royal human tyrants that always stood around her also materialized out of the cuboidal vessel as they watched on serenely. Their muscles so taut and oversized as they released waves of power that made it clear that unless a legend arrived, Nobody would be able to harm a hair on the head of Empress Genevieve without their permission. Empress Genevieve had flames of battle bloom within her eyes as well, dripping with untouchable regality. She stated the mere fact that she was coming as an instant later. BOM. Space shattered and folded as her figure moved, Victoria and Lucia scrambling out of the way as like an unstoppable cannonball, a pure-blooded creature releasing waves of ancient and archaic power appeared before Noah, her fist outstretched as her fair skin at this moment glimmered like forged jewels. Waves of vibrant destiny bloomed out, with multiple terrifying 8th firmament experts and even an unshakable 9th firmament existence watching on with unchanging expressions. A sparring session commenced between two emperors of old. As the weaving of destiny unfolded, Noah was still rolling with the waves as he conducted multiple actions. One of his true sanguine clones was moving with Natalia Rostova as they prepared to move into a second treasure island within the Forsaken Treasure reality, while another had coincidentally come across terrifying pure-blooded primordials who were the true powerhouses of this vast organization, and the third clone was within the cosmic Holy Land as he ceaselessly managed the direction and path of Noah's strength. He had just gained an influx of hundreds of nomological edicts as more ascendancy halos could be formed. There were new edicts formed by himself that weren't even delved into yet, affixes of reality yet to be established, the utilization of ruination's features to make ruined edicts, and even the 6 true stars of conquest he had attained to empower edicts, while his true body was with his family. His clones handled all of these terrific tasks as before doing any of the ones mentioned above. Noah turned his head towards something he had neglected all this time due to not having sufficient resources to achieve it. He turned his attention deep into his soul where he could see the structure of a primordial epitaph that looked like a lemniscate symbol, an infinity sign. It brimmed with multicolored light as the intricate structure of the foundation was already there, and Noah simply had to complete this primordial epitaph and then activate it with however many units of the essence of reality were required to make it fully operational. Thereafter, a system would be born. Systems were something unique and commonplace at the same time as a majority of higher existences could etch reality-altering constructs on their souls, and this was more common for primordials as they had constructs of systems passed down through the ranks over time. They greatly varied in power as there were weak and strong systems, where even Noah's single affix that granted him the passive generation of 1/4 of his reserves of essence of reality daily was a type of reality-altering construct that entirely exceeded most common systems. Other existences focused on systems as their main source of power, while others only used them to supplement their strength, and others even disdained them to focus on concepts and terrifying techniques privy only to their bloodlines that could achieve disastrous reality-altering effects. Noah wanted to forge a reality-altering construct that surpassed anything that others had come across, just the cost of forging it alone being something others couldn't even achieve. Let's complete the infinite system. Tendrils of multicolored essence of reality bloomed as Noah was ready to specify the first stage of this system that would be ever-evolving, his hands already grasping medium-tier reality crystals as he was ready to replenish his reserves of the essence of reality at any point in time. Chapter 1560 The Infinite System. As he proceeded with the construction of the infinite system and the infinite reality, Noah knew very well the perilous situation that a true sanguine clone had landed himself in, as it could actually also be termed an opportunity, an empress of a pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline, one that was a candidate for rulership at that. It was an existence that even common 9th firmament primordials would behave properly around, as others wouldn't even be lucky enough to be graced with a meeting or greeting. Yet due to Noah's bloodline from the olden times, this important existence had turned towards his direction as in the boundary between realities. Her figure silently appeared before him and threw out a simple punch. Her fair hand glistened with a hazy silvery light that seemed to be the condensation of the immense force, Noah only being able to react in time since he actually knew that it was coming due to the dictum emperor. But even then, his reaction was only capable of bringing his palms up to receive this punch while the essence of edicts erupted from him. Bom, an apocalyptic sound echoed out as there wasn't a point of impact for Empress Genevieve. Her strike had thundered out as a silvery flash of light wiped away any defenses, Noah's figure simply being smashed back as his body hit a far wall of the serendipity of the cataclysmic reality and nearly caused a dent in it. His eyes were barely able to rise up before noticing the figure of Empress Genevieve in front of him again. Silently, powerfully, I'll limit my power down to the 7th firmament for every strike I throw, and I will not use an ounce of essence of edicts or even ascendancy halos, just my pure body alone. Alexander King. She spoke as she floated before him like an existence from ancient times, her golden crown spinning above her majestically as her fair skin glistened with crystalline look to make it seem like she was forged from cosmic steel. Her dark hair released a burst of obsidian flames as her illuminant eyes locked onto Noah, seeing his palms that were actually shredded into bone heal in an instant as he fearlessly gazed forward. OOM. A flash of essence bloomed as the serendipity of the cataclysmic reality faded. Noah clenched his fists as he stared at the 10 floating figures of pure-blooded cardinal royal humans in the distance that could eradicate entire bloodlines as he spoke out with an aura of wildness, battle intent rising from him as the illusory crown above his head actually began to rotate faster. I can go all out and use any means necessary? I do not wish to accidentally injure the Empress, BZZZT, like a maddened tyrant that had been scorned. Noah's body released waves of crimson gold light while looking at the golden-clothed woman with a white cape flowing over her shoulders. His eyes being able to see the outline of her blessed chest too clearly with the tight golden wrapping covering it as the 8-pack seemed more refined than anything he had seen on another existence. Such a being gazed at him with shining flames in her eyes as she spoke with a tone of honesty, even though others might look at it as ridicule. If you were somehow able to draw even a drop of blood, I would be impressed. Victoria and Lucia breathed heavily as they watched this scene from afar. Noah nodding his head as he affirmed the best path possible with the dictum Emperor, a truly powerful existence that could aid him in truly understanding the extent of his power had appeared. And it would benefit him to learn of the means of power that a pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline utilized as his raging destiny sensed that by the end of this battle he would be able to see the austere means these existences utilized to break past the limit of 10 billion cosmos and 10 ascendancy halos. Good. Then I am coming, Empress. He could see the myriad of paths, he knew which ones he could take. Genevieve looked at him with expectation as the moment his words finished. She was surprised to find his figure actually shooting backwards as the moment she moved forward to chase. SHING, a grating sound echoed out as right in front of her face, an illusory spear of reality tore across the veils of space to release terrific waves of power that could shred apart any common seventh firmament. Existence. BOM, space tore and ruptured as instabilities bloomed, backed by the essence of a quasi-taboo nomological edict. A sui generis enlightened primordial relic released a full-fledged attack onto the Empress as even the eyes of the faraway pure-blooded cardinal royal humans rose, but they didn't move a single inch from where they floated as when the scene cleared. One could see the spotless figure of a golden-adorned Genevieve clutching onto the sharp end of the outlottle of reality as it grated against her skin that was shocking, proving to be tougher than even a primordial relic. Her white cape flowed serenely as the only change that seemed to have occurred was that up to her elbow. Her golden wrappings had become shredded as they revealed more of her fair body. From a strike that contained the weight of 6 fused realities, it had only been enough to shred her clothing up to her elbow as her skin didn't even turn red or suffer significant injuries. From the wrist all the way to her elbow, one could see a dense cluster of runic lines of ascendancy that were reminiscent of runic Tao lines. They flowed with untold essence and caused a layer of hazy silver gold light to cover her fair skin, the eyes of this being smiling as she held back the might of an attack that could have destroyed an emerging reality, an enlightened primordial relic? No, something even higher? BZZZT, the flames of battle in her eyes only rose higher as the outlottle of reality suddenly surged back, coming to land within Noah's hand freely as it released arcs of multicolored light that made him seem like a beast born from multicolored lightning. His crimson gold hair shone with radiant flames as essence bubbled forth, his visage of a tyrant finally being displayed as with a sui generis enlightened primordial relic in hand, his figure moved towards an unbeatable enemy to try and reveal some of her secrets, a multicolored spear of reality within his hands as he charged forth with firmament-shaking might. The weaving of destiny was curious as the start of this event coincided with the completion of the first portion of Noah's system. His mind currently working on overdrive as while one of his bodies was completing this reality-altering construct, he would actually be capable of testing out its results and how it aided his battle power right away as he was against a creature that was bred for battle. Chapter 1561 The Infinite System. Lil, multicolored essence of reality surged forth madly around Noah's figure in the infinite reality. Medium-tier reality crystals lay shattered and leaking glorious splendor around him as they released waves of multicolored light that went on to surge into his soul, causing the infinity symbol to pulse with cosmic might as it entirely took a rainbow-colored visage. Noah called it the Infinite System. This was because he wanted it to be constantly evolvable and capable of having more additions to it as it could encompass the reality-altering constructs of many possible systems. But more than this, IT was also based on the concept that was infinity. Infinite mana, This was where it began, as at this moment, Noah was implementing the first construct of the infinite system that expanded further on this concept of infinite mana, as he was tyrannically calling for infinite resources. He called out such words with fervor as the essence of reality around him surged even more. Another medium-tier reality crystal shattering as more units of this profound resource surged into Noah's soul to try and achieve his tyrannical goals. Not just infinite mana, but an infinite amount of all the resources under him. It was a terrifying wish, but it wasn't entirely achievable, as such a thing meant the resources of all different types of essence would be infinite. Along with the resource of destiny, fortune, and even the resource of the essence of reality, this wish was too overbearing. As if Noah achieved it simply meant game over for any other existences across the firmaments. All those scaling the firmaments of ascendancy were focused on finding ways to generate this essence within their origins, as it involved becoming overseers of realities among a few other means. For this resource to become infinite? It was impossible. Boom, his soul contracted and expanded as the first reality-altering construct was established. His origin surged with untold light and colors as an endless river of blue could be seen, this representing his mana as thereafter. Endless rivers of a myriad of other colors bloomed all around as his origin became blinding for one to even gaze towards. There were over 100 of endless rivers of colors that rose, which represented different infinite types of essence resources, but 3 particular types of resources were not seen among these. The resources of destiny and fortune were not capable of being turned infinite from a mere reality-altering construct, as this concept was denied. But it didn't prevent Noah's already vast reserves of destiny and fortune that far exceeded anyone he had met to explode even further at this moment. The glimmer of gold and destiny around him was so intense as seas of gold and destiny flashed around his body. His soul getting the sense that of any being scaling the firmaments, he could say with surety that they would never exceed him in terms of destiny and fortune. This wasn't just a belief, but his soul could almost ascertain it as fact. A fact that across the myriad realities, those at the 9th firmament of ascendancy and below, they would never be able to match him in terms of destiny and fortune. This was the first product of the first reality-altering construct under Noah's infinite system, a construct that he would term infinite resources. Then came the inviolable essence of reality. The concept of infinite essence of reality was denied, but similar to destiny and fortune, it was expanded ridiculously as the small space that Noah could contain this essence was expanded multiple times over, climbing by multiple thousands as the maximum reserves he held went to 3000.5000, and continued on with wildness and glory as they reached 10,000 and they could not proceed any further. Boom, his soul screamed out euphorically and with utmost joy at such a juncture, his affix of reality blooming out its effects as Noah felt units of the essence of reality course through him wondrously, while his ascendancy value rose by an entire 10 million. And he achieved a 33 million value. The mere construct of the first stage of the infinite system had such a shocking boon as his destiny, fortune, and reserves of the essence of reality were expanded to a shocking degree. No common existence at the 8th or 9th firmament could stand before Noah and claim that their reserves of these types of essence exceeded his. And this was just the first stage of his system, as at this moment, we have to look closely at the resources that Noah had succeeded in turning infinite. All the different types of essence of das and edicts were now infinite. But what did this truly mean? Noah had infinite mana in the past, as when it came to the essences of das and edicts, he would simply change and alter his mana to whatever essence he wished to utilize to cast his skills and abilities. He had transformed mana into endless ruination or primordial essence, and he used his mana to power up and bring forth the essence of his nomological edicts when he cast their terrifying abilities. And this was the crucial point we must understand. This reality that for any of these other resources that weren't mana, Noah had to first take pure mana itself before changing it into these resources, and then he activated the skills. This was something we've even referred to in the past as the efficiency in utilizing essence, where the more efficient one was, the faster they could cast their abilities and the more power they could display. With the birth of the subsystem of infinite resources under the infinite system, Noah had now effectively cut off this need of alteration of pure mana into another type of essence, removing a time-consuming feature that all existences under these vast realities had to go through if they wished to cast their abilities. So what would the results of this actually be? Was it something that was even quantifiable? The quantification of cast and attack speed is rendered null under the infinite system. True instant cast and true instant attack have now been achieved. Golden prompts reigned over Noah's eyes as an existence with infinite resources was given the authority to completely evade the time delay of converting mana into other types of essence. A shocking reality coming to be at this moment. As for what this really changed in Noah's power, the answer to this would be found when our eyes turn towards the sparring match between two emperors of old occurring within the boundary between realities. Chapter 1562, Giving Wings to a Tiger. The first construct of the infinite system was known as infinite resources, as apart from its boons of making all different types of resources under Noah, apart from destiny, fortune, and essence of reality infinite to it granted Noah true instant cast and attack, from his thoughts to the activation of abilities, there would be no passage of time. Mana efficiency and conduction, where essence had to course through one's body to activate their intended skills. This would now be utterly ignored under Noah, no delay, not even a passage of a microsecond or nanosecond, giving such a tool to a being who could spam his abilities for as long as he wished. The expression of adding wings to a tiger didn't even do this situation justice. In this instance, the tiger was given wings and an infinite arsenal of guns and bullets, as no other predators could raise their heads when he was around, to observe just what this new change actually meant. The unfolding spar between a shocking personage that boasted untold power and ranking against Noah actually showed this best. Bzzzt. Her multicolored eyes stared at the outlaw of reality within Noah's hand with a shining gaze of appreciation as her taut body was ready to receive the impact of this shocking sway. Generous, enlightened, primordial relic, barehanded, her muscles gracefully prominent as one could see the runic lines of ascendancy on her hand swirl with untold power. Noah's figure seemed to ignore the position of this terrifying empress as his body released waves of unbound tyranny, but at this moment something within his aura changed all of a sudden that even Empress Genevieve raised her eyes towards, but she wasn't able to look on for long as the spear of reality within Noah's hands instantly bloomed with a shining silvery light as at its tip, the curvature of a cosmic moon formed as it had sharp edges that tore towards their enemy. A cosmic moon releasing a silvery light as it contained within it a terrifying cutting force that even sniped apart the surrounding space. Rumbled towards Empress Genevieve as she once raised her fair hand to meet it. Reality Moon Eclipser. An ability from the outlaw of reality that was one of the few which didn't utilize the essence of reality and could be powered up by one's own essence. At this moment, Noah pulled from the endless golden river that represented the essence of the Dictum Emperor as this ability was instantly powered up and cast as it cut towards the fair hands of Genevieve. Bzzzt. Like two shocking metals colliding, the fair skin of this being actually shone with a light of forged crystals as she shockingly took such an attack with her bare hands, with her figure being forced to come to a stop as she nodded with appreciation. But as she was about to make a move, Reality Moon Eclipser. Without a microsecond of delay and before Noah had even pulled the spear of reality back, another shocking silvery multicolored moon bloomed and caused the hand holding the tip of the spear to unfurl out forcefully. Reality Moon Eclipser. The spear of reality then instantly formed another eclipsing moon that could cut apart seventh firmament existences where they stood, this attack landing on the palm of Empress Genevieve and finally forcing her body to not just come to a stop but to even slide back an inch. The body of a pure-blooded cardinal royal human whose aura alone overpowered a ninth firmament existence even though she was at the peak of the eighth firmament. What is? Before her eyes could open any further in surprise, she only felt the spear of reality buzz in front of her as one silvery moon after another bloomed incessantly, surging waves of droves of essence being burnt up constantly as the figure of Noah was wrapped up in a silvery gold light of a quasi-taboo nomological edict as he constantly weaved a spear shining with the light of reality. His crimson gold hair shone with flames of tyranny and madness as his eyes were releasing bright rays of wonder, his attacks unfolding without a delay as each one carried a force more than sufficient to burst apart a reality. Each attack carried with it the weight of 6 genuine emerging realities. Boom! Boom! BOM, in the boundary between realities, countless silvery moons formed and burst as they thundered onto the archaic pure-blooded being, this existence becoming covered by a shocking field of light as all around her and Noah, spatial instabilities had already formed throughout and couldn't even heal in time as attack after attack thundered down. Shockingly, Empress Genevieve wasn't even given a chance to retaliate as she had to take everything thrown her way without being able to take a step forward. Droves of essence no being should be capable of freely utilizing in such a constant manner burned as she found out to her surprise that this being before her still seemed undaunted and like he could go on forever. And doubt he truly could, as at this moment, he wasn't even done. Shirring, a socket reality gem appeared within his free left hand as it glimmered in a dazzling fashion, erupting out with a multicolored radiance that surged into the iridescent spear of reality. A shocking indentation gradually formed on the maddening spear, a hexagonal socket forming on its handle that at this moment. Another jewel that appeared in Noah's left hand was called towards this newly created socket. It was a reality Jewel that glimmered with a frosty light, being something that Noah had only obtained the blueprint of from the resplendent treasure cache of Killing the Gazer. Yet now, here it was fully forged as the materials of 10 breaths of reality. 5 common reality jewels, 2 naturally formed primordial treasures, and 5,000 units of the essence of reality were all within Noah's hands. With his shockingly expanded destiny and fortune, it didn't even take Noah's clone a minute in the second treasure island within the Forsaken Treasure reality to find a destiny domain space that held 3 naturally formed primordial treasures, and their search was only getting more and more profitable. So this reality nova jewel came to be a jewel that, when socketed to an offensive relic, it released an area of effect nova that carried with it the force of an exploding reality clasp, with a clear and resounding sound amidst the explosive sounds of a reality moon eclipser. The reality nova jewel was socketed onto the otlotl of reality as freezing temperatures instantly bloomed, waves of shocking power gloriously erupting out at this moment as the body of the tyrannical emperor bubbled forth with countless waves of infinite essence, his mouth unconsciously opening as it released a bellow that caused pillars of pure golden light to surge from his eyes and mouth. Chapter 1563 The Secret to Surpassing the Limits. A glorious scene. Beams of pure golden light surged from the tyrannical emperor's eyes and mouth, and his radiant spear of reality thundered forth with untold power and majesty, where apart from the radiant cosmic moon cutting out constantly in pincer attacks towards Empress Genevieve. Waves of cosmos freezing essence now began to explode outwards as they caused glaciers to form and explode constantly in the surrounding space. The figures of Victoria and Lucia felt the shocking waves of coldness even reach them as they shivered and moved further back, their eyes only being able to see a dazzling figure of a pure-blooded cardinal royal human being pierced by a spear that bloomed with moons and novas of immense coldness that if even a single one hit them, they would suffer deadly injuries as after taking just 4 or 5 of such attacks, they would perish, even from afar. Layers of frost went on to cover their bodies as the power revealed was just too shocking. Yet their new master that they had pledged fealty to was using such attacks with wild abandon, and as if essence preservation didn't matter to him, submerging an important personage in waves of attacks as the two of them wanted to remind Noah that this was just a spar. Why did it seem like he was attacking this important future candidate ruler to kill? Boom, most of all. How were attacks capable of splitting apart realities constantly being released from him without even a pause? Just how dense were this being's reserves? Boom, the bodies of Victoria and Lucia were pushed even further back as they terrifyingly gazed at the immense pure-blooded existences that were the guards of this empress. And they were shocked to see that all 10 beings remained in their linear formation as they watched on coldly without making a single move. Their eyes carried traces of surprise, but there wasn't anything else as they didn't even seem to think that the empress was in any danger. Such a situation confounded those who saw what was happening, but they wouldn't have to be confused for a long time as at this moment, the pearls of joyful laughter echoed out amidst a barrage of reality. Shattering attacks, good, just 2 words. After these words, all hell broke loose, boom, in the midst of reality moon eclipser, being cast left and right instantaneously and the effects of the reality nova jewel displaying themselves an instant that an attack connected. An even more terrifying explosion with a shocking force erupted out from the pristine figure that should have been drowned out by all of these attacks. The explosive force was so domineering that Noah's figure was pushed back and received ravages of pure shocking power, stopping his attacks for moments as the pure-blooded creature he was attacking was revealed at this moment with shocking splendor. The cause for the explosive force that had pushed everything away revealed itself as a shocking image that one could never forget in all their lives was currently displayed with pristine glory. The figure of Empress Genevieve had her arms laying beside her gloriously, her body glimmering with mesmerizing colors as her white cape draped over her back with glamour. She released layers of terrific light that shockingly were weaving and healing the shattered space and rifts of instabilities around her that Noah had caused with his attacks. Layers of terrific light that didn't just come from her body, but 5 stellar-looking rivers of reality that seemed to be converging into fine points that touched her crystalline skin. Rivers of reality, they seemed to be surging out endlessly and coming to converge towards her as they were surging with waves of untold power and essence. Noah even seeing wisps of the essence of reality coursing through these rivers and entering Genevieve's body as they pumped her full of multicolored essence. Have you seen or heard of these before? BZZZT. In the midst of all this, Empress Genevieve saw Noah's dazzling eyes as he stared at the 5 rivers of reality surrounding her and lending her surging waves of immense power as she spoke calmly. Her body was untouched even after all of Noah's attacks, only the edges of her tight golden wrappings that hugged her body were shredded as they revealed more runic lines of ascendancy, but even these wrappings seemed to be healing along with the surrounding space as she was returning back to her full splendor. Towards her question, Noah gave a light nod as he couldn't keep his eyes off of the 5 converging rivers of reality. Her obsidian hair and eyes reflected their stellar lights as these rivers of reality represented something terrific and utterly monstrous. What one has to achieve to bypass the 10 billion cosmos and 10 ascendancy halos limit. Noah uttered such words while staring at the rivers of utter wonder that he only knew about from the memories of primordials. A concept that the gazer was reaching out for but even he couldn't achieve before Noah destroyed him, a concept closely tied to the workings of power of the infinite reality as it defined who could reach and cross the 100 million ascendancy value barrier to go from the 7th firmament and into the 8th firmament, a concept that was controlled by the powerful bloodlines that had lived for countless eons. Yes. Reality passages. Things that very few can forge, with one needing a runic écriture of modus operandi that was only common in the olden times. Yes, the methods to bypass the limit of the 7th firmament were few, with all others leading to stagnation of one's realm without ever being capable of achieving 100 billion cosmos in their lifetimes. Only a singular method that had been available since the olden times could allow one to break past the limits imposed on the soul and reality itself and forge a perfect foundation to proceed forward. This method was through getting one's hands on what were known as runic écritures of modus operandi. Techniques for the operation, collection, and assimilation of all sources of essence as they broke apart restrictions of the infinite realities and allowed one to exceed the limit of 10 billion cosmos and 10 ascendancy halos. Allowing one to even draw in the essence of reality and nourish their body and soul passively for as long as they lived. This was also the first and foremost method after becoming overseers of reality for the truly powerful existences to obtain a steady supply of the essence of reality, operation, collection, and assimilation. These were the 3 things that runic écritures of modus operandi granted, these techniques being things passed only by the most powerful bloodlines that had preserved them and handed them down since the olden times. Like the many countless existences across the vast realities, Noah had up to this point only been absorbing outside sources of essence to build up his origin to the stage it had achieved. Devouring cores, primordial hearts, or shards of a seed of reality. Others absorbed unique treasures, crystals, or directly devoured the origins of others for the energy source. The singular thing all of them had in common was the simple absorption of these outside energy sources to elevate their own up until they reached the level of cosmic filament if they were lucky and resourceful enough. But at the junction of 10 billion cosmos, this mere absorption of outside sources of essence wasn't enough anymore. This was because one was infinitely approaching the stage of reality at that moment, and yet their origin was not in any way operating like a reality operation. This was the first thing that was granted by the techniques most commonly held in the hands of primordials, as this was crucial to allow others to continue on their path towards reality. Before one was granted access to a runic écriture of modus operandi, their origin could be considered half-dead. After they gained one and followed it, their origin would come to life as the stellar bodies within would finally begin to revolve and operate like that of a genuine reality. The restrictions that stopped them before breaking apart as if they were mere glass, as it didn't just open up the pathway for cosmos. Even one's soul would come alive and have its restrictions loosened as they can contain more concepts and forge more ascendancy halos. With a runic écriture of modus operandi, one can forge a reality passage that after the operation portion was achieved, this reality passage would be the one to aid with the collection and assimilation of all sources of essence. The more reality passages one forged, the further they could proceed towards reality. For most average existences who were lucky enough to ever gain a runic écriture of modus operandi and forge a reality passage, they would only ever be able to forge that single one. Geniuses could manage to forge 2 or 3 reality passages, as this was decided by one's talent and destiny among many other factors. Existences such as these had a chance of reaching reality. Existences who were guaranteed to reach the realm of reality were monstrous anomalies that obtained at least 4 reality passages. Now, there was the Empress Genevieve before Noah's eyes, who at this moment showed the glorious splendor of 5 reality passages. Chapter 1560 for the secret to surpassing the limits. Runic écriture of modus operandi, techniques that when we broke down their words roughly translated to runic words of the method of functioning or manner of operating, techniques from the olden times that taught one how to forge reality passages and operate their origin as if it was a genuine reality, breaking the shackles imposed by the infinite realities themselves as they finally went towards higher paths. Merely and roughly absorbing outside essence wasn't enough anymore to proceed forward, as a method of operation had to be followed. To pass the 7th firmament, one needed to get their hands on a runic écriture of modus operandi as among the powerful bloodlines out there. There were weak and powerful runic ecritures of modus operandi. Even the gazer who was a rising existence below the eighth firmament was doing everything he was for nothing else but a strong runic ecriture of modus operandi. He forged a connection with the royal wolf emperor and even went to be as forward as to call him a sworn brother for nothing other than to get as close as possible so that when he sought the modus operandi of the royal wolf bloodline, he would not be put in a difficult situation and be denied. Even Princess Snow was a play that the gazer was making to obtain such techniques from her after a few million years when her father and elders handed them down to her. There were other methods, of course. One of which involved making a great service to the primordials as a whole as one gave out relics or did a major service that they would in turn be rewarded, a basic modus operandi that the powerful non-cardinal royal bloodlines of primordials enjoyed, ones that only allowed a being to forge a single reality passage. The quality of different techniques of modus operandi was vast as the countless bloodlines out there. Only the truly powerful ones were lucky enough to come across these techniques. From the ancient times to break apart the restrictions and head towards reality, the reason why Noah wasn't worried about this restriction was because he knew Natalia's primal titan bloodline had a legend, as this being had to have used a runic ecriture of modus operandi to reach this stage, and would pass down this method only to their bloodline as it would have fallen into Noah's lap in no time. The only downside was that it must have been a relatively weak runic ecriture of modus operandi, as such a legend could barely even defend his own bloodline, the primal titans currently falling into the hands of primordials. But the runic ecritures of modus operandi that primordials held, especially pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines, they were the ones that might allow one to be capable of forging 2 or 3 reality passages, as the technique was just as important as one's talent and destiny. This was how primordials continued to reign supreme. From the olden times, they had these shocking techniques under their arsenal as they produced legends after legends. Even though other bloodlines that had deep history held their own runic ecritures of modus operandi, they could hardly compare as those capable of rivaling primordials. Well, they couldn't be mentioned at this moment. Now, Noah was facing a pure-blooded cardinal royal human that held a shocking runic ecriture of modus operandi that, together with her destiny and talent, granted her 5 runic passages that constantly pumped her full of essence and power. The quantification of such a thing being nearly impossible, the realm of reality was more than guaranteed for her, as it was only a matter of time. This was why, even though she released power at the 8th firmament of ascendancy, she seemed even more overbearing than the actual 9th firmament pure-blooded creature leading the 8th firmament pure-blooded humans. This was why even now, the pure-blood royal guards of this empress had not even lifted a muscle. This was Empress Genevieve, a future candidate ruler for the pure-blooded cardinal royal human bloodline. With glorious splendor, the Empress floated as 5 reality passages connected to her, giving her who knew how many units of the essence of reality every second, as her body right now was releasing unholy waves of power, her skin shining with a crystalline jewel-like shade as she didn't even seem human, and was instead like a fantastical creature from the olden times. I still won't utilize the essence of any edicts or ascendancy halos, but the reinforcement of my reality passages will be utilized from now on. Alexander King, RUUMBLE, your body seems to hold boundless essence. Let us put that to the test. The surroundings split apart as if they were mere shards of glass as she moved, her cape flowing gloriously as she thundered towards Noah's figure that held a spear of reality within his hands, as a shocking greeting continued in an infinitesimally small region of the between realities. Noah's reality-altering system was gradually coming to fruition in the infinite reality. His body swirled with waves of essence of reality as his reserves were elevated to 10,000, this number seemingly acting as another barrier as to break it. Noah had to unlock the restriction of his soul by obtaining a runic ecriture of modus operandi, but he was moving with such haste and speed that he wasn't worried about this minor stoppage of progress. He still had many other things to do, as after achieving the first part of the infinite system, Noah was already looking to begin on the second aspect of this wondrous and ever-evolving structure. He waved his hands to first pull up the information of his in-progress system at this moment, the infinite system, a reality-altering construct forged from a lemniscate primordial epitaph, as it holds the unique feature of being evolvable and changeable over time. Its structure is planned for multiple reality-altering constructs, as currently, the construct of infinite resources has been achieved after the influx of 20,000 units of the essence of reality, as it currently makes it so that all the different types of essence under you, apart from destiny, fortune, and the essence of reality, are infinite. The features of true instant cast and true instant attack have also been unlocked at this time. The second reality-altering construct is yet to be forged, as it shall be termed The gradually coming together system shows itself before Noah's eyes as it was already seeking for what the second reality-altering construct would be. This was what Noah would be beginning right now as he had the resources for it. With the second construct being known as nothing else other than Infinite Dream, Chapter 1565 Infinite Dream. Infinite Dream, this was the name Noah decided for the second construct after Infinite Resources, to be included in the Infinite System, with the purpose of this one being fairly simple: efficiency in conquest and the exploration of the vast infinite realities. Noah's level of power at this moment depended on many things, but one of the central points in his life at this moment was the infinite reality and the task of getting as many more realities fused into it as possible. The problem came with the fact that the countless realities out there were explored and under the influence of other forces. And of course, the unexplored realities were things like the forsaken treasure reality that one would have to coincidentally come across. For Noah to connect the cosmos of new realities, he had to first locate and then spread out his forces and himself thinly, as there was a chance to catch the eyes of powerful existences and raise their awareness about him much too quickly. So when he began this process, he had to be fast and achieve what he wanted before others got on his tail. For the sake of efficiency in locating as many new realities as possible, Noah wanted to call forth the aspect of Infinite Dream. A reality-altering construct that was designed to allow Noah to put to use his overly strong soul to use as he wanted, to branch off and bud portions of his soul into multiple unknown realities. Being reborn within these realities as in a matter of hours if not minutes, he would silently connect their cosmos onto the seat of reality, Infinite Dream. He would close his eyes and separate portions of his consciousness as he would wake up in countless other realities depending on how strong his soul was, or at the end of each dream, he would completely fuse all cosmos of whatever reality he appeared in, as he could obtain tens if not hundreds of realities in mere moments. He had obtained and fused 5 realities in a few days, as after completing the second construct of his infinite system, he wanted to be capable of fusing hundreds in this same period of time, with his 2 quasi-taboo nomological edicts. He had no doubt in being capable of hiding himself if he appeared in emerging realities to explore and fuse them. If he somehow was lucky enough to appear in prime realities or even unexplored forsaken treasure realities, forgotten realities, or continuum apocalypse realities, he would get even greater boons of finding new locations as he could decide the feasibility of fusing the domains of these realities as well. The possibilities of Infinite Dream were too many, as after thinking of design and specifications, all that was left was to actually establish it. 20 medium-tier reality crystals were burned in order to provide the 20,000 units of the essence of reality just to enact the infinite resources aspect of the infinite system. To achieve Infinite Dream, Noah would need just as much if not more as he began at this moment, a splendor of fantastical colors blooming out as the surging essence of reality that had just settled began to rise up once again with utmost wonder. Are you sure you aren't from a pure-blooded cardinal royal primordial bloodline or a creature from the olden times? I really can't find an explanation to make sense about any of this. The sonorous voice of Natalia Rostova rang out as she and Noah were rushing across the second mystically floating treasure island, Foyduit leading the way as he knew the pathways of the island extremely well and led them through the quickest paths to get what they wanted. Natalia still couldn't believe Noah's rate of progression and how this being had gone from the 3rd firmament of ascendancy all the way to the 7th in a matter of days. Trying to find possible explanations for such a phenomenon, they had already scoured over half of this treasure island as Noah gained a few more naturally formed primordial treasures and an abundant cluster of soul crystals, with this island being different than the first as they even come across verdant fields of greenery that held sacred herbs that Noah uprooted in their entirety. Creatures from the olden times can ascend the ranks as fast as me? Noah raised his eyes as he posed the question, wondering just how he would compare to those who had lived eons ago and those who might still be living now. Natalia sought his eyes of unbound confidence and arrogance as she thought about it deeply, actually not being able to come to a conclusion between an entity that was comparable to Noah, as she could only start thinking about the future. How are you doing this? And is there a way for me to achieve such a similar speed? I seek my revenge, and yet every day, it feels that much further away as I simply do not have the tools for the revenge I wish to carry. Her voice was filled with conviction as she spoke, Noah turning to her direction as their figures were mere streaks of light. A small smile becoming etched on his lips as they proceeded forward. Naturally, there is a way. Waves of destiny silently moved about this body of Noah proceeded with the exploration of the forsaken treasure reality, as there were a few other islands to explore, the biggest prize within this reality not yet landing in Noah's hands as it waited for him to search and obtain it. Untold distances away from here, another body of his was sparring with a shocking personage as he unveiled the secrets for the higher stages of power. his eyes landing on the very reality passages he wished to forge himself the most he could obtain. A runic écriture of modus operandi. How many reality passages would he be able to forge when the time came? Would he reach the height of this pure-blooded creature that seemed to be akin to a creature from the olden times? Or would he exceed what she had managed to achieve? The answer was unknown, as even further away from that location, another body of his was completing the second reality-altering construct of his infinite system, wishing to achieve an infinite dream where the exploration of the vast realities would be accomplished by something as wondrous as a mere dream. Chapter 1566 Infinite Dream. Thousands of units of the essence of reality surged as trillions of units of mana rose and fell in waves around Noah's figure. He was bathed with such gorgeous multicolored light that he looked like a spirit who attracted all the essence of nearby realities, the thousands of units of the essence of reality surging into his soul and going towards completing the second construct of the infinite system, infinite dream. BZZZT, PDV pure essence and majesty rose and fell in waves as Noah's control and purpose were so etched out and clear that there was no delay. The second reality-altering construct of infinite dreams has been etched and activated with the sacrifice of 30,000 units of the essence of reality. WAA, brilliant light scattered around Noah as he felt his soul scream out in joy, this construct being specially built for his soul, as it would even go towards empowering it more and more with its purpose. The more lands and realities he conquered, the more existences he had as vassals. The more vassals he had, the more that the ability of tyranny of the soul could elevate his own soul strength higher. The coming future was laid out brightly as more golden prompts fell over Noah's eyes. The features of Endless Dream, Wanderer of Realities, and Soul Dreamer are now free for use. Unlike infinite resources, the construct of Infinite Dream had 3 new features introduced, ones that Noah wasted no time looking at as he wanted to utilize this wondrous reality-altering construct right away. Endless Dream, the realm of souls is abstruse to many, and the realm of dreams is even further off. This is an ability that requires 1,000 units of the essence of reality to keep active daily, and it will in turn allow you to butt off portions of your soul into the boundaries between realities, these portions of souls traversing out in a dream state as they cannot be discovered by anyone with a concept at the level of quasi-taboo or below. In an endless fashion, they will search for realities to attach themselves to until they are successful. When a successful implantation into a reality occurs, the consciousness within the soul shall awaken as the power of the tyrannical emperor can be released. Wanderer of realities, traversing the vast realities is perilous, as the act of utilizing one's soul to do so is even more dangerous. This feature allows the user to utilize their destiny and fortune to guide their unconscious portions of souls sent out by Endless Dream, or if their destiny is vibrant enough, then even finding bountiful realities filled with fortune is possible. All realities that the Wanderer of Realities visits will have their signature recorded down, as finding the same reality will only become easier with time. This feature utilizes the essence of destiny and fortune as the only cost, with 1 billion units of each essence being required to guide a single portion of a soul. Soul Dreamer, the soul is the pathway to everything. This feature allows the user to not just traverse with their soul into genuine realities, but they can also make their targets to be the souls of living existences, as they can traverse in the dimension of dreams and into the consciousness of others, or even spread out their soul onto the surrounding reality to increase their affinity and understanding over time. Those who are defenseless towards soul dreamers will never be able to understand if they are the target of one, but those proficient in traversing the dimension of dreams are not to be taken lightly. While utilizing Soul Dreamer, one can obtain information on the concepts, memories, and techniques known by their target, and those seeking the dimension of dreams to understand natural laws can go to sleep ignorant and wake up from an endless slumber having understood everything about realities. 3 wondrous features bloomed and waited for Noah's use, as each one was more wondrous than the other, and they complemented each other extremely well. Endless Dream allowed Noah to butt off portions of his soul onto the boundary between realities, but he would be searching aimlessly for months or years if he didn't have Wanderer of Realities to guide him subconsciously to unknown fantastical realities. Meanwhile, Soul Dreamer was a tool for him to utilize to better understand the vast realities in a shocking manner, while also being able to spy on other beings subconsciously and copy things about themselves. The only caveat being that his targets had to be properly chosen, otherwise he would face the wrath of truly powerful existences. The prime example was Empress Genevieve, this being Noah could not even think about touching. She more than likely had multiple quasi-taboo nomological edicts, if not something even more disastrous, and unknown treasures and relics afforded to her by the pure-blooded cardinal royal human bloodline, but there would be other targets. There would be beings that Noah could mask himself against while utilizing Soul Dreamer. There would be a lot to understand about the mysteries of the vast realities in the future to come, but his focus at this moment, endless dream. He uttered the words of the ability he had to cast as this true sanguine clone stared off into the distance of the cosmic Holy Land, watching as the main body materialized before his eyes. To conduct the reality-altering constructive infinite dream, the soul was utilized. If Noah wanted the greatest results, he had to have his soul with the origin being his main body dreaming and budding off the countless other portions of souls that he could spare. Due to this, Noah had left behind a lower existence clone with his newly born son and his own mom along with everyone else, spending time with them as much as possible while he still moved behind the scenes to ensure a happy life for all of them. His main body floated to be situated on the golden throne, releasing waves of pure luster in the highest peak of the cosmic Holy Land, his radiant rainbow-like eyes gradually closing while his body activated a skill that would drain 1,000 units of the essence of reality daily. Endless dream. Clang, the eyes of the tyrannical emperor closed as they released a sound as if they were a huge metal door. An incandescent light shone thereafter as with the utterance of two words, A. Shocking dream unfolded. Chapter 1567. I'm something of an alchemist myself. Endless dream was cast as Noah's soul buzzed and shone with a radiant luster, a unique change occurring at this moment as Noah gritted his teeth unconsciously for this process. This was because minute parts of him began to separate at this moment, turning into glimmering blinking lights that shockingly went to bud off from his head and appear in his surroundings, multicolored and mesmerizing to see. The spots of light represented his soul as at the even number of 100. They stopped coming out. For his first endless dream, this was the number Noah stopped at while sensing the strength of his soul as after culminating 100 portions, the ability of Wanderer of Realities was cast. BZZZT, boundless waves of destiny and fortune wrapped over the multicolored spots of lights, their color nearly becoming tinged gold as it wasn't even a question of which fantastical realities these glimmers of a soul could find, but just how wondrous they were bound to be. Go forth, with the command of the dreaming ruler. These 100 spots of light supported by the destiny of a being all those below the rank of legend could not compare to in this aspect. All of them spread out in different directions to seek unknown wonder. A tyrannical emperor went into a deep slumber. His seeds stretched out across the infinite realities as while wrapped up by a shocking flood of destiny, they sought realities to attach onto and allow for the descent of this terrific being, the might of an existence not utilizing much of their power but simply the strength of their body alone with the backing of the essence of their reality passages. Just this was enough to stop Noah's advancement at this moment. It wasn't that Noah was weak in any way, it was just this pure-blooded creature was too fearsome. Interesting. Her bare hand struck out against a spear of reality that held the weight of 6 emerging realities, her dazzling fair hands bypassing the frost of a reality nova that caused space-rending glaciers to form as her skin was still spotless. Boom! Boom! Reality moon eclipsers constantly rained down without a time delay due to instant cast, each releasing a bisecting light of a radiant moon of a reality as they were followed with the area of effect attack brought by a socketed reality nova jewel. Noah's body was coursing with multicolored light as he seemed to be casting these abilities without even considering the concept of essence reserves, his flaming hair shining out with tyrannical waves as his eyes didn't let the 5 reality passages out of his sight. Fantastical rivers of reality that all surged into the vibrant figure of the golden-clothed white-caped empress who could actually withstand his sway. Generous enlightened primordial relic with her bare hands, these waves of attacks would have been enough to even eradicate weak 8th firmaments who have only enacted a single reality passage. You are interesting for a 7th firmament celestial vine, Alexander King. An explosive force that pushed away everything erupted out, Noah being flung out of the way as he was utterly unable to even get past the defenses of this being's skin at his current stage. And she hadn't even used her edicts or ascendancy halos as when she did so. Empress, are you not at the 8th firmament as well? Noah's voice was calm as he saw the shocking spar that was a mere greeting was coming to a close, Genevieve raising her brows as her white cape glimmered with light that went on to heal the surrounding space. I am me. Other 8th firmaments should not even be compared against me as I alone hold a singular title in the pure-blooded cardinal royal human bloodline. As the reality warping bellicose tyrant, reality warping bellicose tyrant, PD&V a shocking name and title as it was truly deserving of a being who used her bare hands to push apart strikes capable of shattering realities, an existence that made Noah extremely interested in pure-blooded cardinal royal humans and how they focused on the elevation of the power of their bodies and physiques, with him thinking of ways to elevate the strength of his own body to the point that even primordial relic would not be able to harm his skin. This was a thought for the future as Noah nodded with somberness at the words of the Empress, this being glimmering with dazzling light as her golden-clothed figure floated back towards the obsidian cuboidal vessel while leaving behind mesmerizing words. That was a fun greeting. Lead the way to the domains of the celestial vines, and let us see the alchemical skills that even some cardinal royal bloodlines cannot achieve. WAA. She didn't ask about Noah's shocking sui generis enlightened primordial relic. She didn't question how he was constantly releasing terrific waves of attacks as if resource preservation didn't matter to him. She didn't question a single thing about Noah's power as she simply considered it a somewhat outstanding greeting, but it still wasn't enough to entirely draw her attention as even against all this, if she got serious at any point during the spar. Well, we didn't even have to mention this. BZZZT. Noah watched the pure-blooded humans enter their humongous vessel as the serendipity of the cataclysmic reality appeared below him again. The bodies of Victoria and Lucia appearing beside him once again as they were looking towards Noah with a hint of fear and at this moment. Respect. This was because they heard from a future candidate ruler of a pure-blooded bloodline that this master they had pledged fealty to. Could actually eradicate an 8th firmament existence with his swarm of attacks, while at the 7th firmament of ascendancy, he could match the weakest among those that had broken past the limits and forged a reality passage, and of course, this was possible as the weapon this being wielded carried with it the weight of multiple realities, backed by his newly forged system that was just at its very beginnings. Such a being was the one they had just been tied to as at this moment, he powered the serendipity of the cataclysmic reality below them as it continued to shoot forth towards the domains of the celestial vines. Behind them, a humongous cuboidal vessel of the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans followed as at its helm. An empress adorned in gold with a glorious white cape draping over her shoulders had a smile that was filled with a great deal of mysteries. Chapter 1568. I'm something of an alchemist myself. Across the vast realities, there were many austere dimensions and layers of reality that other beings would never see in their lifetimes. Of those previously mentioned, there were the mirror realities that could be accessed through the mirror dimension. And there were dream realities that could be accessed through the dimension of dreams. Very few existences could utilize unique levels of power that allowed them to traverse into such dimensions, and Noah had begun taking steps into the dimension of dreams at this moment as his infinite dream construct pulled upon the unique essence of this dimension. 100 portions of his soul wrapped around this essence as they silently spread out across the boundary between realities. The movements of these portions of Noah's soul were extremely erratic as the distance they covered could not be looked at normally, with their path of travel beings through gaps of the dimension of dreams as they could be in one spot in the infinitely vast realities at one moment and be countless light years away the next. They flashed with intent and purpose as they were wrapped up by Noah's bountiful destiny and fortune, each one carrying with it a billion units of destiny and fortune as Noah still had quintillions of units of such essence to spare. While the tyrannical emperor slumbered, his portions of soul traversed countless light years unseen as ever so slowly. They latched onto their own targets under the guidance of destiny and fortune, within an unknown reality that had its ruination and primordial seas tinged with a frozen cold essence that caused glaciers of primordial and ruination essence to form. Stellar white cosmos could be seen floating across its vast seas as countless unique existences were contained within. And within the glacial primordial sea. Something bloomed at this moment as a golden flash of light was ejected while releasing wisps of essence from the dimension of dreams. PSSS. Constant pulses of light were released as the wondrous portion of a terrifying existence anchored itself onto this reality, the hazy circular figure enlarging with every pulse as it gradually took on a humanoid form while an illusory crimson gold crown began to rotate above it. In no time, this humanoid figure developed devilishly handsome features as its eyes opened from slumber, a look of confusion being seen on its face briefly before the eyes cleared and began to shine with a luster of multicolored light. The portion of soul awoke from its slumber as its multicolored eyes gazed around it and at the thousands of cosmos its eyes of the watcher could already see, wasting no time as it shot out towards the nearest cosmos to begin its task. This was a single soul that was steered by destiny to quickly find a wondrous emerging reality. There were 99 other portions of souls that held their own destinies, nobody knowing what percentage would land within emerging realities or prime realities. Or realties that Noah had yet to even be in. The serendipity of the cataclysmic reality tore across the boundary between realities as it neared the domains of the celestial vines, a few hours passing since the meeting with the cuboidal vessel of the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans that now followed behind them. Master, how should we be acting since Empress Genevieve will more than likely become the focus of our bloodline as they receive her? Elder Victoria was beside Noah as she asked carefully, since they were near the prime reality that was surrounded by many others under the domain of the celestial vines. Hours ago, Victoria had already sent word back to the other elders of her bloodline that she had been saved by a primordial with an emperor of old bloodline who was also of their race that she was bringing home. This caused the elders to turn ecstatic as they had seen when the life medallion of Raynor vanished, this being the celestial vine that did not bend the knee to Noah. An existence even more powerful than Victoria and Raynor had appeared as he carried the celestial vine's bloodline, and even a bloodline from the olden times. It was enough for the core forces of the seventh firmament elders to prepare a welcome banquet and celebrate. But Victoria also released another piece of news that even caused the eighth firmament tyrants of the celestial vines to be mobilized: the coming of Empress Genevieve, a future candidate ruler of a pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline, visiting them to see just how genius their bloodline was in alchemy. This caused the higher-ups of the celestial vines to move in fervor as the welcoming ceremony that should have been for Noah drastically changed and was made into something that even the ancestral elders of the ninth firmament rarely came out of seclusion to appear. These were existences focused on achieving reality. And yet when it came to the majesty of pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines, they could not compare as they had to show their respect. So when it comes to how they should act, we're just escorting the Empress right now into our lands. Just go with the pace and inform the elders that I understand the importance of Empress Genevieve, and they can put their focus on her without worrying that I will feel scorned from not being showered with their attention. Noah's eyes shone with a golden glint of destiny as he spoke, Victoria nodding her head as her body buzzed with mental power. The vessel they were on beginning to slow down as a vast glimmering verdant river of an endless reality bloomed before them. At the far stretches of this reality, one could see multiple other prime and emerging realities closely shining together, this being a cluster of realities that someone truly powerful had to pull close together. In front of the boundaries of these realities, there were already existences standing on unique vessels waiting for them as they were arranged in neat rows, many of them adorned in green gold robes with inscriptions of leaves as they gave off abundant life force. The enormous cuboidal vessel of the pure-blooded humans appeared beside the serendipity of the cataclysmic reality soon after as the existences within had their auras vibrantly felt. The faces of the celestial vines in the distance filled with respect as they gazed forward. A flash of multicolored light bloomed out as Noah's party was the first to disembark, Victoria and Lucia being the ones to step forward with Noah floating behind them as Victoria announced loudly, "Empress Genevieve has graced our domains with a visit today. Let us make her feel at home, WAA." Her sound waves reverberated around them as the neatly situated celestial vines ranging from the first firmament of ascendancy to even three existences at the very forefront being at the ninth firmament of ascendancy smiled, the glorious aura of Empress Genevieve erupting out as she left her vessel with 10 pure-blooded cardinal royal humans and arrived in the domains of the celestial vines. Chapter 1569. I'm something of an alchemist myself. LLL, welcome, welcome. It is an honor for the Empress to visit our domains today. Stellar rows of celestial vines in human form parted as the glorious figures of white golden-garbed pure-blooded humans were led into the prime reality that was known as the verdant vineyard. The verdant robes of the ninth firmament elders held a vibrant golden mark of a tall tree, each of them showing the illusory sight of tens of billions of cosmos. The ones doing the speaking were three ninth firmament celestial vines as Empress Genevieve nodded towards them, her eyes serene as her voice echoed out, "I came by to witness the alchemical knowledge and ways of the celestial vines today. I hope the elders pardon my intrusion." Even though she was above them in status, she still spoke calmly and didn't demean the three existences that were a stage higher than hers, as it only caused their smiles to deepen. Noah and his party were behind them as seventh and eighth firmament celestial vines nodded towards Noah with excited looks as they sought his illusory crimson gold crown, knowing that another powerhouse was about to enter their bloodline as they looked forward to what this would mean for them. The procession was smooth as the message Victoria sent was followed, Noah's entrance not being made into a huge deal to even come close to overshadowing Empress Genevieve as they entered the verdant vineyard swiftly. The ninth firmament celestial vines in the lead, speaking with pride as the image of this prime reality became clear to all. Our celestial vines seek homes filled with life force, and this verdant vineyard fulfilled our dreams the most as it is a reality where plant life thrives. An introduction was given as Noah's eyes were exposed to the things he felt like he knew for millions of years through the memories of Raynor. A scene that showed green rivers of essence mixed in vibrantly with the ruination sea, where cosmos wrapped in verdant light shone with luster far in the distance. Apart from the cosmos, one could also shockingly see vast stretches of land and earth floating in the green red sea of ruination. These stretches of floating islands pulsing with immense life force as endless amounts of vegetation could be seen within them. When one zoomed further in, they would be able to see the figures of enormous celestial vines taking on the form of glorious vines with endless branches and green tendrils that tended to the vast vegetations within the floating landmasses, working in harmony and wonder as everything around them seemed to be filled with the pure force of life. We have sacred lands stretched throughout this reality where we cultivate sacred herbs and other materials we use in making elixirs and pills. With abilities we have perfected over the years, we can cultivate herbs to become hundreds of thousands of years old within mere years. With the sacred herbs in our stores being so profound that our specialty herb which can increase the strength of one's soul can only be farmed here, a ninth firmament celestial vine known as Ancestral Elder Kiesler was the one taking the lead as he spoke, his eyes shining with a hazy green light similar to his hair as a smile never left his lips while he introduced everything and led their groups further into the verdant vineyard. Apart from the lands where we cultivate sacred herbs, we also have the mystical pill mountains within every single prime reality where we produce our prized elixirs and pills that make their name across these vast realities. They floated past the glimmering sacred lands and a few shining cosmos that all seem to be rotating and surrounding a single location, a vast mountain stretching out endlessly with its peak aimed and seemingly ready to break the boundary between realities. A mountain that was bathed with a cloudy green light and verdant greenery all around, the welcoming party floating towards it as Ancestral Elder Kiesler continued with shining eyes. Today is a special occasion with the Empress visiting us, so we move forward the Centennial Alchemy Tournament as our prominent alchemists will utilize the rarest cauldrons and pill furnaces to produce the highest quality of elixirs and pills they can. His words coincided with them breaking past the verdant cloud layer and fully entering this mystical pill mountain, their eyes gazing at intricate ancient dwellings and huge monuments of bronze and gold cauldrons and pill furnaces all over the region. With the largest structure being an enormous green cauldron structure near the peak of the mystical Pill Mountain, thousands of miles in size, where the largest clusters of beings could be seen. Their distinguished celestial vines in human form could be seen as they were adorned in purple robes to distinguish their profession as alchemists, with each of them having a different number of golden lines branded onto their purple robes as they represented their rank as an alchemist. Those with a single golden line on their purple robes were master alchemists, while those with 2 lines were grandmaster alchemists. And there were actually 5 beings that were currently adorned with 3 golden bands on their purple robes standing at the forefront as they were peerless alchemists. Atop this centennial cauldron, we shall have some of our prized alchemists compete to show the most treasures, pills and elixirs they can produce. The procession arrived atop the centennial cauldron where many powerful auras were gathered, the purple robes of the alchemists prominent as they paid their respects to the figure of Empress Genevieve, who nodded towards them calmly. Her eyes twinkled with light as she gazed at the many pill furnaces and cauldrons atop this location, as well as the vibrant life force given off by the herbs all over this mystical pill mountain that would make other races jealous to even see it. While taking in such a sight, her eyes flashed with light as she actually turned to her side and gazed towards an unexpected direction. Her eyes landing on Noah, who was currently surrounded by Victoria and a few other elders that had come to meet him and show their respect, even if all of them were currently focusing on Empress Genevieve. Alexander King. You're outstanding in a few areas as I've seen. Are you also knowledgeable about alchemy to be adorned with the robes of a grandmaster alchemist, or even a peerless alchemist? Her words caught everyone by surprise as the eyes of all beings followed her gaze to land on Noah's position. The existence with an illusory crimson gold crown that represented a bloodline from the olden times actually rose to meet his eyes with the Empress as with a light smile, he replied without a pause. I am not yet adorned with the robes of one, but I am something of an alchemist myself, Empress. Probably a peerless one, I would say. His flaming hair rose and fell in waves as the eyes of many beings landed on him, their eyes sweeping over his body to affirm the bloodline of a celestial vine and a primordial, as they were shocked to hear Empress Genevieve actually focus her words and attention on him. Was it because both of them carried a bloodline from the olden times, or was there something deeper? And his words of him probably being a peerless alchemist, even though he wasn't certified with a purple robe nor had he ever shown his abilities before. Just how truthfully were they? Peerless alchemist, this was a title that less than 20 beings enjoyed in their entire bloodline. Existences that were routinely called over to the innermost parts of the infinite realities, into the domains of primordials, to serve as the alchemists of pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline lineages or as guests, were even at this moment in time. The 5 peerless alchemists standing grandly before them today and participating in the Centennial Alchemy Tournament were the only ones present in their domains at this moment. the other 15 were prized existences who took posts among cardinal royal bloodlines as they spread the prestige of the celestial vines away from home and kept their status elevated. For an existence to say they were probably a peerless alchemist without any basis, it drew the ire of a few beings even though they still looked towards this Alexander king holding an emperor of old bloodline favorably, it drew the ire of others, but the faces of the actual peerless alchemists flashed with their own thoughts as they stood tall with pride, the sonorous voice of Empress Genevieve ringing out once more as it reverberated in the very souls of those who heard it. Then we must see your capabilities in this Centennial Alchemy Tournament, WAA, a statement that could also be seen as a command as it carried an undeniable weight. Under the eyes of many beings, Noah let out a light smile as his body gave off silent waves of destiny. His gaze landing on the enormous cauldron platform where the eyes of many alchemists were glaring at him with indifference and pride. So what if he carried an olden bloodline? Was this enough for him to just claim himself to be a peerless alchemist? A pristine profession that bypassed bloodlines across these vast realities as such existences would be welcomed even in a pure-blooded bloodline with open arms, supremely elevated that some even believed they were above peerless forgers as their alchemical creations ranged from terrifying poisons that could lay waste to realities all the way to prized pills that could allow one to easily complete edicts, power up their soul permanently, or even grant stupendous momentary boosts that could overcome those stronger than them in power. These were peerless alchemists, and not just anyone could become a peerless alchemist. Chapter 1570. Now that's a peerless alchemist. The power and prestige of a peerless alchemist could not be disparaged. These were the thoughts of many beings as while they still fought to keep their favorable impression of the being they knew as Alexander who was being introduced to them today similar to Empress Genevieve, some couldn't help but form negative opinions of him. But those with weight and power at the 8th and 9th firmament of ascendancy knew how to act as the two most powerful celestial vines managing the situation. Here smiled at Noah's and Genevieve's exchange. The voice of ancestral elder Kiesler ringing out with joy. We will of course show off all the talents of our celestial vines before the Empress, with Elder Alexander's talents being something that might surprise all of us. He allowed things to flow smoothly with no tension erupting as he didn't even allow the 5 peerless alchemists to begin arguing with Noah, his eyes motioning below as purple-robed master alchemists seemingly received commands and cleared up the area where the peerless alchemists were to make up one extra spot. Good. Then let us see the wonders of alchemy firsthand today. The resonant voice of Empress Genevieve echoed out as she and the 10 pure-blooded cardinal royal humans that had terrifying buff statures were led to elevated platforms on the side that had green and gold luxurious seats with curvaceous female celestial vines ready to serve sparkling food. This being the area of highest importance as one could see everything playing out on the Centennial Cauldron. The shimmering purple robes of alchemists moved in and out as with slight apprehension. Victoria moved with Noah towards the Centennial Cauldron where everything would be happening as the two of them received the stern voice of ancestral elder Kiesler in their ears at this moment. I was going to welcome you into our folds fully and even test your gains in alchemy in private, Alexander, but we will have to find out along with everyone else if your words of having the talent of a peerless alchemist are true. Enjoy this experience and don't take any negative gazes seriously as before the status of an alchemist is certified with everyone's eyes. They can't help but doubt. The ancestral elder was extremely good as even though they didn't know too much about Noah, they didn't disparage him as they knew an existence with a bloodline from the olden times was still important to rope in. Noah smiled lightly at this as he sent back silent sound waves. Ancestral elder doesn't have to worry. I just hope you have another set of purple robes meant for a peerless alchemist for me to adorn soon. WAA. With confidence and splendor, he arrived atop the Centennial Cauldron as the face of the powerful 9th firmament celestial vine who had opened who knew how many reality passages nearly twitched, controlling everything seamlessly as the moment that Empress Genevieve and her terrifying guards were seated he floating above the Centennial Cauldron while releasing an aura of power and wonder with his voice booming out. In our bloodline, we test ourselves to constantly improve and overcome our previous selves with frequent Centennial Alchemy tournaments. With the one today being a truly important one as we display the glory of celestial vines to Empress Genevieve, OM. WAV.co, dazzling waves of green and gold emanated from him as things below were all prepared, alchemists getting into positions as the semicircular elevated platform surrounding the Centennial Cauldron was filled with important personages ranging from the 1st to the 8th firmament of ascendancy. Each of them carried gazes of pride as they considered themselves blessed to witness today's Centennial Alchemy tournament. With the whole thing being spiced up this time around as an existence claiming to be a peerless alchemist without ever showing his skills was actually participating, our lives are spent studying countless edicts to refine herbs, minerals, and all sorts of treasures into glorious destiny-changing elixirs and pills. Today, we show off the results of the silent hardships we go through for millions of years in a single day. So be proud of your alchemic creations and show everyone why the celestial vines deserve the honor and glory of alchemists across these vast realities. Ooh, impassioned words and bellows rang out as multicolored splendor erupted around the mystical Pill Mountain. Empress Genevieve looking at all of this with an impassive smile, with her eyes commonly lingering towards a position of a certain someone who was setting himself up and familiarizing himself with a pill furnace. The shockingly handsome and buffed pure-blooded human guards remained standing behind her as they didn't even take their seats, the curvaceous figures of female celestial vines coming around them shyly to serve them refreshments as they gave suggestive looks that caused the hardened eyes of these powerful beings to flash with light. Those chosen to serve them were actually celestial vines at the sixth firmament or above. Powerful beings such as this actually reduced to serving refreshments for the guests of their bloodline as they actually did so willingly. For pure-blooded cardinal royal existences, many of them were even expectant that if they stood out enough, then when night came for people to relax, they might form even stronger connections with these pure-blooded creatures in other unique ways. If something miraculous occurred and they actually went on to carry a budding bloodline of a pure-blooded existence within them after tonight, their lives would entirely change as they would have a vastly different destiny, with nuances like this. Occurring around this centennial alchemy tournament, Ancestral Elder Kiesler and the other ancestral elders took their seats not too far away from Empress Genevieve as an eighth firmament celestial vine appeared in front of the centennial cauldron and began leading the pace of the tournament. The ways of alchemy are too numerous as the methods of refining are many, with the first task of this tournament being the refinement of an energy convergence pill, energy conversion pill. An alchemical creation that allowed one to very quickly recover the mana within their body, and the simplest type of pill to forge out there, as the master alchemists were the first to start to show off their power. Each master alchemist stood in front of a cauldron or pill furnace that released intense heat that was ready to break down any materials, and the materials to forge an energy convergence pill were provided for everyone atop a verdant glass table that flashed with a spatial light to cause them to appear. The master alchemists waved their hands after studying the newly appearing materials thoughtfully, controlling some to enter their cauldrons and pill furnaces as the arduous task of pill refining began. Many eyes were focused here as uniquely. One could see that some of the eyes of the master alchemists were at times glancing towards Noah's figure with a competitive and unfriendly light, a trace of resentment being carried within these gazes as they saw Noah placed at the same level as peerless alchemists, even though he wasn't even certified to be one. Their gazes seemed to tell him that he was only receiving this treatment due to his emperor of old bloodline, and they were provocatively looking at him to let him know that what they were doing now was true pill refining that he might not even be able to match his entire life. Chapter 1571. Now that's a peerless alchemist. LOM. Glorious splendor of colors bloomed as the master alchemists began their pill refining, the eyes of Victoria becoming exceedingly cold as she saw the gazes that some of the master alchemists were giving towards Noah's direction. If she could see this, it meant that the many powerful beings above her could see this, as the eighth and ninth firmament existences watched on calmly to see the outcome of everything. Empress Genevieve was tapping the verdant gold chair she sat on with regality as she observed the master alchemists, the results very quickly being seen in minutes. BZZZT, the lids of the different colored cauldrons near them shone before lifting up and releasing a soft white glow. The refining of an energy convergence pill being a fairly fast procedure as the results were made clear to all, with sparkling white light released from them. 5 clear white pills that held a distinct wavy white line and gave off an austere aura of power calmly floated the color and single white line indicating their rank as low-tier pills, as such was the level that master alchemists could forge with certainty. Low-tier convergence pills like these could recover 5 to 10% of a being's mana reserves depending on their purity, which was shown by how bright and sparkling the wavy white line on the pill was. Most master alchemists could only receive 50% purity as grandmaster alchemists. It was their turn to show off at this moment as they repeated the same procedure that the master alchemists had gone through. Materials appeared beside them in a flash of spatial light as they controlled them in sequence to enter their pill furnaces and cauldrons, a mere minute passing before the forging of a low-tier pill like this was finished, as they were even faster than the master alchemists. Blinding light shone out as this time, it was a wondrous blue and not the white of the master alchemists, as 8 sparkling pills came out from a cauldron, each of them being medium-tier convergence pills that had 2 blue wavy Lines that shone brightly as they represented 80% purity. White with a single white line was low tier with 50% purity, as the next stage that Grandmaster alchemists could forge were blue-colored pills with two wavy blue lines that represented medium-tier pills with 80% purity. With medium-tier energy convergence pills, one could recover 30 to 40% of their mana with a single pill due to their higher tier in purity. Ooh. The blue pills shone with splendor as many beings nodded their heads, these beings the types of pills each of them sought for to utilize in their lives, as the pills that peerless alchemists refined out were too expensive and out of reach for them, as only the ancestral elders of their bloodline enjoyed such perks. Their eyes at this moment shone brightly as they turned from the Grandmaster alchemists and towards the 5 peerless alchemists, as well as the existence with a shimmering illusory crimson gold crown who claimed to be of the same status. Everyone's eyes were focused on this, as just like before, the same materials that Master and Grandmaster alchemists had gotten were teleported beside the pill furnaces and cauldrons of the peerless alchemists, this being the fantastical thing about different tiers of alchemists. With the same materials, each one could produce vastly different types of pills, as it all depended on their technique of refinement, how they controlled the heat when breaking down the materials, and how they ultimately formed the pills. The higher the purity, the higher the tier, unlike the Master and Grandmaster alchemists. The 5 peerless alchemists began in sequence, as they didn't all go at once, their prestige being too high for that, as everyone was able to feast their eyes on the mystical ways in sequence they poured their materials into the cauldron, and even how long it took. Within a mere 20 seconds, the first peerless alchemist, that was an old ancient-looking celestial vine who screamed of ancientness, finished, the lid of his cauldron lifting high by itself as blinding rays of purple light were released from it. Shing, with majesty, 10 distinct purple high-tier convergence pills shining with splendor appeared, even brighter, 3 purple lines being etched on each of the pills, as a single one held 100% purity and could recover 80% of a being's mana. 100% purity. All powerful existences loved such pills, as it was like swallowing pure energy, no sources or dredges of impurity being left behind in their bodies with these types of pills, as only peerless alchemists could refine them. They could refine easy to make pills like this and even higher level pills that Master and Grandmaster alchemists could never make. And this earned them their terrifying status and allowed them to be wanted in all bloodlines. That is peerless alchemist Theodore. He achieved his standing 56 million years ago as ancestral elder Kiesler began introducing the distinguished existences to Empress Genevieve at this time, as she nodded, a second peerless alchemist beginning their work at the same time. At the same time span, rays of purple splendor shot out as 10 purple pills with 3 wavy lines appeared once more, the blinding lights causing the eyes of many things to sparkle as they looked at the pills greedily. This is peerless alchemist. More introductions followed as one peerless alchemist went after another, each one without fail producing high-tier energy convergence pills, until finally it was the turn of a certain emperor of old. Silence descended onto the surroundings as all eyes landed on this being, his hands held behind his back calmly as he gazed at the products of the 5 peerless alchemists without having much of a change of emotions. The 4 ancient-looking men and 1 woman that made up the peerless alchemists gazed back at him coldly, their eyes trying their best to not outright show their disdain of this being that carried a unique bloodline. As the air turned tense, shirring, a flash of spatial light allowed the same materials everyone had used to appear. Noah staring at them calmly, as unlike what everyone expected, he didn't start working his pill furnace or cauldron, as he actually waved his hands to cause a stellar-looking cauldron to appear beside him. A cauldron that actually glimmered with a wondrous light of illusory cosmos appeared, as it caused the eyes of many beings to flash sharply, with them sensing a unique aura they couldn't truly understand. Empress Genevieve's eyes flashed as she leaned forward from her seat, looking at this stellar cauldron, as it reminded her very much of the sui generis enlightened primordial relic that was the spear of reality she had seen from this being not too long ago. Are the cauldrons of our celestial vines not up to your stands, O probable peerless alchemist? The ancient voice of the 8 firmament peerless alchemist Theodore rang out with coldness, as he couldn't stop himself at this moment, Noah's eyes only rising to glance at this being at the corner of his eyes, before he waved his hands to allow all of the materials provided to sink into the stellar cauldron that was taken from the alchemy hall of his infinite reality. He actually ignored peerless alchemist Theodore, as it caused the eyes of this being to shine dangerously, ridicule even appearing on his gaze and the gazes of many as they saw Noah putting in all the materials without any sequence or understanding. No waves of heat could even be felt from the stellar cauldron as its lid descended to close. Theodore about to speak once more to ridicule as they waited to see the results, when shockingly, not even 2 seconds passed before the lid that had just closed down began to rise up. With a shocking blinding light beginning to echo out with fantastical rays. 2 Seconds, not even 2 seconds when the peerless alchemists before him took around 20 seconds to finish. Even more shockingly, the blinding rays of light being released from his stellar cauldron weren't the white of master alchemists or the blue of grandmaster alchemists. Nor was it the purple of peerless alchemists. Rays of blinding pillars of golden light boomed out from the stellar cauldron as a golden mist began to suffice outwards, the entire mystical pill mountain beginning to shake at this moment as if it sensed the aura of something terrific. The eyes of all beings changed and turned blank as the peerless alchemists near Noah began to pant, the ancestral elder Kiesler and others rising from their seats with their faces carrying red from shock. Chapter 1572. Now that's a peerless alchemist. LLL, resplendent golden rays of light so profound that before the lid of the stellar cauldron even opened, the mystical pill mountain began to tremble and shake as if it was feeling the arrival of something grand. In the midst of it all, the stellar humanoid figure of an existence with flaming hair and an illusory crimson gold crown shining above his head could be seen, his face screaming with splendor and regality as even in the face of this golden light, he was taking it calmly as if it was only natural, as if to surpass the purple light of peerless alchemists was nothing major. The pure-blooded humans that were being entertained by curvaceous celestial vines had their eyes flash sharply as they focused on Noah, and the gaze of the Empress was flashing even more brilliantly as she locked onto Noah, as Empress Genevieve observed the blank faces of the 5 peerless alchemists that were seemingly being pushed back by the blinding golden light released from the stellar cauldron. She had many thoughts bud within her mind as torrential waves of destiny circled around her. At the same time, Ancestral Elder Kiesler and the other 9th Firmament Ancestral Elder had risen from their seats as after their stupor and shock, wild looks of ecstasy began to appear on their faces as they turned to look at each other meaningfully. The stellar cauldron fully opened as 10 dazzling golden-colored pills appeared, a misty cloud of gold pervading all around them as one could see bright golden lines on each of these pills that released glorious rays of light. Around these pills, one could also see glimmering multicolored essence that was actually the essence of reality. This essence seemingly attracted to the pills as they surged in and out of them freely. Such was the scene of glory that Noah was surrounded by at this moment. As all the other spectators looked at the radiant glory playing out, they couldn't help but have a singular thought when gazing at the being standing at the center of it all and accepting the 10 shining pills into his hands. Now that is a peerless alchemist, WAA. Wondrous demeanor and colors of other peerless alchemists couldn't compare as when they looked at this being, they felt like he embodied this title the most, a calm being that twirled the treasured pills within his hands as if they were common items, raising his head thereafter as he looked at the peerless alchemist Theodore as spoke out with utmost majesty. Are these pills up to your standards, O peerless alchemist? The words caused Theodore to turn ashen as he was forced a few steps back. Even though this being had lived for hundreds of millions of years and was in the 8th firmament, the regality that Noah released right now was off the charts as even such an existence was forced back unconsciously, an enlightened peerless alchemist. Good, Bohem. The booming voice of Ancestral Elder Kiesler rumbled out as it shook everyone from their stupor and dispelled some of the awkwardness that Theodore would have had to feel under Noah's gaze, the eyes of many beings flashing with shock and reverence when they now gazed at Noah as with a single move he had elevated himself even above peerless alchemists. Just who were enlightened peerless alchemists? They were existences that could achieve more than just 100% purity, as with everything they refined, even the very essence of reality would surge into their products as their effects were unmatched. They produced enlightened high-tier elixirs and pills as such things. Were commonly enjoyed by 9th firmament tyrants within cardinal royal bloodlines and legends themselves. In the entire celestial vine's bloodline, only a single being could produce enlightened high-tier elixirs and pills as he was. Even distinguished above this level, this being the legend of their bloodline that they all revered. Now, another being climbing towards that level had appeared as the 9th firmament celestial vines present couldn't help but be ecstatic. They were looking at Noah like he was a prize as they forgot themselves, a resonant voice echoing out thereafter that shook them out of their stupor. I've tested a few enlightened high-tier pills, I wonder how yours compare, Alexander. The vibrant voice of Empress Genevieve echoed out as it caused everyone's thoughts to focus, Noah raising his head calmly to meet hers as he looked at the details of the pills he had created in the corner of his eyes. Enlightened high-tier energy convergence pill, a pill refined in an environment of extreme purity that allows for complete essence conversion without any waste. Exceeding even 100% purity and collecting the very essence of reality to complete their birth, this pill can replenish 100% of one's mana reserves and grant the effects of mana excess, mana overdrive, and enlightened regeneration for 10 minutes. Since they contain the essence of reality, Any consumed enlightened high-tier energy convergence pill will also have an effect of strengthening the soul slightly, yes. This was partly the reason why enlightened peerless alchemists were so reverential. Their products always carried an effect of strengthening one's soul no matter what it was, since they would all carry within them the essence of reality. Noah's eyes shone brightly as he affirmed this. Waving his hands and causing 3 of the glimmering golden pills to flow towards the faraway Empress Genevieve, who took them in her hands with a smiling expression. Her tout figure normally mesmerized everyone, but the eyes of all beings were on the golden pills this time around, as when Genevieve got them, she popped all 3 in her mouth as if they were pieces of candy and crunched down with a delightful expression. Those watching felt as if their hearts were being twisted watching such a scene, wishing they could at least just hold on to an enlightened high-tier energy convergence pill, as many would never even come to touch one their entire lives. The body of Empress Genevieve flashed with wondrous light as a cerulean blue hue covered her from head to toe. Mana surging around her like endless rivers as she gained the effects of mana excess, mana overdrive, and enlightened regeneration. She nodded her head multiple times as she only said a few sentences that caused the voices on the mystical pill mountain to turn silent and boundless waves of destiny to erupt out. Good. Now, what unique pills or elixirs can you forge, Alexander? If you are outstanding enough, it might even warrant an invitation from my pure-blooded Cardinal Royal Human Bloodline, WAA, Chapter 1573, Unmatched Elixirs. Unmatched Pills. An invitation from the pure-blooded Cardinal Royal Human Bloodline. No, Ancestral Elder Kiesler unconsciously voiced out the word before he held himself back. Remembering his position as he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, hoping that the Empress had not heard him, his heart thumped as he shuddered a second later, feeling the gaze of the 9th firmament pure-blooded tyrant that was always behind Empress Genevieve, guarding her gaze towards his direction coldly while he twirled the hair of a 7th firmament celestial vine that was serving him. They were both of the same rank, but Ancestral Elder Kiesler felt like the entire weight of the mystical pill mountain was pressing onto him as he held behind any of his words and sat down, turning to look towards Noah with a lost look as he felt like their bloodline had just gained a stupendous figure that might just soon be taken away. Outstanding enough? What does Empress have in mind? As I mentioned before, I thought I was probably a peerless alchemist, as I haven't truly refined pills and elixirs too much before, so I might not know exactly which elixirs and pills are considered unique under your standards. Noah's words came out as they caused everyone's eyes to turn hazy again, their jaws opening wide when they truly understood his words. He didn't refine all that much before, as his first time refining pills here. He achieved enlightened high-tier pills. Fuck. The 5 peerless alchemists felt their faces turn sour when they looked at this being, even his age seeming young, as they didn't know if he was even a few million years old when they were in their hundreds of millions. And he had already achieved all this. Most of all, they didn't know the extent of his power. And apparently neither did he. The eyes of Empress Genevieve flashed brilliantly as her dark hair flowed over her shoulders in waves, her golden garment hugging her curves tightly as she spoke out thoughtfully. Elixirs or pills that can boost one's battle power or vitality. Elixirs or pills that can help in the design or completion of an edict. Or even elixirs that can poison and kill 8th firmament existences. Shocking words left her mouth as they caused the hearts of many beings on the lush verdant mystical pill mountain to shudder, Noah's eyes shining brilliantly as he scratched his chin thoughtfully before thinking of his alchemy hall. Within this feature, there were countless recipes of all types of pills and elixirs, but they could only be forged by the sacred herbs or spiritual herbs grown in his infinite reality, and the capabilities of the alchemy hall were further expanded after the recent upgrade that even he didn't know just how fantastical it could be. He had not fully explored it, and now would be a good time as any is his purpose of an incursion into the depths of primordials. How in depth could he get then a pure-blooded Cardinal Royal bloodline that there were only 5 of? How deep into the heart of primordials could he get than one of the 5 pure-blooded races that was located towards the innermost depths of the oldest realities? He felt the seas of destiny within him surging madly as he let out a smile and spoke while gazing around at everyone. For that, I will need to bring a few plants I have been raising of my own, as I am most familiar with those. Noah looked towards Ancestral Elder Kiesler as he spoke, this existence having been ready to send in whatever materials were required through teleportation as now. He hesitated before nodding his head. They had already faced a shocking surprise from this being, as they didn't want to so easily doubt him, but would he really be capable of pulling out sacred herbs and materials better than the reserves of an entire bloodline that was under primordials? Towards their doubts and questions, Noah looked at the area above him while calling upon the infinite reality. his thoughts surging out as he plucked a few of the galaxies he turned into domain spaces where he planted specific types of fruits and herbs as these galaxies became miniaturized and began to bloom above him. BZZZT, arcs of light bloomed as a unique phenomenon played out, stellar miniaturized galaxies appearing in the areas around Noah as the aura of abundant life force and vegetation roared out within them. Some of these galaxies were littered by countless stars that shone with a single color of sacred herbs, while others had a single enlarged star covering all of its space as this star held the vibrant spiritual herbs that released waves of incandescent light. Over 15 galaxies appeared around Noah as each one held its own unique herb, the colors ranging from gold to red to yellow and much more as every single galaxy had a herb to complement a single essence. There were primordial apples and strawberries of ruination, immemorial dragon fruits, seeds of time, and even ginsengs of reality. Every single herb had its own unique structure and glow as when the gazes of the celestial vines landed on them, they began to pant with shock and awe as those in the surroundings couldn't help but speak out. 100,000-year-old dragon encompassing fruit. 100-million-year illusory golden rye, this, all of the herbs displayed on the galaxies Noah had called forth ranged from hundreds of thousands of years to hundreds of millions. The celestial vines mentioning different names for his own herbs as one of the oldest was what they termed illusory golden rye. This was one of Noah's earliest plants when the infinite reality was still a spiritual land, the sacred rye. As for the reason they considered it a 100-million-year-old herb, this was due to all of Noah's domain spaces being put in accelerated time all the time, with those planted the earliest reaching ridiculous levels of time not just due to this, but every single time that Noah upgraded the infinite reality to another tier. The planted spiritual herbs would be infused with an overabundance of essence and undergo changes as for some, they seem to have already been standing strong for hundreds of millions of years. These were the herbs that Noah cultivated, the cultivation of herbs that was so very hard that even a few million-year-old plants were considered pristine and high-tiered. He had droves of such herbs neatly plastered over countless light-years of a galaxy as he didn't just have them but he had too many of them. How were they being taken care of that for the many light-years of a galaxy one could have the same quality of 100-million-year illusory golden rye spread throughout? This was overdoing it. Even if he spent years refining pills and elixirs with the herbs of just a single one of the galaxies he displayed, he wouldn't be able to finish them. And he had currently shown 15 of such galaxies as the celestial vines that were most in tune with nature and vegetation nearly slumped into the ground in defeat. The mere appearance of these galaxies caused the mystical Pill Mountain to be washed over by a verdant glow as its land rumbled, wishing it could be where these galaxies were cultivated. But even amidst all this shock and awe, Noah was unfazed as he moved his fingers to pluck fruits of destiny, mystical fruits of life, primordial apples, regal flora, and a few other herbs and fruits as they all surged towards the stellar cauldron before him. It was time to experience the birth of elixirs and pills that could alter the very destiny of existences, scaling the firmaments of ascendancy if they obtained them. Chapter 1574 Unmatched Elixirs. Unmatched Pills. Vibrant Fruits of Destiny. Mystical fruits of life, primordial apples, regal flora, Chelan's cold stone, spirit of the Arctic, frigid apple. And even ginsengs of reality were plucked from their own respective domain galaxies, all of them sinking into the stellar cauldron before Noah as he chose a particular recipe that came with the elevated tier of the infinite reality, becoming a sui generis enlightened primordial relic. As one could tell, a vast majority of these herbs and fruits were of the frozen element, with Noah actually refining an elixir that was known as Sapphire's Glacial Elixir. BZZZT, this time around, the stellar cauldron shook and trembled as something higher than an energy convergence pill was being forged. Blinding waves of golden might already beginning to emanate outwards as the essence of reality itself began to leak from nearby space and surge into the cauldron. The 5 nearby peerless alchemists watched on with bated breaths as they didn't care about their old standings, wanting to understand what this being before them was doing as it might help them in the future. Ancestral Elder Kiesler and the other ancestral elder beside him looked on with bright expressions that were also filled with helplessness, seeing this brilliance truly being something that a pure-blooded bloodline would seek. Would they really lose such a titanous genius the moment he appeared in their bloodline? They almost wanted him to shine just a little less at this moment in time, as if peerless alchemists were needed by the pure-blooded cardinal royal human bloodline. They could just send all the 5 they had remaining if it meant keeping their hands on the being that had just appeared, but reality was much different. The being before them shone too brightly as, going off of the words of the Empress, he would more than likely receive an invitation. The mystical Pill Mountain itself trembled and prepared. Pillars of golden light bloomed as the lid of the stellar cauldron flew off and suffused everything nearby with wonder. From it, glimmering golden white liquid surged out as it carried with it terrifying waves of power. Noah watching this liquid closely as he waved his hands to produce 10 glass elixir flasks, the golden white cluster of glimmering wonder being separated equally into the 10 elixir flasks as 10 pristine elixirs appeared. Shining with milky gold and white light, it was unlike anything others had seen before. As peerless alchemists, Theodore was actually the one to speak out abruptly to find out exactly what it was. The voice of this old alchemist sounded aged as he panted while looking at the 10 elixirs, each one seeming of utmost quality as their very own souls wanted to consume it. Noah's eyes languidly landed on Theodore as he took one of the elixir flasks and began speaking out the description of what he read about this item: the Sapphire's glacial elixir. Allowing whoever consumes it to instantly recover 100% of mana, gain 1,000,000,000% increased true frozen annihilatory damage for the next hour, and gain the reality-altering effects of glacial nova as waves of freezing essence comparable to the shattering of an entire reality are released from them in increments of 3 seconds for the next hour. His words caused silence to reign across the mystical Pill Mountain as his words caused all those at the 7th firmament and below to turn blank and begin looking at these elixirs greedily thereafter. This was because just the single feature of this elixir to grant a reality-altering effect that lasted for a whole hour actually released the strongest attacks that most common 7th firmament existences could release in the span of every 3 seconds. This elixir was extremely unique as from it one could temporarily achieve similar effects of Noah's reality nova jewel by just drinking it. This wasn't even mentioning the complete mana recovery and 1,000,000,000% in increased true frozen annihilatory damage that caused the 8th and 9th firmament tyrants to also gaze at these elixirs with bright eyes. To affirm its truthfulness, Noah once more waved his hands to cause 3 of the sapphire glacial elixir flasks to float and appear in front of Empress Genevieve. The overflowing dark hair on this robust being glimmered with dazzling light as she smiled impassively and opened the lid of one of the flasks, swishing its golden white liquid around before she drank it soon after. Her body erupted with fantastical blue and white light as her dark hair became painted white with frost, her multicolored eyes lighting up even brighter as they began to be pervaded with a cerulean light when soon after, an apocalyptic wave of glacial light erupted from her body that caused the hearts of those in the 7th firmament of ascendancy and below to shudder, a force of a shattering reality that could heavily injure them and even kill those below them, surging out and threatening to devour everything for miles. Yet, Empress Genevieve snapped her fingers before even a microsecond passed as a hazy transparent shield of light appeared around her body. The shocking force of this glacial nova that was spreading out being contained as those nearby could breathe once more. Interesting, this was the word that Empress Genevieve spoke out as she deactivated the reality-altering effect of glacial nova, her eyes now filled with genuine interest as they focused on Noah and spoke with majesty. Donvel, what else can you refine? When ancestral elder Kiesler saw the glint of light on Empress Genevieve's face, he sighed with melancholy inside even as he kept a smile outwardly. The newly appearing celestial vines carrying a bloodline from the olden times was truly too bright as it had long ago stopped being the Centennial Alchemy Tournament at this moment. It was simply a show of what this glorious enlightened peerless alchemist could do, as after he refined the Sapphire's glacial elixir, he then nodded at the words of the Empress as he placed another mixture of wondrous herbs and fruits plucked from his displayed miniaturized galaxies, the next thing he produced being termed Leviathan's Oak Shield Elixir, as it rejuvenated 100% of one's vitality, granted 1,000,000,000% in true defense, and a vibrant dark green illusory shield that absorbed 90% of all incoming true and soul damage for up to 10 minutes. This was the second elixir. After that, elixir after elixir, pill after pill. A show continued as a single being showed off the many different types of things he could refine and the many methods he had under his alchemy hall. All of them were as shocking as others, as when the 5 peerless alchemists looked at them, they felt their souls steering as they knew these elixirs were unmatched, the pills were unmatched, everything this existence refined. None of them could match it, as even the very mountain they stood on trembled with favor when his products appeared. Chapter 1575. The will of the tyrannical emperor stretches out. The dimension of dreams was abstruse as existences traversed within it at unknown and varying speeds. Portions of souls sent out by a certain being arrived where they were destined to arrive in a matter of seconds, as others had yet to find where they were supposed to be. Most of the portions of the soul were carried by the essence of the dimension of dreams into emerging realities, as they had already bloomed into powerful consciousnesses that wrapped around the cosmos of these realities, forcefully linking them with the infinite reality, as multiple true stars of conquest had already appeared. Of course, These emerging realities were each different with their own intricacies, as some were unclaimed by any overseers and had weak existences who had not even stepped into the firmaments of ascendancy, and these were the easiest ones to capture. Don Velden. There were realties under the banner of primordial overseers who were mainly in the first to third firmament of ascendancy, as these merely required Noah to put in more work, with him spreading out an apocalypse domain and cutting off all communications to outside realities as he subdued the champions of these realities along with their overseers if they happened to be present. No matter if it was a champion or overseer, they would all pledge fealty to the tyrannical emperor. Among the emerging realities that Noah's soul found their way to, there were also those claimed by other weaker races that could traverse the vast realities, as these gave Noah an even lesser level of difficulty, all of them falling to him all the same, as his task only remained to keep active apocalypse domains while connecting the cosmos within these realities. It was a fantastical set of actions, as when one thought about it, nobody else but Noah could do it, as who could supply 100 portions of their souls with the mana required to put each of the realities they landed in under apocalypse domains while forcefully subduing the powerhouses within and forcefully connecting their cosmos? It was a glorious feat, as dozens of emerging realities fell under the banner of conquest, very soon to join the infinite reality as the number of fused realities would explode. Noah experiencing 100 apocalypses at the end of this dream cycle, as even this nomological edict should be getting towards quasi-taboo soon enough. There were countless gains to be made, as apart from emerging realities, there were a few portions of Noah's soul that had actually landed within prime realities. Within an unknown prime reality. Noah's soul utilized the eyes of the watcher and gazer to very quickly sweep over this reality, seeing existences with a unique bloodline, as the vast majority of beings were known as the mixed beast race. The most powerful existences within this prime reality were at the sixth firmament, as there was a single seventh firmament overseer, this prime reality essentially being a domain of the mixed beast race that was similar to the past primal titans that were not affiliated with primordials. Then, let us start. The small portion of soul tugged upon the infinite dream construct of the infinite system, as it called for more of the power of the slumbering main body. The spiritual form of this soul, having the area above it split apart at this moment, is shockingly a brilliant otlotl of reality cut apart the space to appear within seconds. This sui generis enlightened primordial relic traversed countless realities and distances, as with the help of the unique essence from the dimension of dreams. A portion of Noah's soul came to grasp onto it tightly, as for the first time he targeted a prime reality. He had no conflict with the mixed beast race of this domain or the larger realities they controlled. He would not make foes just for the sake of it, but he would still move with his convictions to conquer. Similar to the past realities, he wasn't planning on spilling the blood of those he initiated conflict first with, as he would make them pledge fealty and lead them into the inclusion of a wondrous infinite reality. If others looked at this from another perspective, they might consider him a mere tyrant conquering the lands of others that didn't even know him, and well, they wouldn't be wrong. Yet Noah did not have any internal conflict within his mind over his actions. He knew himself after so many months. He understood his nature. At this point in time, he would not wallow in the morality of every single action, as he simply focused on what he had to do. Since his actions would truly provide a glorious future for others while granting him his own benefits, he would simply carry them out. Shing, a spear of reality glimmered with an imposing light as it was carried by a small soul, even such a portion being enough at this moment to stand against common seventh firmament existences, as the overseer of this prime reality was bound to very soon pledge fealty. Thereafter, only wonders remained, as there was a question of how a prime reality would be counted by the infinite system. Would it be the same as emerging realities, or did a single prime reality stand for multiple realities? These questions, and many, were bound to be answered in time, as this wasn't the only prime reality that Noah landed in. There were a few others, as his destiny was simply too horrific, the souls in other prime realities simply waiting for each of them to receive and utilize the otlotl of reality when one soul finished its conquest. Noah's actions would undoubtedly raise many eyes after this, as there would be questions. Questions from overseers of multiple emerging realities who all of a sudden lost their authority to their reality and would come to find it even gone entirely. Questions from the bloodlines who had seventh firmament overseers in prime realities, as when they also disappeared, it would most definitely cause waves to those involved. To stand the coming waves and successfully overcome them, Noah had to still rely on his own power. Even as a true sanguine clone showed off its power as an enlightened peerless alchemist and was about to gain the recognition of a pure-blooded existence. Even as another true sanguine clone was finishing the exploration of the second treasure island of a forsaken treasure reality. Even as his main body slumbered in an infinite dream to further elevate the infinite reality, even as he did all this, he still had to continue elevating his powers with him having the tools to do so. He began theorizing on the third construct of the infinite system while also proceeding to the limit of what he could currently achieve, the limit of 10 ascendancy halos, with all the insuperable nomological edicts he could need on hand from all the primordials he had killed so far, the 6th, 7th, 8th. The glorious golden halos of light began to be forged around him with purpose and radiance as his ascendancy value surged upwards once more. Chapter 1576, a limit-breaking tool. One must keep in mind that Noah was a single existence, and he was conducting so many different actions and carrying them all out to as near perfection as possible, from traversing forsaken treasure realities to dozens of emerging and prime realities to handling fantastical wonders in front of ninth firmament existences and an even more terrifying empress. Noah was truly doing all of this simultaneously while also fusing the flames of nomological edicts with the authority of the sanguine emperor in causing new ascendancy halos to bloom. It was a marvel that would be near impossible to repeat for anyone else, as at this moment, his action within a certain prime reality reached a crescendo. Marvelous, truly marvelous, the voice of Empress Genevieve echoed out after Noah finished forging another fantastical pill, the stellar cauldron releasing a sparkling pill that shone with a stellar light of reality. The pill's workings weren't even revealed as the Empress seemed to gaze at it and already see that it was something terrific, her reaction being more pronounced than for any other elixir or pill that had come before. The large numbers of celestial vines shook as they were also confused and full of wonder. Just what did the Empress see in this new pill that this enlightened peerless alchemist had now made? OMG! Rays of multicolored light released from 10 stellar pills, each one seemingly containing reality itself as they shone with obscene splendor. Noah's eyes reflected their color as he looked closely at it. The reason why even Empress Genevieve felt the need to erupt out in a cheer being revealed at this moment. The stellar pill had a unique name as a pill that Noah had forged with the base sacred herb being the ginseng of reality that was unlocked during the recent upgrade of the infinite reality. Large amounts of this herb were used along with primordial apples and strawberries of ruination along with a few other herbs, the product truly being something reality-breaking, an enlightened high-tier pill refined by a terrifying tool. Its usage uniquely geared towards the essence of reality, as the consumption of a single dewdrop of reality increases the maximum reserves of essence of reality by 100, with a maximum of 10 dewdrops of reality being able to be consumed by a single existence throughout their lifetime for this effect. Other effects that will still be granted whether it's the first consumption of the dewdrop of reality or the 100th are the complete regeneration of all resources apart from the essence of reality, along with the regeneration of a weakened origin and soul to its full state. For a day after the consumption of a single dewdrop of reality, the affixes of mana excess, mana overdrive, enlightened regeneration, shield of reality, and olden visage are granted. Its details were wondrous but simple, but others still might not be able to see just why Empress Genevieve would exclaim out loud for this pill, but she didn't leave the questions hanging for too long as her voice languidly came out while she stretched forward on her adorned seat. An enlightened pill that can outright increase the maximum reserves of the essence of reality. You've actually refined a limit-breaking tool with such ease, you. No rumble, her words were like a clap of thunder as the hearts of all knowledgeable beings trembled when they heard the words limit-breaking tool. As for Noah, his eyes shone with sharpness as he affirmed this empress before him to have an inquisitive quasi-taboo nomological edict or something even more horrific that could see the origins of things and concepts, as she seemed to be capable of seeing exactly what the effects of the dewdrop of reality were even when the 5 peerless alchemists near Noah could only speculate. As for the words of a limit-breaking tool, this was a type of treasure all bloodlines sought for, as if it was reproducible in their hands. Their bloodline would greatly rise in power as they could more easily allow their 7th firmament powerhouses to break past the limit and enter the 8th firmament. Any tool that could break apart one of the restrictions imposed by the infinite realities themselves had such a title as Noah's dewdrop of reality could allow a 7th firmament existence to forcefully break past the 10,000 limit of their maximum reserves of the essence of reality. With one of the restrictions broken and their ascendancy value rising higher, the restrictions of 10 billion cosmos and 10 ascendancy halos would become much looser, as so long as the existence in question then utilized the methods of their runic écriture of modus operandi. The 8th firmament of ascendancy would be under their grasp, as they would easily be able to forge a single reality passage with the ease of their breakthrough, even possibly allowing them to be considered as geniuses, as even average destined beings might open 2 reality passages. This was why, after the words of the Empress, every pair of eyes locked onto Noah and the pills in his hands, as their eyes seemed to be filled with hunger, greed, and reverence towards this being, if he could continue to produce such limit-breaking tools in their bloodline. The celestial vines would rise to become on the same level as cardinal royal bloodlines. None of them even dared to think they could reach the prestige and heights of pure-blooded cardinal bloodlines that had been living since the olden times with just this. But the prospects of the enlightened peerless alchemist before them were immense, as he would be a hot commodity wherever he went, a hot commodity. Amidst the shock, the two ancestral elders remembered their current situation as their faces drastically changed while turning to look towards the direction of the Empress. Realizing their fears in real time as her voice echoed out, "Such an achievement is enough to warrant you an invitation into the pure-blooded cardinal human bloodline." Alexander King, WAA. Chapter 1577. A formal invitation to a pure-blooded bloodline. A shocking silence reigned across the mystical Pill Mountain as even the vegetation swayed quietly. The visage of the Empress was too blinding as others forgot how to breathe. Her eyes focused on Noah as she utilized a tremendous authority to actually upon this shockingly talented existence into the folds of a pure-blooded bloodline. The minds of all beings were buzzing as the ones who recovered their bearings and reacted the fastest were the ninth firmament ancestral elders. Kiesler's eyes burning with light as he coughed lightly while speaking out before Noah could even reply to the words of the Empress. "Ahem, Empress, Alexander has only just returned to our bloodline after too long, as he shouldn't make any hasty decisions. If Empress allows it, we will first celebrate his joyous return with a feast and entertainment within our sacred vineyard, the domain at the center of this verdant vineyard reality." His words were as polite as they could be, but the instant they finished, bzzzt, the calm and hazy verdant surroundings of the entire mystical Pill Mountain trembled as the eyes of the Empress instantly turned cold with majesty while locking towards the position of the ninth firmament ancestral elder. "Was this Empress addressing you, WAA?" The air turned cold and biting as shockingly the very surrounding environment of the ancestral elder Kiesler coagulated and tightened around him, a shocking pressure actually descending onto this powerful existence that his gaze changed and he began to sweat. S's by clear skies that were shining with the radiance of golden splendor from the vibrant colors of light stemming from Noah's refinement of pills and elixirs changed as cloudy and billowing clouds descended. A shocking level of pressure pressing down onto Kiesler as even those in the surroundings felt stifled. I was only seeking the permission of the Empress to formally end the Centennial Alchemy Tournament and start a celebratory feast for our enlightened primordial alchemist. May Empress forgive this old one if I overstepped my boundaries. A ninth firmament existence that was only a step away from the stage of reality actually bent his knee and will towards an existence at the eighth firmament, the mere presence of this Empress being too regal that this existence could actually not bear it. It made one wonder just what type of power this existence wielded as after she made one of the core existences of the celestial vines yield to her mere presence. The billowing clouds began to fade as the coldness disappeared from her face. "It is okay to be a little possessive since he is of your bloodline. But know that his glory will also be the glory of the celestial vines, with your elevation in power guaranteed whether he stays within the bounds of your domains or not." Her words shockingly seemed like a reprimand towards this ninth firmament ancestral elder, with this being actually sighing with relief after her words and nodding. "Yes, Empress," he could only ascertain as the radiance of green and gold returned to the surroundings, the stifling pressure lifting as the gaze of the Empress turned back towards Noah as her light smile returned as if she hadn't just conducted any shocking actions. "Tell me your answer soon." After these words finished, she waved her hands to motion toward Kiesler as she continued. "Proceed with the feast. Let us enjoy the delicacies of the celestial vines." Her words caused the air to be entirely freed as the 10 pure-blooded humans behind her vibrated with power, the curvaceous celestial vines serving them moving in an even more mesmerizing fashion as from these 10 terrific beings, only a single one was a female pure-blooded royal human as she nearly broke her roll and rolled her eyes at the unfolding situation. Looking at her compatriots with even a gaze of disdain, the tides changed very quickly as the ancestral elder nodded with relief at the words of the Empress, his eyes going towards Noah and actually flying towards him as bustling discussions began to erupt all around them. The gazes of the 5 peerless alchemists were awkward as they seemed to have been entirely forgotten, the Grandmaster and Master alchemists not even needing to be mentioned as all eyes were on a single being. Victoria was with Lucia as they watched all this with shock, having to remind themselves that just earlier today, this being was their enemy who had subdued them. Now, he stood as an important personage in the Celestial Vine's bloodline, as he had even gotten an invitation from a candidate to be a future ruler of a pure-blooded bloodline. What the hell? Victoria couldn't help but shake her head as she looked at this reality playing out. Waves of power echoing out at this moment, as with ancestral Elder Kiesler at the center, a blinding runic circle of intricate verdant light bloomed over the whole mystical Pill Mountain as this being looked over the direction of the Empress for permission once more. When he received her light nod, the verdant runic circle flashed out as it descended over the entire lush mountain, all the beings on it instantly vanishing at this moment in a show of immense power and wonder Noah had put away. His stellar cauldron and stored the 10 dewdrops of reality after the 9th firmament elder came to stand beside him and began communicating with him, his eyes calm even while near this enthusiastic being who looked like he had found a treasure when he looked towards him. He didn't know that just hours ago, Noah had massacred a 7th firmament celestial vine, as even now, they were inviting their enemy into their homes and even basking him with glorious titles. How fickle fate was, how abysmal were the destinies of those who could not properly utilize destiny and see past the facade Noah displayed. Soon after the verdant intricate runic circle descended onto the mountain, every single being on it disappeared as they were all mass teleported to another location, this being the sacred vineyard that was one of the headquarters where celestial vines inhabited, a wondrous primordial temple being seen at the center of this sacred vineyard, as around it was simply pure fantasy and wonder, dazzling floating islands filled with brilliant green and gold vines stretching throughout and connecting them all with glorious bridges could be seen, a hazy glow of green and gold being seen all around them as they lit up with wondrous light. Humongous lifelike statues of celestial vines floated serenely in the 4 directions of this sacred vineyard, their bodies releasing waves of calming power that were concentrated on the central island that held the enormous primordial temple. Atop this floating island holding the primordial temple, all of the beings that were on the mystical Pill Mountain were teleported into the dazzling cluster of intricate buildings below this temple, where bustling noise had already begun as the preparations of a feast had already been in progress a long time ago. The luster of milky gold drinks and scintillating meats already reflecting in everyone's eyes as Noah looked at it all with a shining gaze, his destiny ringing in his mind, telling him of wondrous possibilities in the very near future. Chapter 1578 The reality warping bellicose tyrant beckons. Within a certain forsaken treasure reality, the second treasure island was nearly finished with the exploration as Foidu had led Noah and Natalia into the innermost region that had the most prized treasure. From this treasure island, Noah had obtained more clusters of medium-tier soul crystals and reality crystals, along with 13 naturally formed primordial treasures that could be utilized as materials. 2 of these being high-tier naturally formed primordial treasures. The rewards seem to be increasing as we progress forward. With the next few islands have even more terrific things? Natalia's sonorous voice echoed out as Noah had a focused expression, their figures being mere streaks of light as they were about to enter the last domain. He listened to his destiny as he replied calmly, "Fortune would lead us to believe so. Shaa, their figures broke into the domain space as Noah's words came to a halt. This was because as a wide underground fantastical space opened, one could see shimmering crimson rivers of essence flowing serenely as the figure of a crimson gold destiny goblin could be seen. The eyes of this being fervent as it was on its knees while intently looking above it where Noah and Natalia could see. A tattered page that seemed to be ripped and missing multiple pieces, no naturally formed primordial treasures, no soul crystals or any reality crystals, just this single crimson gold destiny goblin and a tattered old page that looked like it could turn to ash and fade away at any second. And yet, even Natalia felt her origin and soul heating up even as she looked at this page. From afar, her red lips not being able to help themselves by open, "I see," the hazy outline of runic inscriptions on this page, WAA, her eyes trembled as it seemed so austere and powerful even from afar. Understanding just a little as to why a destiny goblin was reverentially kneeling while looking at this page, yet Noah's voice echoed out at this moment as his eyes released beams of light. Not runic inscriptions. But a piece of runic ecritures. His words caused Natalia's very soul to tremble as she stared in disbelief and wonder. It couldn't be, right? Was a piece of what she was seeking actually here? The answer to not just break across the shackles that bound her, but achieve the realm of reality in a manner that granted her sufficient power to actually carry out her revenge. At this moment, the answer was still unknown. Waves of destiny erupted out and surged madly as in the innermost domain of the second treasure island of this forsaken treasure reality. A shocking surprise was waiting. Meanwhile, in the sacred vineyard, structures that made Noah think of ancient fantasy come to life could be seen raised intricately throughout, delicately styled castles with designs similar to branching vines being seen all around, as some structures were even built on shining verdant leaves. Such structures stretched for multiple light years all around them as Noah and others had arrived at the very center, the primordial temple not being too far away from them, as its grandeur of verdant gold light and over a dozen statues representing multiple races could be seen from a distance. The sacred vineyard was meant to be a place that celestial vines could come enjoy and lay back after they came out of their training or refinement. Please, enjoy the food and drinks, as today is a day worthy of celebration. Ancestral Elder Kiesler's voice echoed out as his ancient figure snapped his fingers, 3 celestial vines in their miniaturized forms beginning to weave on a platform as the essence of sound and oscillation buzzed around them, a wondrous joyful melody beginning to emanate from them as the central celestial vine released a sonorous voice to sing. Fantastical melody began to permeate the atmosphere as celestial vines moved in rows, bringing incandescent plates of meats that were filled with dense essence, these being nothing like cow or sheep normal humans knew. The delectable meat stemmed from ancient livestock raised by unique means, their sizes being larger than worlds as they were raised with a mere influx of essence over the years. From Noah's stolen memories, he knew some to be called and others, these being the enormous phoenix-looking chickens that Noah was already eyeing the succulent meat of. The milky golden drinks were harvested from the berries that celestial vines themselves tended to, each sip causing one to feel like their origin and soul were becoming refreshed, as any person participating in this feast could not help but have a good time. And when one paired this off with the fact that there were loosely clothed celestial vines dancing provocatively, mostly female and a few males, it created for a unique atmosphere that, along with the melody, many beings were lost in it as they all only remembered to look at Noah in the corner of their eyes. Noah, who was currently surrounded by the top echelons of the celestial vines on one of the long verdant tables laid out in the area where this feast was taking place, the soft seats all around them causing one to sink in if they truly sat back. The figure of the Empress and her 10 followers were at the center of the feast and placed on even more exquisite seats and golden adorned tables, multiple celestial vines tending to them as the other ancestral elder himself was standing beside the Empress nervously, this future candidate ruler not paying attention to him as she enjoyed a golden drink while her eyes traveled over the dancing and joyful existences before her. I cannot express enough of my joy for an existence like you to appear in our bloodline. And yet I could also not hold myself back when I realized you would be leaving us so soon after you just came to us. Near Noah's position, Ancestral Elder Kiesler was speaking out with a helpless look in his eyes, the aura of vicissitude prevalent around him as his 9th firmament waves of power still caused the very air to constrict and vibrate. An enlightened peerless alchemist, Senior Celestial, would have been meeting you within days, as I've already sent word to him, but I am not sure if you will even be here after the passage of just a day. Kiesler spoke of the legend of the celestial vines, who was one of the many legends leading a branching bloodline subdued by primordials. Noah nearly scoffing while he began to devour the glittering meat of a golden pheasant, as he didn't want to meet legends at the realm of reality at this moment. If they had genuine taboo nomological edicts, which was more than likely, then seeing through him might not be an impossibility, as he had to be extra careful when he moved into the pure-blooded cardinal royal human domains in the future. In preparation for this, he was also making plans to even counter such existences, but even as his thoughts were like this, his words and expression were different as he took on a gaze of respect while replying, "Elder doesn't have to worry. You already know what choice I would make, as the opportunity is truly too great. But from the words of the Empress, I will be sure to spread the glory of celestial vines wherever I go." His words caused Victoria and the other upper echelons of celestial vines around them to nod with sighs, downing their own drinks as Kiesler shook his head with a regretful smile while continuing. "We'll discuss the events of Raynor and everything later today after the feast is done, so we do not ruin the mood. For now, just enjoy yourself and get to know the brothers and sisters of your bloodline." The ancestral elder seemed to have aged many years as he sighed while moving away, his heart currently being extremely heavy as he felt like he had attained something wonderful only to have it be taken away soon after. The moment he left, 7th firmament celestial vines swarmed towards Noah to introduce themselves as each of these beings. Their eyes couldn't hide the light of greed for the dewdrops of reality that were considered limit-breaking tools. The feast began and continued like this as Noah seamlessly mingled with the celestial vines, each of them showing him extreme respect, as even the 5 peerless alchemists came to introduce themselves awkwardly to smooth over any bad feelings between each other. The pure-blooded humans were served even more regally than even Noah himself as after hours passed into the feast. Some of the overly buff and built guards of the Empress looked towards her for permission, as when she nodded impassively, they wrapped their arms around the curvaceous 7th and 8th firmament existences that could stand to be overseers of prime realities, and they moved their next feasting session privately into one of the adorned castles nearby. This was the prestige of the pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines, as those lesser than them would find any ways to forge relationships, this being one of the hard and unspoken truths about the intricacies of bloodlines among primordials. The feast continued on for hours as those lost in lust moved towards more private lodgings, the Empress eventually waving her hands in annoyance to the ninth firmament pure-blooded human as even this stone-faced guard nodded while being pulled away by 3 dazzling eighth firmament celestial vines. After some time, the Empress was only left behind with the female pure-blooded royal human, who followed behind her closely, her fingers snapping in a signal as ancestral Elder Kiesler came to guide her towards the most pristine lodging they had chosen for this powerful existence. Noah continued to be showered with attention from the celestial vines as he only glanced at the leaving Empress and her guard at the corner of his eyes, the 2 dazzling existences disappearing into an exquisite castle larger than any others nearby. Waves of destiny flowed silently as Elder Kiesler closed the doors of this castle while sighing with relief, dealing with the Empress proving to be a very difficult affair, as this ancient being could only console himself by returning to the ending feast towards the cluster of celestial vines that surrounded Noah. Chapter 1579 The reality warping bellicose tyrant beckons. Within the castle that currently housed Empress Genevieve and her female guard, the pure-blooded female guard was currently stretching her body while putting on an annoyed expression, her sweet voice ringing out with complaints at this moment. "Master, you know how much I hate acting stiff and straight for days on end, and you still made me come on this trip." The powerful 8th firmament guard actually addressed the Empress as such, her fingers tapping the corner of her shoulders as the white cape flowing serenely behind her disappeared, leaving her in her golden wrappings that tightly hugged the curves of her body. Will little Beatrix really have me do these trips alone? And this time, I even found something interesting in these dry realities. Mere children calling themselves peerless alchemists just because they can refine high-tier pills. The quality has truly continued to fall since the olden times. The white cape behind Empress Genevieve disappeared with the same motion as she opened the golden doors of the room to enter one of the many balconies of this castle, her eyes watching the stellar twinkling lights before them and the huge primordial temple rising ahead of them. Behind her, the pessimistic voice of her guard could be heard. Will this enlightened peerless alchemist really allow you to have any more of an edge over those idiots? The biggest problem still remains those old fools as at this point. Her words seemed to have brought up old memories as the expression on Empress Genevieve changed to instantly wipe away her smile, the stretching guard seemingly feeling her mistake the moment she finished speaking as she touched upon a heavy subject, her figure walking up to the now quiet Genevieve as she hugged her from behind. "I'm sorry, Master. But just eons of standing in the same place have made me pessimistic, Empress, but I still understand that anything is possible with the weaving of destiny. Maybe this Alexander King is another one of the pieces that will give you an edge over the coming times. It's just that we have been doing this for so long. We have seen it play out over and over again." The pure-blooded human spoke of hidden mysteries as the expression of Empress Genevieve calmed, patting the hands wrapping around her as she gazed below them where the feast was still going. "What I need to do, little Beatrix, it must succeed without a doubt. For what they did to me has to be repaid a trillion-fold." Her eyes swirled with shocking mystery as one could see her irises flash with a bestial light every now and then, immense hatred and vicissitude hidden within as she spoke spat out lightly. "These vile pure-blooded cardinal royal humans. They truly took something they should not have taken all those years ago, as in this age, I will take everything from them." Her dazzling eyes shone brightly as she stared at her jade-like hands, unbelievable words being secretly spoken by this future candidate ruler of a pure-blooded bloodline. They can spread their hegemony to as many realities as they wish. They can contain as many bloodlines as they wish. But for them to plunder and refine my very origin since the olden times? They will pay. I will tear them apart piece by piece as their legends that are living so lavishly in the grotto sanctums. Their blood shall bathe these vast realities in this age of emperors. No matter if it fractures the very fabric of realities itself, I swear on the blood of the old coursing within me that they will pay. The figure of the pure-blooded human known as Beatrix hugged the body of Empress Genevieve even tighter as she seemed to sympathize and understand her pain, her voice low as her jewel-like eyes were watery like an incandescent reality as she sighed while speaking. "Master will succeed. I know it. As for existences like Alexander King, they are merely pieces atop this vast chessboard. They know too little and expect too much. But let's see just what this enlightened peerless alchemist is made of by unlocking his secrets today. He is merely a child as he doesn't even know what his olden bloodline means. When his uses run out, he'll simply join the list of emperors of old I will refine to elevate myself even higher." Her face carried a trace of power and regality as she spoke, turning towards Beatrix as she asked with a smile, "Remember how we unveiled the secrets and the runic écriture of modus operandi of the Telesthonian ninth firmament fiend eons ago? Ah, that?" Beatrix's face adopted a devilish expression as she nodded while replying, "Then this one will be even easier." With conviction and a sly smile, the Empress nodded as she moved her hands. "A piece of cake, ph." She snapped her fingers once more as the body of ancestral Elder Kiesler in the distance trembled, once more leaving the feast and appearing before the door of the castle in mere seconds with a flash of light as he spoke out respectfully. What else can this old man do for the Empress? This existence that controlled dozens of prime realities actually continued to speak in such a manner, the prestige of this being before him simply being too high as he couldn't help it. Yet the reply that rang in his ears nearly caused his heart to break as within the vibrant room of the castle, Empress Genevieve and Beatrix parted and retained their old demeanors. "You arranged entertainment for all my guards as each of them are locked in castles with multiple women. Where is my arranged entertainment, oh ancestral elder?" Empress Genevieve's voice was cold as it caused Kiesler to sweat. This ninth firmament existence never even daring to think about sending men to accompany the Empress, similar to how multiple curvaceous women had been given the chance to accompany her guards. After all, nobody could be worthy of even touching the Empress. This old one didn't dare to assume anything. "Who would be worthy to entertain Empress such as yourself?" Before his words even finished, Kiesler seemed to have caught on as his face changed, a foreboding sensation welling up in his heart as what he feared was voiced out soon after. "You seem to already know who I want to entertain me. Send him over." Discreetly, within the castle, the body of the Empress became bathed with a resplendent golden light as the essence of a quasi-taboo nomological edict weaved out silently, her eyes gaining a golden sheen as she cast a terrifying ability at the doors of the castle. Kiesler's dim eyes became brighter and brighter as he truly thought about the situation, understanding, and even a light of envy soon appearing on his face as he nodded silently at the end, his figure disappearing to come back to the throngs of celestial vines surrounding Noah. All right, that's enough. I have things to discuss with Alexander for now. You all scatter." The 8th and 7th firmament celestial vines nearly let out complaints as they wanted to form stronger connections with an enlightened peerless alchemist, but they didn't have the prestige of a certain Empress as they instantly listened to the words of the 9th firmament ancestral elder, this being placed his hand on Noah as the two of them silently disappeared. Victoria and the others watching this scene while sighing as they continued with the festivities. Spatial waves bloomed as Noah and Kiesler were teleported behind an exquisite golden door within a certain castle, Noah hearing the words of this ancestral elder in his mind as he actually found this being to be looking at him with an inexplicable light that even had a hint of envy. "Do this in service of your bloodline, not though you might be willing even if it wasn't for that." This 9th firmament existence spoke as such while sighing with an envious light and fading away. Noah's own eyes let out a splendor of multicolored light as he saw the golden doors open to show the exquisite figure of Empress Genevieve, her pure-blooded female guard standing beside a large soft bed as a sonorous voice echoed out, "What more do you know about the traditions of the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans? Of the relations between men and women?" Suggestive words that might cause any man to lose their mind echoed out as Noah stared at the figure of the dark-haired future candidate ruler of the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans. An untouchable being that others couldn't even dream of coming near. Her eyes were currently tinged with gold as Noah felt his quasi-taboo nomological edict of the dictum emperor surging silently within him, a shocking battle undoubtedly about to unfold as he prepared himself. He lightly walked into the room while shaking his head. "Not too much, Empress. What should I be mindful of? Carnal relations are common between men and women as they do not have to hold any special meanings behind it. Think of it as another form of greeting. A different sparring session. Of course, this one is to be discreet as no soul shall know about it unless it is death they seek." Her words contained a hint of command as she spoke, her exquisite figure walling to the center of the room as she snapped her fingers and caused a robust domain to cover everything around them. "With that being said, come in." Noah's eyes flashed brightly as he looked into the room and landed on the plump pure-blooded crimson-haired female guard that was also with them in this room. A powerful light beginning to surge in his origin as he felt a great sense of danger mixed in with bountiful opportunity. "Your guard, pay no attention to her. She may join us if you are as outstanding here as you are an enlightened peerless alchemist." Noah's eyes shone with a light of tyranny at such words as his illusory crimson gold crown spun with power above him, his figure going into the folds of this room entirely as the golden doors shut behind his back. A light of conquest surged in his eyes as his quasi-taboo nomological edicts activated in full, the might of the tyrannical emperor being challenged at this moment as he would not have it. His golden blood of the olden times roared and surged as whatever identity this bloodline belonged to seemed enraged at the constant provocation from another olden bloodline. No matter the history and power of these existences, no matter what their identities were, the pride and tyranny of the dictum emperor could not be disparaged as the essence of this edict unfolded freely at this moment, deep within Noah's soul. The nomological edicts of apocalypse and tyrannical emperor that were simply waiting to be elevated to the quasi-taboo level after the return of Noah's 100 portions of souls with their new realities surged as they lay in wait, a battle of multiple sides. Beginning at this time, his destiny was constantly ringing out warning bells as these existences wanted to gaze at him, but under supreme tier bloodline of the Watcher, he could gaze back with even more ferocity, as this was a chance to understand just what a terrific existence this empress before him was. For this, Noah reduced the usage of the essence of reality with his other bodies as multiple medium-tier reality crystals were devoured to keep him at full capacity, his eyes vibrant with authority as he jumped headfirst into the battle. Chapter 1580, a page containing a glimpse of a modus operandi. A terrifying battle began in closed quarters where no other beings could see. Apart from a terrifying domain that prevented any peering eyes, the figure of Empress Genevieve moved as the tight golden wrappings that adorned her disappeared to release the plump wonders hidden within her voice, still commanding and filled with regality as another domain echoed from her. I'll put a domain of time in this area, as 1,000 days in here will be equivalent to less than half a day passing outside. With the only question being how long you will last in this battle. Noah's eyes shone with a light of unbound tyranny as the golden allure of quasi-taboo essence washes over his sparkling skin, his crown spinning dominantly as he moved forward to what would be his longest battle yet. Turning our gazes elsewhere while this reality-quaking battle started, Noah's main body could be seen on the golden throne of the cosmic Holy Land, his figure looking like an ancient lost king as he slumbered away while portions of his soul were stretched out. He was truly within an infinite dream at this moment, as when he came back from it, many things would change. This was what Noah had in mind. A single dream. A vast change in reality soon after, but as his body slumbered, one could see wisps of the unique essence from the dimension of dreams surging around Noah's body, his surroundings becoming infused by a hazy sparkling silver gold light that actually seemed like sand. A silver gold collection of sand-like particles that swirled around him during his slumber as while some time began to pass, some portions of his soul were getting ready to return. It was a fantastical phenomenon, as apart from it, one could also see the hazy outline of dazzling golden rings of light rotating around him at this moment, 10 ascendancy halos. He was slumbering, and yet such a sight could actually be seen as the intricately designed golden ascendancy halos were all filled with insuperable nomological edicts and 2 quasi-taboo nomological edicts. 300 flames were currently fused into these fantastical rings of light compared to the 150 that all other beings could handle due to the effect of the sanguine emperor. The latter 5 being just as powerful, even though they were mainly formed from the edicts of other beings. Their titles went as the, and each of them had their own authority and granted new means for Noah to burn through his limited essence of reality to alter reality in different ways, these rings of glorious light representing not just a show of wonder but the fact that Noah had now reached the limit on multiple fronts. With the influx of these ascendancy halos, his ascendancy value had further surged from being a third of the way towards 100 million to overcoming the halfway point and reaching 61 million. Within mere days, he had truly gone from less than 100 in value as he now knocked on the doors of the limit. The 61 million being a unique number that also represented a few things. One was the knowledge that even after reaching the boundary of the cosmos he could forge and the ascendancy halos he could have done, he was still 39 million values away from reaching the 8th firmament of ascendancy, and one had to recall Noah had 10 billion royal cosmos of an olden emperor surging through him as they provided more than double the power and might than regular cosmos. And yet even he only held an ascendancy value of 61 million. So if one had already reached the boundaries of all aspects, how were they to gain the remaining tens of millions of points in ascendancy value? This was one of the truths that held back many existences across the vast realities and why the boundary of the 8th firmament was so hard to break. This was why countless existences over the eons fell while forever stuck in the 7th firmament of ascendancy. They simply could not overcome such a large difference, even when one achieved the 10,000 boundary of the reserves of the essence of reality, 10 billion cosmos, and 10 ascendancy halos. They would still be far from the 100 million needed value as to reach it. This was where the means of their heritage, the strength of their souls, and bloodlines came into play. So long as their souls continued to get stronger, they could forge more concepts and augment their ascendancy value this way. So long as they had unique treasures, limit-breaking tools, strengthening methods. Or any myriad of ways to increase their base strength, they could also use this to augment their value to head towards 100 million. This was why some bloodlines were very structured with their pathways of power, an example being the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans, where apart from all the other strong aspects they had with their beings, they also heavily focused on refining and elevating their bodies to attain shocking physiques that far surpassed quasi-primordial relics in toughness. They elevated their base stats so much by refining their bodies along with their overly strong souls. Beings in a pure-blooded bloodline like this overcame the restrictions easier and eventually achieved 100 million in ascendancy value. And then there was the last method that allowed experts at this stage to approach the eighth firmament. And that was in the means of runic ecritures of modus operandi, techniques and methods passed down since the olden times that allowed them to bring the origins that were considered half-dead into the cycling rotation of stellar bodies, just like genuine realities, granting beings the chance to forge reality passages that constantly infuse them with resources, the most important one being the constant infusion and refinement of their bodies and souls with the essence of reality from these passages. If they could open a single reality passage, entrance into the eighth firmament would be guaranteed, as the ninth firmament was only a few steps further. This was how the powerful bloodlines of primordials continued to ascend through power and maintain their hegemony over the countless eons. But there were other beings blessed and born with shocking destiny who at times could get their hands on their own runic ecriture of modus operandi. It could be passed down from the olden times within ancient bloodlines not part of the primordials like Tellus, or it could be techniques born within unique realities stretched out across the vastness of infinite realities. At this moment, Noah was experiencing the latter as well, facing restrictions on all sides and finally facing the threat of his power stagnating and maybe taking longer than a few weeks, months, or years to rise even higher. His exploration of a forsaken treasure reality led him to a dazzling page that showed runic ecritures. Chapter 1581, a page containing a glimpse of a modus operandi. A page of runic ecritures. The mere existence of this page caused Natalia's body to tremble as she grasped her heart-splitter bow tighter, her gaze shining with lustrous light as she gazed at the existence before it. It was a crimson gold destiny goblin actually kneeling reverentially towards this ancient page, his eyes only now coming from their stupor to stare towards Noah, Foiduit, and Natalia as he looked like an enthroned believer that was interrupted from a sacred prayer. Oh! The destiny goblin roared out with immense force as one could, it distinctly different compared to Foiduit, this destiny goblin having more than likely undergone great changes due to the ancient page it gazed at every single day the past millions of years, where one could see tiny wisps of the essence of reality coagulation around him and sinking into his body. His aura alone was at the peak of the seventh firmament, as anyone facing it would have had a tough battle, and yet, Neil, the will of the tyrannical emperor raged. He didn't pull out any weapons or utilize any skills, merely his blood beginning to boil and expressing its identity as a destiny goblin king as he floated serenely across the crimson rivers of essence in the fantastical underground area. His blood aura was immense and overpowering as the crimson gold destiny goblin trembled when it felt it, and yet its eyes were still hazy as if covered by layers of power as it still roared out in a confused fashion. Noah's figure continued floating forward as his aura became more and more intense the closer he went. The dauntless figure of the destiny goblin finally trembling as its eyes locked fully on Noah, its kneeling position toward a certain ancient page changing and facing a different direction as with helplessness and ingenuity in its eyes, it called out gruffly, "This foolish Dareel greets king." The bloodline of the tier of a destiny goblin king that controlled all other destiny goblins was undeniable, as this being bent the knee towards something other than an ancient page these last millions of years. Noah stared at the mystical figure of this destiny goblin as the essence of the tyrannical emperor surged into its soul, the pledge of fealty being quickly made as Noah was moving with haste at this moment in time. This ancient page? He spoke slowly as his eyes of the watcher looked onto the mystical page filled with ancient runic ecritures, Dareel looking towards it with fervor as he spoke. "I've understood it to be a part of an ancient modus operandi, as over the years, following just a portion of its method of revolution, I've arrived where I am at today, King. It truly was a piece of something that contained hints of a modus operandi." Noah's eyes were dazzling as his destiny was truly too bright, his hand reaching out and holding onto the ancient piece of parchment as essence and wisps of the essence of reality covered his eyes. The identification of this page being shown, the river of time churns endlessly as the rivers of realities rise and fall across time. Runic ecritures of modus operandi remain, as this is the sixth page of the modus operandi of the Azure Treasure Emperor. The destiny and fortune of existences that open their reality passages with this modus operandi will experience an immense curve. As for more information and to complete this modus operandi for full utilization, more of its pages are required to be found and put together within the Azure Treasure Reality, Glorious, a lengthy description that after talking up the wonders of it then delved into a few intricacies of this technique as it talked of profound things Noah was not yet opened. 2. It was the 6th page of Who Knew How Many, but Noah's eyes shone as he ascertained the name of the current forsaken treasure reality. They were in the Azure Treasure Reality. The description of this page said that the other pieces were contained in this reality, as all that Noah had to do was find them all, and he would obtain a genuine runic écriture of modus operandi that only powerful bloodlines held. Is it truly? Natalia and Foytuit walked up behind his as the sonorous voice of the former echoed out, Noah nodding as he stared at the flaming hair of this woman while nodding lightly, his piercing eyes already seeing the next steps as he wanted to move quickly. Yes. Now, we need to search the rest of the treasure islands within this Azure Treasure Reality to obtain the other parts of this modus operandi. As after that, Natalia's eyes shone with jewel-like splendor as she could already see her dream achieved before her eyes. An image of a shattered reality leaking from the chest of a certain flashing over and over again. Then there was Noah, who had his own plans and methods of proceeding forward, as while his true sanguine clone that was undergoing a great battle in the sacred vineyard had forged the dewdrops of reality that were limit-breaking tool, he now aimed to obtain another one. His plans did not just end at obtaining a single modus operandi, as this was also the reason why he headed into the domains of the celestial vines and also planned to test the waters of the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans. Both of these bloodlines had their own unique runic écritures of modus operandi, the celestial vines undoubtedly having a weaker one as the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans. They more than likely had multiple runic écritures of modus operandi. These methods and techniques that allowed existences to surpass the limits set by the infinite realities were too abstruse as to obtain one and follow its methods of order and revolution of the cosmos of one's origin. They had to receive the information from the pages of the modus operandi directly, as its intricacies would not even be retained in the memories of existences. Unless they were the ones who forged it, of course. Such existences were too few and far in between, as just a prerequisite for this normally was to reach the realm of reality, and Noah couldn't even touch such beings, so he had to glance upon the pages of the modus operandi of the celestial vines and the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans as when he attained as many techniques as he could. He wanted to forge his own runic écriture of modus operandi, even though beings like him should have a 0% chance to do so. He still dared to, as connected to him was a genuine expanding infinite reality that he could utilize. This was also that when he forged his reality passages, he would not be stuck at 2 or 3 or even the 5 that a shocking existence like the Empress held. He wanted his reality passages to be grand in number and glorious in stature, where he could already imagine his body surrounded by countless rivers of pristine stellar light surging towards him in a magisterial fashion. Chapter 1582 Hardest Battle. Goals were made, as all that was left was to ride the incandescent waves of destiny to achieve everything. These waves were extremely wild, as others would capsize and drown in the shocking pace, but Noah planned to steer everything as best as he could towards the best result. So his main body slumbered, his first true sanguine clone rushed out from the second treasure island to the third, and his second true sanguine clone fought a great battle within the domain of time that the Empress had set up for many days now. Weeks had passed within, while very little time passed outside. Noah's flaming hair at this moment dancing wildly as he held on to a cup that had milky golden liquid and drank it while looking towards Empress Genevieve, whose body was surrounded by terrifying waves of quasi-taboo essence. Her skin sparkling white and her hair jet black as she gazed at Noah coldly, her body of a plump chest, thick waist, and slender legs that other beings could never see in their wildest dreams was laid bare, as one could see countless weavings of runic lines of ascendancy that were the elevated concept of runic dowlines, this being one of the reasons that pure-blooded cardinal royal humans had such robust and wondrous physiques. Every path had its gains and wonders, as even the path of branding. Runic lines never ended, its uses being utilized for others in the firmaments of ascendancy to break past the limits, as Noah had to refine his own runic lines of ascendancy and build his physique to the same levels as pure-blooded cardinal royal humans. While looking at the dazzling jade-like figure of the Empress that glowed with a golden light on its bare skin, Noah was unaffected, as he only spoke out with the light of tyranny while his body shone with the abundant life force of antediluvian, ready to go again. His wild words caused the eyes of the Empress to flash with a penetrative light. Her eyes languid as she gazed towards the fantastical figure of the crimson-haired Beatrix, who had been watching their battle closely this time. Around, little Beatrix, she called upon this eighth firmament existence calmly, as Beatrix nodded with a dazzling smile. being called upon to join the fray as her essence also erupted out in wonder. The battle continuing as Noah was now besieged by two different enemies. The Empress had been trying to collect information for the past weeks in this domain of time, and now Beatrix joined as the goal of these beings was to break past the quasi-taboo barriers of protection of the being before them and put him entirely under their control. Whether they would find genuine information or false information that Noah set up well enough for it to be seen as genuine, nobody knew. But while this great battle continued, Noah's third true sanguine clone that had aided in forging the infinite resources and infinite dream constructs of the infinite system was currently in a unique location. After the first two constructs and ridiculous usage of the essence of reality, this body had taken a break, as this time he was within the depths of the infinite reality near the soul library that currently held hundreds of nomological edicts ranging from insuperable to minor. He was in front of the ancient library holding these concepts that anyone could go in to obtain, as he had utilized the architecture feature of the infinite reality to forge a few mystical floating islands around the soul library. On top of the floating island at the front, his body was situated in a meditative position as he was positioned in front of a group of beings. The figure of the chubby little Henry could be seen floating with a cute expression that was trying to be stern. Noah's mother also looking towards him with love, while Adelaide, Halcyon, Barbados, and many others also stood opposite to Noah while watching the radiant waves of essence surging around him. Think of nomological edicts as concepts or ideas that you only dream of, and then you go further to actualize them and make them into something you can actually utilize. Dazzling waves of essence flowed over his body as he was actually teaching his family what he knew about the design and formation of nomological edicts. His mother was focused as her hands seemed ready to instinctively pinch the cheeks of little Henry near her, but she listened intently as Noah continued. Many other beings could be seen listening intently, as the Shadow Guard Knight was a unique one out of all of them. This being seeming more content with writing down things in a black diary as she looked at the scenes around her. Springforge was surrounded with incandescent verdant light as she listened without any sense of pride, where even humongous beings of great stature like Cthulhu were in the back in their miniaturized forms listening with purpose. While it is hard for others to call forth the concepts of edicts they imagine easily, you can also go about it differently and start by making smaller concepts that aid you with the design of other concepts. For this, I made smaller concepts like the Daos of runes, fusion, and blueprints that allow me to easily break down the essence of other Daos I want to put together into an edict. Around his body, bright particles of the essence of runes, fusion, and blueprints surged as they coiled around the essence of primordial and ruination Daos, among others. Noah actually planning on forging an insuperable nomological edict in front of his people as a lesson. The essence of runes and blueprints allow me to break down everything to their base forms and understand how to put together the different concepts of Daos, and then I use the essence of fusion to bring them all together forcefully. As if you want to forge an insuperable nomological edict, you need to include 2 or 3 supreme cosmic Daos, along with the addition of concepts of bloodlines, skill trees, or if you are proficient enough, you can even draw upon the concepts of other nomological edicts. OOM. His words were paired with his eyes releasing bountiful beams of lights, his hands moving rapidly as he pulled upon multiple sources of essence and brought them together seamlessly into a bundle of essence before his eyes that contained a great deal of Daos and the concepts of a few bloodlines and other edicts. I have in my mind the concept that I have termed a nomological edict, with the purpose of creating a unique distinction between my soul and the bodies that contain portions of it, and after I have gathered all the concepts I want to put together, with all they need being the last push, the essence of reality surged out at that moment to wash over the glistening ball of concepts. Everything coming together to fruition as with radiant rays of light. A runic word that brightly meant anima was born. Utilize the essence of reality to change anything to what you want, this being the central essence you'll have to pay attention to as you go forward. Noah spoke with calmness and dignity as he ridiculously forged an insuperable nomological edict right before everyone's eyes. Little Henry looking towards him with his dazzling dark eyes as its own little body began to release bursts of essence to do it himself. At the same time, Amelia looked at the fantastical scene of her son and grandson as never in her wildest dreams had she imagined something like this to even be possible. The scene of Noah surrounded by mystical waves of multicolored light was etched in her mind as soon enough. She couldn't help but return her loving gaze to little Henry, the one she was in most disbelief of, as this little baby boy was becoming surrounded by increasing essences of primordial and ruination, paired with the runic écriture that represented that Noah had just designed on his chest. The father and son duo caused those watching to shake their heads in shock and awe. Chapter 1583. Anima. Even after you make the concept, you have to then utilize it for years to fully complete it. or you can once more utilize the essence of reality, or if you have plundered the origins of your enemies, you can utilize cosmic resource points to elevate your concepts to completion. Noah said these words slowly as Amelia and the others watched the runic symbol that represented the insuperable nomological edict of anima sink into his body, a few hundred cosmic resource points surging into this concept as its flames instantly bloomed in. Noah learned of its ultimate skills, anima. This word had a close relation to the soul, as Noah built this edict for nothing other than causing a distinction of his soul with the many different bodies he had, because he was bound to enter dangerous situations, as anything could change with his true sanguine clones. He wanted to form a concept that made sure that even though his clones were his, they would be recognized as if they were their own different entities. He wanted to make it so that the gains of the clones could be taken into them as if they were the main body, but if the clones ever perished, he would only lose the portion of soul contained in it, and it would not harm him any other way. He basically wanted all the benefits without the harm, as the uses of this edict were simple, insuperable, nomological edict of the anima. A nomological edict is a form of undeniable truth and authority that is birthed from the combination of laws and daos, and it cannot be circumvented or stopped by anything, with the only possibility of deniability lying with another edict. The nomological edict of the anima is further elevated by the inclusion of the concepts within the primeval tree of Old Yggdrasil and the primeval tree of Deathskill trees and the bloodlines of the Sanguine Emperor. Primordial and primal titans, among many other concepts, as it has been elevated to the insuperable level, touching on an ancient and undeniable authority privy to select beings. The edict is birthed from the combination of the daos of primordial, ruination, conquest, illusion, subterfuge, destiny, vastness, royalty, vitality, willpower, runes, blueprint, chronos, doppelganger, and fortification, along with laws of life, death, karma, fate, life, and chaos. With the inclusion of so many differing concepts seamlessly, the edict has further been elevated to become an evolvable edict as long as certain conditions are met. The user is granted the title of the distinguished soul as the ultra-rare bloodline of the spirit race begins to bloom within him. At the level of insuperable, the nomological edict of the anima grants its architect 100 billion% to all parameters, nullification to all laws and daos, nullification to the essence of all minor and greater nomological edicts, a natural suppression of quasi-insuperable edicts as everything below the insuperable level is only 10% effective against it, and the granting of the abilities of body and soul, autonomy, soulful emperor, and soul refinement. When one achieves completion of this edict, they will be granted the flames of the anima that among its many uses, it will grant the ultimate abilities of one body, one soul, and soul eater. Along with this, any nomological edict grants its user a smoother pathway towards reality, granting them an increase in the speed of their realm progression by 10 billion%, an increase of 10 billion% to all parameters, and increases the chances of fusions of other laws and daos by 10,000% for the production of other nomological edicts. Current fusion of the laws and daos for the nomological edict of the anima, 100%, an edict truly geared for the soul and to complement Noah's sanguine emperor. Oh, it was with the unlocking of the higher existence bloodline of the spirit race, similar to how Noah obtained the primal titan bloodline in the past, and the abilities were plenty, as one of the most important ones was body and soul. Body and soul was a skill that actually caused the distinction between his bodies and soul, allowing each true sanguine clone to be granted its own identity and a status sheet of information that if anyone peered at them with a powerful quasi-taboo or taboo nomological edicts, the identity they would find, even if they bypassed Noah's defenses, truly being the identity of that clone to the point that it could never be traced back to Noah's true self. So at this moment in time, the true sanguine clone of Noah that was known as Alexander King the Celestial Vine was truly just that, the connection to the main body being distinct and thin to point that most beings would never be able to detect it, of course, to make sure that even taboo edicts would have a hard chance of seeing through everything. Noah had to soon elevate this edict above the insuperable level. Another ability worthy of note was Soulful Emperor. Is thereafter, the most important became the ultimate skills of this edict, Soulful Emperor. The comprehensions, gains, and all positive aspects your soul experienced in other bodies are taken into the main body seamlessly. But any harmful concepts or the deaths of your other bodies do not trace back to your main body, with the passive activation of the Soulful Emperor making it so that others will never be able to attack you through the connection you share with your clones. The harms of his clones stay with his clones as anything good is shared. If the Empress turned out to be a terrifying creature Noah couldn't handle and tried to gaze at Noah's and where his origins were forcefully, this ability was there as a failsafe that granted Noah another net of safety. Then, there were the ultimate skills of Soul Eater and One Body, One Soul, The former was as its name suggested, allowing Noah to passively devour the souls of existence as he kills, as when it was utilized, it would diminish the loot these beings granted as a core part of themselves that was the soul would all be taken to strengthen Noah's. And the ability of one body, one soul was one that allowed Noah to bring together all of his true sanguine clones and any other bodies holding his soul and fuse them into a single being, a shocking effect reminiscent to the true form one obtained when they fused with their ascendancy halos being achieved, as it was another method to grant Noah a truly powerful form if he ever needed it for a terrifying battle. This was the nomological edict he forged while teaching his family right before him. Bringing together DAOs and laws to form edicts can actually be methodical and easy, as after some time, it comes naturally. Noah gave a light smile as he encouraged his mother and all those around him, his eyes picking up the swirling essence around little Henry as he focused on his baby boy that had closed its dazzling eyes with concentration. Watch little Henry. The multiple different types of essence surging around his body will make it possible for a quasi-insuperable nomological edict. Noah spoke freely as his son truly was forging a quasi-insuperable after he had forged an insuperable one. His smile only getting bigger as he couldn't help but laugh when he saw the looks of shock and disbelief from Kazuhiko and the Emperor Penguin among many others in the far back. None of them had yet to even forge a quasi-insuperable nomological edict, and yet a boy of only a few days old was doing so with ease after his father did something even more ridiculous. The illusory crowns above the head of father and son spun with an austere light of rulership as a shocking lineage was waking up in this hidden infinite reality. Chapter 1584 Great Undercurrents. Across the vast realities, within an infinitesimal region that contained an emerging reality, a bloody scene was occurring as a draconic elephantine ender was chasing down a tri-winged sphinx that blazed with purple flames. The trunk of this ender shining with profound golden light as it extended and covered the space of the entire cosmos they were in. Smashing into the tri-winged sphinx as a terrifying sound of broken bones reverberated out. Golden blood flew out like rivers as chunks of vibrant meat flew out. These two beings both releasing powerful auras at the peak of the third firmament of ascendancy as the tri-winged sphinx shining with purple flames spoke out fearfully. I truly don't know anything about any plans. We are low-level enders as we only follow orders. I don't know boom. Squlch, the terrific draconic elephantine beast that was Hyperion did not pay any heed to the other ender as his trunk coiled around its body like a snake, shockingly bringing the enormous creature the size of half a universe towards its mouth as it spoke with a brutal voice. Rest, little ender. I will carry your memories forward, OOM. With utter brutality and rivers of golden blood flowing, the tri-winged sphinx was fully devoured by Hyperion's bestial fusion system. Much of what made its origin and soul being taken by Hyperion is due to Noah's genius that designed this system. Hyperion gained dozens of nomological edicts, cosmos, and bloodlines from the enders he devoured. This was why at this moment, hundreds of millions of cosmos bloomed as along with the influx of edicts. WAA, the powerful aura of a fourth firmament existence rained out madly as 5 ascendancy halos roared out around Hyperion. The first one was still tinged with red from Noah's influence, and whether due to Noah's design of his bestial fusion system or by Hyperion's own destiny, this being truly rose to the fourth firmament of ascendancy in a short period of time by relying on devouring the enders of his own bloodline. It seemed that anything Noah touched would inexplicably be changed in a certain way, as the being that had once fused with him to defeat their first primordial had truly gained many things. Hyperion had been moving recently as he sensed undercurrents rising from the memories of the enders he devoured, and they were getting even wilder recently as never before seen movements were occurring. Around the past day particularly, 2 of the enders he had swallowed before had information that didn't make sense in their memories, and this tri-winged sphinx that he now devoured from another reality affirmed the same thing. Communications have been cut off temporarily by the elder enders as multiple of them from different prime realities are moving out. What needs multiple ender overseers to be mobilized at this moment? His vast eyes glimmered with immense light as he wondered why. Multiple 7th firmament enders and more than likely those of even higher levels of ascendancy were being mobilized over the past day. This, paired along with the connections that enders were forming with bloodlines such as the Blight Serpent dragons, enlightened zombies, and the Aquania bloodline among many, it allowed Hyperion to know that something wild was about to unfold across the vast realities. After having collected all this information, he finally didn't hold anything back as he stared at the spinning crimson halo vibrantly buzzing near him, pulling upon the connection it had with a certain person as Hyperion voiced out slowly. Osmont. There seems to be a huge undertaking about to take place with the enders of reality that will affect the scales of hegemony. primordial beasts have formed alliances with many bloodlines, as from the memories I'm obtaining, they all know of something huge coming to these vast realities. A message carried along the strings of destiny that connected the two different beings. It traversed freely across spacetime, as Noah and Hyperion were among the few beings that would know of something drastic happening other than those involved in these schemes. After the lesson of nomological edicts finished, Noah planned to have his people delve into the soul library and pick as many edicts as they could handle, beginning to forge their flames and their ascendancy halos as they obtained their own power. He watched with pride as his son easily went along the steps to forge a quasi-insuperable nomological edict, this educational session continuing in a shocking fashion in the infinite reality. The figure of little Henry was surrounded by waves of destiny as he actually took inferences from his dictum emperor when it was at the quasi-insuperable level to forge his own destiny-based edict. As Noah was his son's dazzling body with pride, strings of destiny tugged towards him as he received a message from Hyperion. A message of things he knew a little about from the memories of royal blight serpent dragon that he had killed and the sequence of events matriarch Belladonna had taken thereafter that got him into the primordial blacklist, the blacklist that I still have to make some time to utilize to hunt some loot. His eyes shone brightly as he truly had too many things to do. One of those being him choosing a nondescript location and letting it be known that Noah Osmond was there to attract all those searching for him in the primordial blacklist. It was like free loot that was waiting for him to call upon it, and it would come at a moment's notice as he had the identity as a peerless forger as well as a peerless alchemist currently. He raised this task a few rows on his to-do list as he focused on Hyperion's message of even Ender overseers being mobilized as. Thereafter, the authority of the gazer along with the dictum emperor bloomed out from him, a golden book unfurling itself majestically as his actions caused all eyes of the training beings to turn towards him. Towards his glorious figure that had his eyes shining with multicolored tendrils of light and the golden book in his hands that made him seem like a wizened emperor from ancient times. He truly looked too magisterial even when he didn't try these days, as the aura of an emperor permeated around him. Chapter 1585 An Existence of the Olden Times. As Noah sought to understand what the hidden force of primordial beasts could have in store, his other true sanguine clone was about to conclude his battle in the domains of the celestial vines. Within the sacred vineyard, the night passed as it was the equivalent of hundreds of days passing in a certain enclosed domain of time, those battling within the expansive room getting to be extremely familiar with every curvature and markings on each other's bodies. Yes, at this moment, I think. This greeting has gone on long enough. The Empress's face was filled with coldness as it seemed she didn't get what she wanted, while Beatrix looked spent on the fluffy bed while she glared dangerously towards Noah in the corner of her eyes. Her illusory crown spun over her head with regality as she snapped her fingers and caused a garb Noah could only liken to the royal clothing of queens from the medieval times, as it was a golden dress with a wide furred coalescing out sparkles of gold light, this item actually releasing waves of a primordial relic. Noah looked at this as he thought he had to adorn himself in a regal emperor's garb as well, and it had to be a primordial relic that covered his broad shoulders in a manner befitting an emperor of the olden times. His origin was buzzing with waves of destiny and fortune right now as he couldn't help but have a smile, the events within the past hundreds of days being capable of putting any man in a happy mood, as their hearts would have a feeling of having conquered something they shouldn't be able to touch. It was a trivial emotion, and Noah didn't let it spread too much, as he was also to have achieved his goal and actually seen glimpses of something about this existence before him. Well, not her purse, but this little Beatrix that joined us months ago. Yes. The walls of the Empress were top robust, as it was hard getting any information from her, while she also tried to get information from him. When they were conducting their moves during battle, their bodies were covered by incandescent glows of their quasi-taboo nomological edict, as Noah had an infinite amount of essence to play with his dictum emperor and the gazer, but he shockingly found Genevieve releasing waves of over a dozen quasi-taboo nomological edicts. Over a dozen. And all these were just dealing with destiny, fortune, time, and the mental aspect, as he had yet to even see her defensive and offensive-based edicts. This being was truly terrifying, as from Beatrix, he learned barely a glimpse of her identity, as it might be enough to cause even legends to tremble, yet he was calm and collected. He remained unclothed as everything he had was still displayed openly, his fair skin shining a dim golden glow as he spoke out with a smile towards this terrifying Empress, who had said this greeting session was over. Are you sure, Empress? I feel inexhaustible energy to continue for another few hundred days, towards a being that even legends might turn grim if they knew who she was. Noah spoke to so fearlessly while in his birthday suit. A light of tyranny shone from his eyes as he spoke, testing the waters as the eyes of the Empress retained their coldness while snapping her fingers to cause shocking waves of essence to compress around Noah's body. finish whatever you need to, we head to the domains of the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans within the next day." She didn't even reply to his words as with another snap of her fingers, Noah was forcefully teleported away. From this room, he found himself appearing on the steps leading to the primordial temple where throngs of primordials could be seen walking up reverentially, his essence moving instantly as he was clothed faster than what many peak seventh firmament existences could follow. Those nearby that turned only seeing the figure of a rising emperor of old that had shaken things up in the Centennial Alchemy Tournament the past day, enlightened peerless alchemist, the surrounding celestial vines began to bubble up with wonder as before any of them could make a move. The tyrannical waves of a ninth firmament expert rained down around them as the ancestral elder Kiesler instantly appeared with an impassive expression and powerful demeanor that caused them all to move. Back and kneel, Kiesler looked at Noah up and down as if he expected something to be missing from him after whatever he did last night, and sighed with relief when he saw the smile on this enlightened peerless alchemist as he placed his hands on his shoulders while voicing out, "The elders have been waiting for you, WAA." With a flash of light, the two of them disappeared. Those in the surroundings rose while sighing and talking amongst each other on how they came across such a distinguished being, none being the wiser on the events of last night, as the only true celestial vine that knew was Kiesler, and he feared the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans too much to even open lips. Meanwhile, in the expansive room that Noah was just thrown out of, he just played with us for hundreds of days. Did you obtain anything? Empress Beatrix stretched her body that was actually exhausted, never expecting the calm-looking enlightened peerless alchemist to be capable of battling her for a period of days before they even took a single break within these past hundreds of days. "I was close to. This body of his is a mere clone, as I nearly locked onto his actual origin, but the connection was cut off as if it didn't exist some time back. I haven't gotten anything since then." The Empress spoke out with a cold gaze as many thoughts swam around her mind, her fingers tapping on the illusory crown above her head as shockingly, a light flashed from it that caused an illusory multicolored throne to appear behind her that she sat down on. Bzzzt. The throne released waves of essence as the multicolored essence of reality was among them, releasing waves of ancientness and vicissitude as there were actually inscriptions of it that seemed to delve into what the identity of the emperor of old bloodline that Genevieve was carrying. Her figure was bathed in radiant light when she sat on this throne as her body undulated with immense power, being revitalized and powered up in a shocking fashion that even Beatrix looked enviously towards her while still stretching her body, an enlightened peerless alchemist thinking he can keep his own little secrets around us. Humph. At least he can do better work than Atelas or even those exceedingly beautiful Empyrean elves. Beatrix was especially indignant as this being didn't have any sort of decorum with her, doing whatever he wished during their battle as she felt like he was looking at her mockingly whenever she looked into his eyes. While she was indignant, Empress Genevieve was shockingly calm while situated on a throne she pulled out from her authority of the Emperor of Old Bloodline. She tapped on the illusory rest as her eyes shone dangerously. "The time for my next awakening is coming soon. After this one, I should be getting back some of my taboo concepts, as dealing with creatures like him won't be an issue. We'll utilize him as a piece before then and prepare him to be devoured under my olden bloodline. My pride. Will not allow any man who has done that with me to live longer than a few years." WAA, Chapter 1586, An Existence of the Olden Times. Within the domains of the celestial vines, the primordial temple within every prime reality under primordials was special, and this was especially so for the primordial temple within the sacred vineyard. At this moment, Noah had bypassed all doors and hallways of this massive temple as he was led into the depths of it by ancestral elder Kiesler, the two of them going on to enter its deepest chambers as the last teleportation took them in front of a scintillating green door that floated by itself above a clear white floor. The door seemed the same on both sides as it should lead nowhere, but vibrant spatial waves echoed from it as Kiesler's voice echoed out, "This is one of the celestial gateways that will take us to the celestial elder's dwelling. Be prepared." The voice was stern and carried a trace of seriousness as ancestral elder Kiesler walked towards it, Noah doing the same as the moment they touched it. They disappeared into another location entirely. Well, now, Noah's eyes sparkled as he first felt the auras of multiple ninth firmament existences, beings that were just a stage away from reality, and yet the fate of most of them was to remain in this stage for billions of years until even their cosmic filaments could not rotate anymore and they fell. Until the reality passage they built could not sustain them anymore, no matter how much essence came through it. Noah could feel such auras surrounding him as he and Kiesler were teleported to the middle of an expansive ancient-looking spatial pocket that shone vibrantly with verdant essence. Noah had landed on the center of a vast verdant disk that went on for a few miles all around. The edges of this disc having 10 enormous statues of celestial vines rising up on all sides, as on the thickest trunks of these statues, the auras of the 10 ninth firmament ancestral elders could be felt. Starry verdant space could be seen all around them, as this celestial elder's dwelling seemed to be this fantastically bright structure constantly moving in the folds of space. Alexander King. Let us see your glorious form, WAA. From one of the statues, an old man with a sparkling white beard spoke with authority as Noah nodded with a hidden smile, his body releasing waves of light as he bloomed into the magisterial form of a verdant gold celestial vine. Countless vines seemed to bloom as a single central vine trunk shone with golden splendor in the middle. The illusory gold crimson crown that represented his olden bloodline going on to float above this trunk as it released waves of vibrant essence below. His figure looked like a reverential plant from ancient times as he swayed with majesty, the 10 ancestral elders and Kiesler nodding with smiles as their gazes and wills landed on him on all sides to peruse everything and find it to be 100% a celestial vine bloodline, and of course, how could it not be? Noah had first stolen this bloodline from Cecilia as he further increased its concentration from killing the 7th firmament celestial vine Raynor, his current bloodline being thicker than even most native celestial vines. Ancestral elder Babos, the bearded elder, called out as a middle-aged man from another statue rose up, his gaze frosty as his body was surrounded by waves of golden light that represented a destiny-based quasi-taboo nomological edict, this being focused on Noah as his eyes released waves of golden light and asked, "Do you wish any harm at all to our celestial vine's bloodline?" With a resonant voice filled with power and eyes leaking out the authority of a quasi-taboo destiny-based nomological edict, this elder was in charge of ascertaining Noah's allegiances by asking questions, as he would be able to see if there were any falsehoods or if this being before them was not who he said he was. They had to ascertain this as what they wanted to do for him. It was simply too precious and they couldn't just give it away to anyone. Noah felt the waves and wills descending onto him as his body didn't give off any fluctuations of essence, his voice coming out clearly, clear and resonant. No, he did not wish to harm them, he simply wanted to show them a better path and even grant them more power by having them eventually pledge fealty to him. The middle-aged elder, surrounded by destiny, had all gazes fall on him after Noah's reply as he nodded with a smile, the other elders breathing sighs of relief as he continued, "Will you fight for the glorious future of the celestial vines?" I will do everything in my power to do so." Ancestral elders, Noah's voice was filled with conviction as he spoke, the penetrative light of destiny from this ancestral elder being truly like nothing compared to his vast destiny and fortune that were further exploded by his infinite resources construct of the infinite system, with them never being able to know if he was lying to them. The questioning he was undergoing now was also nothing like what he just went through with Empress Genevieve, where her destiny and destiny-based quasi-taboo nomological edicts were more penetrative than anything this celestial vine ancestral elder could do. Lying to them was a piece of cake even if Noah didn't weave out the essence of the dictum emperor outside. For him, the biggest threat was Empress Genevieve, as from what he was able to find out about her from Beatrix, she was an existence that was traced back from the olden times. Existences from the olden times that were living until today were those that had achieved supreme stages of power far surpassing the stage of mere legends, as they were existences other beings could not even imagine normally, and yet Empress Genevieve was in the peak 8th firmament of ascendancy, her soul was robust. And just from edicts based on destiny, fortune, and the soul aspect, she had displayed over a dozen quasi-taboo ones. Just this showed that she had a deep history, and whatever reason she was currently in the 8th firmament of ascendancy. Noah had to watch out for this enemy the most, as with her, there lay countless opportunities. Whatever secrets she held, Noah wanted to peel them layer by layer, as after the hundreds of days of their session, this questioning by a 9th firmament ancestral elder was like child's play. "Good. You are of our lineage and you have brought us great fortune, but as with all of our most prized celestial vines, you will be taken from our domains to dwell and forge your fate in the domains of others." Chapter 1587, The Celestial Modus Operandi. "Good. You are of our lineage and you have brought us great fortune, but as with all of our most prized celestial vines, you will be taken from our domains to dwell and forge your fate in the domains of others." Another ancestral elder spoke from atop one of the 10 glorious celestial vine statues, this one being a sharp-nosed old woman releasing beams of green light from her eyes. Her body swirled with liquefied essence of power as she seemed more powerful than most of the elders here. She spoke the hard truth that didn't just apply to this bloodline, but to many other primordial bloodlines out there, where if they weren't in the cardinal royal bloodlines, their peerless forgers or alchemists or existences of other professions would be taken away into the allure of cardinal royal bloodlines, especially the 5 pure-blooded ones, the means of a pure-blooded cardinal royal Bloodline are vast and unfathomable as they can give you many things, especially someone like you who can refine limit-breaking tools. We hope you do not forget about your lineage and the allure of all of these things. Especially the allure of the Empress, that you will likely be fighting for the cause of her ascension to the throne. They knew the identity of Empress Genevieve as she was a future candidate ruler, and all those she brought under her banner would be working for her imperial lineage. For that, we have unanimously decided to gift you a few things, with one of them being the method that we allow our most prized 7th firmament elders to glance at the celestial modus operandi, W.A. Noah's eyes shone with brightness as his destiny surged with astounding fervor. One of the biggest goals for his identity as a celestial vine coming close to fruition at this moment, he achieved it in a ridiculous speed as only a day passed since he came. Establishing his identity as an enlightened peerless alchemist, that he rose up so much in status, and when paired with the invitation into a pure-blooded cardinal royal human bloodline, it caused the celestial vines to move in haste to secure his loyalty. After the words of the sharp-nosed ancestral elder, all the 10 elders situated on the vine statues rose up with solemn expressions as their chests shone with verdant light, their hands weaving with runic ecritures as the 10 lights met at the center above Noah, shockingly opening a spatial vault that could only be opened by whatever authority these 10 ancestral elders held. We were a small fledgling bloodline, and we gradually rose in status when a single celestial vine stepped onto the path of a legend and established the celestial modus operandi. With austere waves of essence, a shocking visage of an ancient scroll began to appear as it released bursts of verdant light. This is what it all means. A single one of us rising, and allowing all of us to experience an even greater rise. The celestial modus operandi is something that can aid your journey to break your limits, but we know it is not as unfathomable as the means of the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans. Most of us were able to forge a single reality passage as the realm of reality is far away from us, our paths forever closed. The eyes of all the ancestral elders shone with unwillingness and pain as they said this, their lives actually being the most painful out of all existences. As for them, their path upwards was closed off. All they could do was to pitifully strive to find some miracle that might get them what they wanted, but they knew this was an impossibility. So even though we shall allow you to view the celestial modus operandi, do not feel like you have to break your limits through it, as if a better opportunity presents itself from the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans, take it. If you can forge 2 or 3 reality passages with a modus operandi, you have a chance at reality with sufficient preparations and treasures. Forging 4 reality passages marks you an astounding monstrous genius with stupendous foundation, destiny, fortune, edicts, halos, and a lot of other factors that all contribute to the number of reality passages you can build. Their voices carried hope and pain for the future as they effectively opened the spatial vault, the ancient scroll holding the profound wonders of a modus operandi descending down towards Noah as he adopted a serious expression, his form as a celestial vine weaving as his luminous eyes greedily gazed at the celestial modus operandi. The ancient scroll gave off bursts of verdant light as countless runic ecritures moved over it, waves of destiny and a unique protective light covering it as the sharp-nosed female elder spoke with reverence while looking at this scroll. Extend yourself and connect with the celestial modus operandi to receive its workings. Keep it in your heart, and if you choose to break your limits with it, make sure you have made sufficient preparations and have many unique treasures around you to aid the process. Waves of golden verdant light overflowed as one of the thick vine trunks of Noah's went forward to touch the pristine ancient scroll. Arcs of green and gold light pulsed. The ancestral elders at the 9th firmament watched on with bated breaths as to them they secured the loyalty of a distinguished being who might elevate their bloodline and standing among primordials even higher in the future. BZZZT, a glimmering vine touched the visage of an ancient verdant gold scroll as a fantastical glow erupted out, boundless waves of information beginning to flow into Noah as he actually came across a method of revolution and operation of an origin that closely mimicked a reality. A technique to help one break past the limits and achieve a wondrous elevation of power past the locks of 10,000 maximum reserves of the essence of reality, 10 ascendancy halos, and 10 billion cosmos. It flowed into Noah's mind in a wondrous fashion as because it contained such dense information and was something so foreign and new, there was a microsecond lapse as Noah's origin unconsciously and without his say-so. It only slightly began the methods of rotation and revolution expressed in the celestial modus operandi. His origin did this as it felt like it was something so natural and easy, but it was still a mistake as normally even with a modus operandi existences needed time that could take up to years to understand it before they could conduct their origin with the proper revolutions that the technique taught. Noah instantly rectified this as his soul took reins and stopped the revolution. But it was still enough to cause a shocking phenomenon in the outside world. It occurred on this true sanguine clone and all the others' clones, and even over his slumbering main body, briefly and with a microsecond glimpse. Something that had caused the ancestral elder celestial vines to tremble played out as they saw the moment Noah's vine connected to the celestial modus operandi. Their surroundings shook as a terrifying oppressive pressure descended down space, seemingly breaking apart as an illusory light of 0.5 reality passages flashed. A scream of disbelief actually reverberated from some of the ninth firmament ancestral elders as others nearly tumbled from the apex of their statues. Ancestral elder Kiesler fell to his knees as others felt their brains buzzing, Noah's eyes flashing with a light of power and awe as he took control quickly and stopped the sudden unexpected revolution of his origin. His plan was not to break through with a mere celestial modus operandi. His plan was not to even break through with the modus operandi of the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans. Once one's reality passages were established during their breaking of the limits, that was it. He wasn't satisfied with 5 reality passages, even if that was what a terrifying existence like Empress Genevieve held, a number of passages that guaranteed a powerful legend that stood above many others. No, Noah's path would not be that simple. The path of the tyrannical emperor was bound to be something even more illustrious than an existence from the olden times, as on this day his destiny and foundation that he had built showed itself as he could shockingly achieve something outrageous even with the low tier of a modus operandi. Chapter 1588, a mere glimpse of a shocking tyrant. The gaze of ancestral elder Kiesler was aghast as the scene occurring seconds ago replayed in his mind. The vine of the recently introduced enlightened peerless alchemist merely went to touch the visage of the celestial modus operandi, and they all witnessed an unbelievable scene thereafter that overturned everything they knew. The body of the austere celestial vine before them had given off crackling waves of power as for but a single moment this being had almost naturally begun the revolutions of a reality just from learning about it. This was the first point of disbelief that directly went against all that they knew. Each of them had learned this celestial modus operandi and forged a reality passage eventually, but before they did so, they spent dozens of years getting familiar with the method of operation and other hundreds of years just getting their origins to reach an optimum state that they actually began to rotate their cosmos as if they were a genuine reality. Yet the shocking existence before them had done it in the instant that he received the workings of the modus operandi. His foundation and destiny. Kiesler trembled when he thought of this. As for this enlightened peerless alchemist to be capable of doing something like this, the foundations of his origin had to be exemplary. His concepts had to be even more exemplary, as he should have multiple quasi-taboo nomological edicts. The quality of his halos, the physique of his body, the strength of his soul, his fortune, destiny. The myriad of things that allowed the variations of reality passages to form between different people had to all be exemplary for this being to do what he just did. Then, there was the second point of disbelief. 5. How could it be 5 reality passages? For reality passages termed one a monstrous genius, as reality was guaranteed. 5 was overkill, as these beings would be extremely powerful legends. All of the ninth firmament experts in this dwelling today, each of them had only been capable of forging a single reality passage, as their paths were already long abolished. So how monstrous was this being before them that even with their tier of a modus operandi he managed to almost form 5 reality passages before he stopped himself. Thunk. This was the moment that Kiesler dropped to his knees unconsciously. The ancestral elder celestial vines cried out in fervor as they analyzed what had just occurred rapidly, the sharp-nosed elder voicing out with boundless excitement as she floated from her statue to come before the figure of the enlightened peerless alchemist. Our celestial vines have been blessed with an astounding destiny. A celestial vine who can easily forge 5 reality passages has been born among us. The realization in fervor quickly settled in as even Kiesler came to and rose with shining eyes, all of the ancestral elders looking at Noah as if he was the most dazzling gem at this moment. They didn't just look at him with looks of awe and shock for his identity as an alchemist that could forge limit-breaking tools. They now gazed at him with a trace of shocking wonder and reverence as they realized that whenever this being wished, he could obtain a number of reality passages that would guarantee him the stage of reality. They were looking at, this old thing pays respect to the future legend Alexander King, BZZZT, austere waves of destiny echoed out, a future legend. This was the status of the being before them, as he had actually guaranteed this path for himself. This has to quickly be reported to the celestial legend. Waves of communication spread out as they stared at this unfathomable being. Since he stopped his breakthrough and didn't allow it, they knew he was waiting to come across an even more fearsome modus operandi, as this thought also caused them to gaze towards him with more awe and reverence, as none of them would have been able to hold themselves back from actualizing the illusory forms of 5 reality passages. They wouldn't have cared if they might come across another more powerful runic ecrature of modus operandi, as 5 passages alone was enough for them to achieve their dreams. This Kiesler pays respect to the future legend Alexander King, SHA, one after the other, all of the ancestral elder at the 9th firmament of ascendancy beings of extreme power and prestige. They all floated before Noah's celestial vine form as they bowed towards him, at the stage of the 7th firmament of ascendancy. He had 9th firmament tyrants pay respect towards him. His spinning illusory crown released waves of glorious luster as Noah felt his blood burning, his royal cosmos vibrating joyfully as it seemed something at the core of his origin and soul was bubbling. The olden bloodline he had obtained not too long ago was burning fervently as whatever progression of awakening it had seemed to be accelerated at this moment as within an acceptable period of time. Noah was bound to learn exactly what emperor of old bloodline he held and the other features it held for him to explore. As his celestial vine body was showered with magisterial eaves of green gold light and he received the homage of multiple 9th firmament existences, his voice came out calmly. Rise, ancestral elders, WAA. With his words, the powerful tyrants who could rip his clone apart if they were fighting rose their eyes gazing at him with awe and longing as for them. They were essentially introduced to a future legend before he achieved such a stage, and this was a time for them to sow the seeds of friendship and destiny, as the sharp-nosed ancestral elder was the first one to come up and wave her hands, causing glimmering multicolored crystals to appear before them. This old carry would be honored to present future legend with the medium and high-tier soul crystals I've been saving these past millions of years. The sharp-nosed ancestral elder carry was the first. As soon enough, this Kiesler would be honored to gift future legend with sacred herbs I've been tending to for the past hundreds of thousands of years, one after another, the powerful elders of the celestial vines bloodline actually rose to give Noah vibrant loot for the sake of forming ties of destiny with a future legend. The strings of destiny tugged and weaved in their own ways, as who could have expected such a scene to play out when everything began with a small existence like Cecilia? Who could have foreseen the tyrannical emperor being paid homage and showered with glorious loot willingly from his enemies, as he didn't even have to go on a killing spree? It was a work of wonder, as only those who could efficiently study and steer destiny could not even begin to grasp the weaving that was still occurring even at this moment. Chapter 1589, a mere glimpse of a shocking tyrant. As a clone obtained a celestial modus operandi in the depths of a primordial temple and caused a shocking phenomenon, the details of this modus operandi were being viewed by the true sanguine clone in the forsaken treasure reality, who wasn't surrounded by powerful existences to keep watch over. The only beings that were around him were 2 destiny goblins that had pledged fealty, a vivacious 7th firmament primal titan, and the seamless crimson humanoid figure of ruination that floated behind Noah emotionlessly. The 2 destiny goblins had stopped their explorations of the 3rd island as they were bowing towards Noah reverentially, while Natalia was looking toward him in shock while not being capable of getting any words out. What? She had seen the flash of reality passages that this clone gave off for a microsecond as she couldn't wrap her mind around it. The destiny goblins that had already pledged fealty simply going forward to kneel towards their master, displaying such a shocking scene. Ruination had no emotion as always, such occurrences to her being considered common, as after all it was her master. The least he could do was this much, as he should be capable of much more. But Noah's eyes weren't focused on any of the reactions around him as he spent a few microseconds gazing at the overabundance of information flowing into his mind. Of a modus operandi that, like all others similar to it, had unique encryption and restrictions, as it lived as a unique memory in others' minds that they could recall but not display to others. This was an encryption left behind by a legend to not have. Their technique spread out freely among other reasons, and it was why even if Noah killed 8th firmament existences in the future, he would not be able to extract their memories of any modus operandi unless he gained the capability to overcome the might of legends. But the details of the celestial modus operandi, defective, celestial runic ecrature of modus operandi, a rough understanding of the revolution of a reality drawn upon and completed by the inferences of the celestial vine legend from his own completed reality. It is considered a defective product, as even though the revolution of cosmos was initially drawn from the understanding of the celestial vine legend watching a genuine emerging reality for a million years, the mere mimicking of the pathways of cosmos was not enough to birth a genuine low-tier modus operandi. At its current stage, it can at most guarantee the forging of a single reality passage when breaking past the limits for the first time, with there being little to no possibility of this modus operandi being used to break the limits a second time and allow one to achieve reality. Those who hold extreme foundations in destinies have a chance of forging more reality passages when utilizing this modus operandi, with the chances of eventually forming a genuine revolving reality rising, as they will still forge a defective basic reality origin. The special method of revolutions requires a low-tier defective modus operandi, something there normally would only ever allow average existences to forge a single reality passage. And Noah had the possibility of drawing 5 with it, as if he went through he would have obtained a ridiculously low-level origin for his future whenever he achieved the realm of reality. The details and wonders of this celestial modus operandi only further cemented Noah's goals of forging his own, where he now waited to see just what tier of a modus operandi the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans held. And exactly how he would go about forging his own runic écriture of modus operandi once he obtained a sufficient enough sample of these techniques, unlike failed legends like the celestial vine legend who initialized their understanding by watching the mere revolutions of an emerging reality. I will have the infinite reality that is about to fuse with multiple emerging and prime realities is just what origin of reality can I forge by mimicking that? A shocking thought crossed Noah's mind as one truly had to be astounded by the wondrous sequence of events from over a year ago, back to when Noah obtained a mere floating island in the beast world, and he had somehow raised it to the stage of a seed of reality that was fused with multiple realities and holding bountiful cosmos. That he now planned to study in order to forge a technique that would pave the way for his own formation of reality. What a glorious and opportune wonder this was, as Noah thought of the infinite reality. He came out of his stupor of the celestial modus operandi as he studied the technique and how it wanted one to revolve with a portion of his consciousness, the other portions returning to their current situation as he gazed towards the shocked Natalia in the azure forsaken treasure reality. Hold on a second, he didn't reply to her shock or explain as he told her to wait while his eyes turned upwards, the glorious moment of obtaining a modus operandi being enjoyed by him briefly as he continued moving forward to do what he needed to do in order for things to continue proceeding smoothly. And he truly had a great deal of tasks to accomplish, as one of them required the aid of ruination. Noah planning on sending her to another true sanguine clone to accomplish this task while he speedily explored the rest of the treasure islands. As for how to bypass the spatial restrictions of the forsaken treasure reality, Noah wasn't planning to have another clone come all the way here to receive things as he was looking up, because BZZZT, a radiant crackling multicolored spear of reality broke across the layers of space as the sway generous enlightened primordial relic truly accomplished its description of always finding its target. Noah had called upon it as it appeared while breaking past the restrictions of this forsaken treasure reality, his hands reaching out to grasp the multicolored spear powerfully as his figure was temporarily bathed by arcs of powerful light. He then nodded towards ruination as the humanoid figure of this treasure looked at the spear of reality while crinkling her nose. This being the first time that the unique enlightened primordial relic showed emotion. The cause of this was of course the fact that the spear of reality had the seed of reality as its source, with ruination and the seed of reality not seeing eye to eye at times when there was a discussion of Noah path in the past. Now that these unique treasures were becoming more aware and being capable of expressing more of their personality, a unique situation was bound to unfold, as it was only after a moment passed did ruination turn into a streak of red light that wrapped around the spear of reality. Noah looked at this scene with a silent smile as the spear buzzed in his hand before shooting out, entering the folds of space as it crossed the boundary between realities faster than the speed of countless existences as it went towards the clone and the infinite reality. As for the reason why, before the 100 portions of souls return to fuse into the infinite reality, elevate the pertinent edicts into ruined edicts, as I shall then empower them with the true light of conquest. Noah's thoughts were tyrannical as the slumbering dream of his main body was about to end, before it did end. He wanted the edicts that would more than likely be elevated to the level of quasi-taboo due to the influx of 100 brand new realities to experience elevation of stupendous quality as when they were elevated to their new ranks. No other edicts would be comparable to them. Chapter 1590 Ruin. Empower. A spear of reality tore across the veils of space and crossed vast stretches of realities as it returned into the infinite reality while carrying with it an enlightened primordial relic, SHA, the true sanguine clone and cosmic holy land hidden within the primordial cosmos of the infinite reality rose as his arms reached out to accept the glimmering outlotl of reality, the crimson light of ruination flashing out and forming into the emotionless humanoid that actually turned to gaze around the surroundings while shockingly scoffing thereafter. This enlightened primordial relic actually scoffed as it saw the elevated seed of reality that had always been at the same level as it before. And yet now it stood above as a sway generous enlightened primordial relic. The immense wool of the seed of reality didn't engage as rivers of golden essence flowed freely around Noah, a light smile on his lips as he locked onto ruination and asked with a smile, "Ready ye? Good." The first stage will be the empowerment of the nomological edict of the tyrannical emperor and apocalypse. And then elevating the empowered edicts into ruined edicts through you, as only after that can the main body finish its slumber and wake up from the infinite dream. He spoke with a mesmerizing tone as his body gave off waves of incandescent milky white essence, two true stars of conquest that were born from conquering entire realities blooming above him in a shocking fashion. They began to shine lustrously on these stars as they pulsed with beams of profound light as with fervor. They only asked which portion of Noah's soul they should light up. They only asked which concept and which part of Noah's strength they had to elevate. For this, we had to gain a deeper understanding of Noah's current power past his 61 million ascendancy value that quantified just how much firepower he could release at once when accounting for the many things his origin and soul contained. First was a proper look at his power and what lay dormant within him that he could pull out, or what was gradually being pulled out as time passed. Some of these aspects included his ultra-rare emperor of old bloodline, which stemmed from the nomological edict of the tyrannical emperor. And then the supreme bloodline of the Watcher, which stemmed from the quasi-taboo nomological edict of the dictum emperor. These bloodlines constantly showed their effects within Noah's body as his emperor of old bloodline was gradually causing even more changes within him. But similar to the Watcher, they were yet to fully be quantified as Noah did not entirely understand them and their full utilization. And the supreme tier bloodline of the Watcher was bound to be even more special than the ultra-rare bloodline of the Emperor of old, but Noah had no exposure to these concepts before his gaining information on their full utilization was hard. Where he only felt that he would succeed in the coming days as they achieved their full bloom under the constant elevation of quality. And with him planning on turning the very eyes of the gazer and watcher onto himself with as much essence of reality as required now that he could access his reserves with the night battle against the Empress having ended, he wanted to peel the secrets about himself that even he didn't know. Just what was the identity of the olden bloodline that stemmed from the tyrannical emperor? Just what was the bloodline of Watcher that was actually above the aforementioned bloodline of old? There were still many things to unpack within Noah's body alone, as it was like a treasure trove, with his direction of strength this time broadening as he didn't want to keep all the boons to himself. Due to this, he conjured a golden book and pen around him as austere waves of the essence of reality weaved out, Noah actually activating at this moment as he planned to change the boons of forcefully with vast reserves of destiny and the essence of reality to achieve not just the best results for him, but for the truly important people he cared about. I'm not the guy sleeping in a broken down apartment anymore. His voice echoed out unconsciously as, while surrounded by magisterial swirls of essence, two shining true stars of conquest above, and an enlightened primordial relic ready to do his bidding, Noah actually turned introspective as he thought about why he was doing things the way he was at this moment. He wasn't a normal human living alone, nor was he the F-rank hunter that just found out his focus value was blank and he could endlessly cast skills. He was now a father who didn't just have many women depending on him, but quintillions of beings that were within the infinite reality were all pledged to him. Not just a father, but I am once more a son, as I have to protect the one that took care of me at all cost. His surroundings began to bubble forth crazily as the two true stars of conquest released beams of radiant light, trying their best to follow the will of this being who seemed to be unconsciously moving them with his thoughts as he seemed to be looking deep into his psyche and soul. He was both a father and son as he had to pay back the woman who took extra shifts at work to get his dumbass through college. The woman who saved up to take him on vacations at least once a year, even if it was just the beach close by. With his current strength of soul and the capability of his very own samsara universal Tao origin, he remembered every single memory he had since he was born as things he didn't know or understand before were laid bare. The unknown hardships his mother went through, they were all made crystal clear, as it was one of the many reasons he made plans to bring her to this point in time. The countless hours she worked alone until her feet ached. The heartache whenever Noah's father turned abusive to the both of them. The worry and stress she was under whenever Noah was sick. All of these things, Noah just wanted to repay some of them, even though he knew that even if he spent a lifetime he would still never be able to repay and thank his mother for making him who he was today. Due to that, don't just elevate me, but bring my mother and child even higher. The true stars of conquest split apart and gushed out milky stellar light as they heard the wishes of the tyrannical emperor. He saw how his own mother had struggled for him as when he thought about his little Henry and the boundless love he held for the chubby little guy. He wanted to give the best to him so that he would never feel the pains and insecurities that Noah felt when he was young. Crackles of light cascaded down in wonder as, even though Noah had author's viewpoint active to steer things in the direction he wanted, no matter how much essence of reality he had to use, he truly might not even have to, as his mental state resonated with the true stars of conquest. the essence of this unique concept crying out to try and achieve the wishes of its master. Chapter 1591 Ruin. Empower. For the coming upgrade and elevation, Noah didn't put the focus on just himself as he wanted those closest to him to experience even more wonders, and this put a portion of his heart at ease as he felt like he was at least meeting his obligations as a son and a father. But there was another portion of his soul that also made him who he was, the portion that got him through the dungeons of Ape's Paradise, to Soliel's castle, and all the way to fighting forces of worlds, galaxies, universes, cosmos, and now crealities. This part of his soul was one that was always fascinated with the fantasy of mana and essence, and all the vibrant sources of wonder and mystery that continued to lay in wait for him out there. The feeling of his body and soul surging with energy that he could control at will. The feeling of being able to call forth balls of fire to now being able to conjure cosmos or even a spear that carried with it the weight of realities. All of these were things that Noah's soul craved and caused him to always look forward to more fantastical things out there. He wanted to know more about olden bloodlines. About the olden times and what creatures walked realities then. He wanted to know more about the countless types of essence, edicts, and das. He wanted to know more about the wondrous stage of achieving a reality as his heart shuddered whenever he thought of the concept of having a genuine reality for his origin rotating silently within him. How differently would essence feel when my origin is a reality, yet how will the passages of reality that I form feel like when they are connected to me? And just how many can I form? BZZZT. His origin cried out as it released arcs of light while letting the splendorous milky essence of the true light of conquest bathe over it, sensing the thoughts of the being operating it as it almost began to rotate in the method displayed on the celestial modus operandi. But Noah would not have it this way. The part of his soul that craved all of the fantastical wonders was the reason he always marveled at mana, abilities, bloodlines, systems, and skill trees, and it was now patiently waiting to satiate its craving for the stage of reality and what else lay of there. This was also why he forged the infinite system with its subclasses of infinite resources and infinite dream. He truly didn't want any of these wonders to end, as he wanted to explore every inch of the infinite realities and what they contained. Ever since he awakened and entered the stage of utilizing essence and mana, he had been living what should have been something that was only in his dreams. And he truly didn't want this fantastical dream to end. Two true stars of conquest turned dim in the space above the cosmic Holy Land as they cracked and shattered, disappearing into nothingness. Noah's soul cried out joyfully as he closed his eyes to sense the profound changes occurring at this moment that were transferred directly to the slumbering origin and soul of the main body, the light of conquest wrapping tightly around the concepts of the edicts of the tyrannical emperor and apocalypse as they were empowered gloriously in their respective stages. This type of feeling. This type of euphoria as something fantastical occurred. This was what Noah sought for as his eyes released beams of luminous light when he saw prompts descending over them. That was what sacrificed a single true star of conquest to empower an edict, with this action having the capability to unlock new features or ultimate abilities of these edicts where even their flames undergo a fundamental change, as so will the ascendancy halo these edicts were in. Yet gloriously, the nomological edict of the tyrannical emperor bore a brand new ability due to the empowerment, while Apocalypse now went forward to grant Noah to full telos bloodline, a bloodline of a creature born for destruction and apocalypse, as it was a true enemy to all higher existences from the previous description of this ability. Is it a single form of Athonian deep-sea monstrosity, or will I have my own unique one? Noah's thoughts danced rapidly as while he read the system prompts and delved into his soul to understand the newly empowered concepts. Changes were blooming within the beings his heart sought to take care of and protect. Far away from the cosmic Holy Land, in the domain of the Soul Library, little Henry was being held tightly in the arms of his grandmother as they were both looking at the shelves of the Soul Library and picking up books here and there. Nomological Edict of the Snow Princess? Now, why would Noah have that? Amelia was getting familiarized with the many new concepts as little Henry only looked at everything with sparkling jewel-like eyes, his chubby little hands almost reaching out to every single book here that held greater and quasi-insuperable nomological edicts. As he held himself back, he could take the easy route and take edicts that weren't of his father's making or his own making. Or he could create quasi-insuperable after quasi-insuperable edict on his own as he built a path that would maybe only be capable of mimicking his father. He already gives us so much. Maybe I should try to forge a concept he hasn't focused on yet and make it easy for him to forge an even better one. The childish eyes of this destined child shone with motivation as he actually tried to find ways to help his father, but his surroundings instantly changed at this moment as an explosive aura of Power erupted from not just him but also from his grandmother and a not too far away Adelaide. Golden austere waves of power surged forth from their origin as they carried immense majesty. The effects of the newly unlocked blooming out at this moment even as Noah was just learning of its details at the same time. Chapter 1592 Ruin. Empower. Interlinked royal lineage, the true blood of the tyrannical emperor runs deep as an aspect of all the bloodlines he carries are taken and transfused together to begin the emergence of a royal bloodline unique to the tyrannical emperor. The strength of this bloodline is entirely dependent on the aspects it came from, as its strength can vary, with its awakening gradually continuing until it reaches full completion when its name is granted. This bloodline is inherited by all those sharing a familial bond with the tyrannical emperor. Their origins and souls becoming influenced with distinction as they carry on the will of the tyrannical emperor. The effects of interlinked royal lineage were simple, as they took from the many aspects of Noah's bloodlines and began building a royal bloodline unique to Noah from it, only 3 beings apart from him feeling its effect, as they were considered to have met the condition of the familial bond. Little Henry and Amelia were a given as they shared their blood, and Adelaide was considered to share a familial bond as she had carried Noah's progeny. This was why, as these beings perused the soul library, their origins lit up with fantastical light as waves of cerulean blue covered them. Their souls experiencing multiple waves of elevation just from this bloodline awakening and granting them tremendous boosts, as above their heads, an extremely faint cerulean illusory crown began to form. It was faint, but it was there. Above the heads of Amelia and Adelaide, an illusory crown formed as it released waves of royal authority that washed over them to cause them to give off unbound waves of majesty and power. As for little Henry, his crimson gold illusory crown had a portion of it now painted a sparkling cerulean blue as his chubby body released even more cuteness and wonder, his dazzling eyes blinking again and again as a single thought crossed his mind. What has father done now? At the same time, Amelia patted her body in shock and awe while Adelaide. She showed initial shock, but after a few seconds, she actually calmed down and walked towards her mother-in-law and child to make sure they were okay, as things like this. They already seemed common to her under Noah. Back to the cosmic Holy Land. Noah nodded his head as his wish was actually achieved, the result being something he didn't even know he could do, as the authority of an illusory crown that olden bloodline showed actually stemmed off from him and was passed down to his family, and this was his own royal lineage, so I can forge my own bloodline that is equivalent to those in the olden times? Such dangerous thoughts bloomed in his mind, as it truly seemed possible. And something he had been putting off and waiting for the accumulation of different bloodlines to appear would actually be usable soon, its results bound to be ridiculous, as Noah could finally use the nomological edict of the Sanguine Emperor to merge bloodlines from his increased pool. What the results of this action would be were yet to be known. Across the vast realities, very few beings were knowledgeable of the movements of primordial beasts, but the large-scale movements of this gigantic bloodline were still observed by others, as even primordials caught whisperings of such erratic movements, but there was knowing about things. And then there was understanding exactly what plans were in play, with their plans being hidden behind layers of many veils and never revealing too much to any primordial beasts. The spread of information on their movements was stifled down greatly, to the point that when many high-tier Ender overseers moved out of certain regions, it was only a certain primordial beasts devouring the memories of others of its kind who found out. So where exactly were these terrifying existences moving out to? Crackles of oppressive essence could be felt as within the folds of space, an enormous pocket was created in the boundary between realities, as this pocket contained far too many dreadful beings. The lowest in ranking were at the 7th firmament, as variations of vibrant beasts could be seen. Some were enormous winged tigers, elephantine beasts, draconic beasts, apocalypse turtles, obsidian crocodiles, 5-headed monstrosities, abysmal scorpions. And many more enders of reality that released horrific waves of power could be seen. All of them were standing in neat rows, as even though they all control a prime reality or multiple, they respectfully watched and followed the directions of the dozens of 8-tier enders that floated before them by the dozens. The illusory sheen of a reality passage could be seen on some of them brilliantly, as they carried similar variations of forms, but were even more regal and majestic than the enders at the 7th firmament, and yet even these 8th firmament enders were quiet as they reined in their eyes while gazing at 10 powerful enders that overpowered everyone else here with their mere auras. One was an enormous apocalypse turtle whose shell constantly showed the illusory destruction of countless cosmos, another was a scorpion crackling with arcs of obsidian light, and the others were variations of other terrific bestial forms, as the last one was an ancient white dragon whose scales released pure radiant light. These were the ninth firmament primordial beasts in charge of the operation today, as all the shocking cluster of dozens of eighth firmament enders and over 100 of those at the stage of seventh firmament realm overseers. They all paid attention as they listened to shocking secrets. We make our moves not just here on this data, but across all the realities that our forces are spread out around. WAA, the pristine white dragon ender spoke with majesty as its eyes dripped with brutality and wisdom, its voice continuing to ring out. Countless others have their own missions, but ours is a crucial one meant to sow the most chaos possible, as it is an assassination that cannot fail, his ancient voice echoed out grandly as it carried waves of immense force, more than one reality passage being faintly discernible over the body of this ender. Thus, a party of 10 ninth firmament enders with dozens at the 8th firmament and even more below that remained hidden silently in the folds of space, as they seemed to have a unique knowledge of an existence passing through this location where they would carry out a terrifying assassination. This was a single party of primordial beasts, but there was something even more unbelievable as this hidden party of enders that lay in wait for their target. They were actually being gazed at by others at this moment without their knowledge, other beings that weren't even situated in their surrounding dimension, is just a light year above their hidden folds of space within the boundary between realities. There was an unseen arc of darkness that was a mere slit which hid a doorway to mirror dimension. Chapter 1593 Ruin. Empower. LV, covertly unseen by the veils of the mirror realities, an even more terrific set of existences watched the party of primordial beasts in silence, as those in question were actually three existences that didn't give off even an ounce of an aura of power. Only one being out of the three gave some indication of their power, as it was a frightfully vibrant crimson bird that was known to some in the olden times as a dimensional archaic devil bird, this creature actually having its eyes glistening like multicolored jewels at this moment, as it was the one keeping everyone silently within this region of the mirror realities. What gave an indication of their power was the fact that across the long-spanning crimson wings, sharp claws and beak that could pierce realities, and a vibrant furred tail that actually seemed to be billowing with flames and magma that melted apart the surrounding reality. One could see undulating sets of purple and gold ascendancy halos. Purple and gold ascendancy halos that numbered by the dozens, as they far exceeded the barrier of 10 that seemed insignificant to these beings, with all of these halos making their rotation around the body of this dimensional archaic devil bird as they finished over its illusory crimson-colored crown spinning powerfully above it. An illusory crown that its two other compatriots near it shared, as these beings had their own fantastical forms, one of them being an enormous eyeball that had golden flames constantly burning over all of its surfaces as golden wings outstretched on its back, and the other having the form of a pure white unicorn, as it was known by those knowledgeable of the creatures from the olden times as a 9-reality horned unicorn. Three existences that even ninth firmament experts would dread, as each had origins and bloodlines extending from the olden times, and yet they stood watching a powerful party of primordial beasts wait to ambush someone. For a remnant disaster to be trying to wake in this era. We shall uproot it where it stands as the olden emperor of the golden. I could only ascertain that the remnant disaster will be targeted by this group of enders. Anymore, and the remnant disaster would have been alerted and gone into hiding, as this is a chance we cannot miss. The dimensional archaic devil bird spoke silently as its eyes still released the multicolored jewel luster that stabilized the mirror reality around them. Are we really not going to move and stop the mobilization of these beasts? Even if it means they are the first step to unfolding chaos? Beside the dimensional archaic devil bird, the eyes of the 9-reality horned unicorn that had a sharp horn shining with incandescent waves of stellar cosmos and eyes that emanated immense holiness and brutality spoke out. It seemed to hold the party of enders below with particular distaste, as even the dimensional archaic devil bird didn't reply. The winged golden eye burning with flames that was known as the eclipsing celestial void eye being the one to reply calmly with mental waves of power. That is not our destiny. Every eon comes with its own challenges and changes. And we know where our destiny lies, as it is in your best interest to follow it if you wish to achieve your reality soon. Words filled with ancientness echoed out as these beings conversed amongst themselves, multiple illusory reality passages being seen around each of their bodies, as their mere auras alone could utterly crush average ninth firmament experts. As Noah marveled at the new changes brought about through the empowerment of the nomological edicts of apocalypse and tyrannical emperor, he was now even more curious what making them ruined edicts would do. The enlightened primordial relic had many functions, were among the capabilities of ruination that included ruined affixes. There was concept corruption, the concepts owned by the master of ruination can be corrupted and elevated in quality as they become ruined concepts. Nomological edicts up to the quasi-taboo tier can be turned into ruined nomological edicts as new abilities and features will be unlocked from this elevation and corruption. This ability requires 10,000 units of the essence of reality for every activation, concept corruption. A feature that took a ridiculous amount of essence of reality as if someone was forging a reality-altering construct. It was akin to the expenditure of building a system as many reality crystals would have to be sacrificed, but Noah was unfazed as he finally locked his gaze with the figure of ruination. Corrupt Apocalypse and the Tyrannical Emperor, OOM, a command was given as the required essence of reality was prepared, the enlightened primordial relic being given access to the reserves as it heeded the words of its master and moved powerfully. The figure of ruination floated down as the incandescent fingers of her right hand landed on Noah's head while her left came to land on his chest. Vibrant waves of crimson gold essence bloomed out thereafter as arcs of coagulated essence buzzed dangerously, Noah's figure becoming painted with the resplendence of gold and crimson light as ruination called out powerfully, "YA," a single shout that came with it the utilization of 10,000 units of the essence of reality, multicolored essence coursing through the enlightened primordial relic and into Noah's soul as they first focused on Apocalypse, the corruption of Noah's concepts beginning at this time as the results of it were unknown but bound to be shocking. This was especially so as these concepts that had gotten the stacked elevation of empowerment and now corruption of ruination would be getting an entire tier's worth of advancement soon as the main body that had been slumbering this whole time. OOM, unique waves of the essence from the dimension of dreams swirled around him as he slumbered on his throne, his eyelids twitching as the first infinite dream was about to end. With an end to the infinite dream, there was the return of 100 portions of his souls that had each succeeded on their mission. With an end to the infinite dream, there would be the elevation of two concepts to the level of quasi-taboo. Chapter 1594, the first infinite dream ends. A glorious emperor laid back on his throne in slumber, his body surrounded by waves of essence from the dream dimension that were pulsing with a unique silver-gray light. His hair had grown longer in this short period of time as it looked like gold and crimson flames were dancing even up to his shoulders, his visage exceedingly beautiful even as he slept. His crown that was always tinged gold and red had now gained hints of blue due to as a brand new royal bloodline bloomed while he slumbered. And his eyes fluttered every now and then as the time neared for him to wake. When he did wake, great undercurrents would bloom as two new quasi-taboo nomological edicts would be born soon after. Not only this, but over 100 true stars of conquest would bloom as the usage of these stars was bound to cause stellar results, but most of all, just what changes would occur to the infinite reality that was a fusion of 6 realities currently. And an influx of prime and emerging realities surged into it. The river of time flowed endlessly as while his body was about to wake in. The infinite reality, his true sanguine clone with the identity of Alexander in the sacred vineyard of the celestial vines had finished the acknowledgement of the elders and received piles of loot that he could quadruplicate. Medium and high-tier soul crystals. Sacred herbs and materials for alchemy. Methods of refinement that peerless alchemists utilized. And even 4 offensive-type primordial relics. Of course, none of the 4 primordial relics compared to the outlotl of reality that was about to become even more monstrous after the addition of a collection of 100 prime and emerging realities, as Noah would at most pass them to his people or use them as forging materials for elevating ruination or forging other relics. At this moment, Noah accepted all of these gifts and goodwill of the powerful ninth firmament celestial vines as Kiesler led him out of the unique pocket of space that contained the ancestral elders. We have already passed word to the celestial legend as it might take him a day before he makes the time to descend from the grotto sanctums. "Oh, have you gotten knowledge of what these are yet?" Kiesler asked as the two of them floated on a stellar path of stars leading back to the domain where Empress Genevieve and her Peri were, not simply teleporting back like before. Noah shook his head at Kiesler's question as this ninth firmament ancestral elder spoke while gazing above them to a faraway location that even he couldn't see. Grotto sanctums, clusters of realities where different dimensional planes converge, as they are the true aim of the earliest primordials when they undertook the task of splitting apart the main reality. Grotto sanctums are places that only those in the stage of legends can reach, as the rest of us can only gaze from afar. Even though we are at the ninth firmament, even though we are only a step away out, we will never be able to reach it. Dimensions that put forsaken treasure realities or forgotten realities to shame. Dimensions with naturally born treasures and wonder that. His face seemingly developed wrinkles as he aged millions of years in an instant, the sadness on Kiesler's face palpitating as this being was one of the many that knew they would never taste reality, and especially the boons that came with it. Amidst his melancholy, Noah's mind buzzed from the new information. Grotto sanctums, this thought buzzed in his mind as it caused him immense excitement, because he knew there were just even more wondrous things waiting for him to unravel. Amidst Kiesler's sadness and Noah's excitement, the two beings didn't notice when, but a humongous obsidian cuboidal vessel appeared above the stellar path they walked on, as the front of it was transparent and showing a domineering figure of Empress Genevieve staring down coldly while surrounded by her 10 pure-blooded Cardinal Royal Human Guards. Have the goodbyes finished? Get on and let us make way. I have traversed and seen enough. Her voice was decisive, as it even contained a hint of displeasure, causing Kiesler to nod seriously and hold back his thoughts as he nearly turned to ask Noah what had happened last night when he kept her company. Should she not be happy and satisfied right now? Yet why did she seem to actually be displeased? Even this ninth firmament ancestral elder could not fully grasp the minds of certain beings as Noah did. Tari, nodding towards Kiesler, who looked towards him as if he was a prized child leaving his home that he had only arrived in a day. Noah's figure floated into the enormous cuboidal vessel as a beam of dark light shot from it and sucked him in, his figure reappearing in the inside of this vast vessel as he turned around to see himself in the control room that held regal dark and white seats with a single throne that Empress Genevieve sat on. All of her 10 guards, serious as even Beatrix that he had tussled with for hundreds of days, only gazed towards him coldly as if she hadn't just been doing unspeakable things with him. What happened with your olden bloodline? The sharp voice of the Empress rang out as her dazzling dark eyes caught the wisp of cerulean blue permeating over Noah's illusory crown, such a thing causing her perceptive eyes to flash as she knew any changes to the authority of an olden bloodline were huge. Noah's eyes only raised at this question before he blinked innocently while replying, I'm not too sure, Empress. I haven't done anything drastic to warrant any changes. The eyes of Genevieve flashed with coldness as she remained locked onto Noah's innocent expression, only moving her gaze in a few seconds as she laid back on her throne and spoke out dryly, let us return home, WAA. She said the last words with a hidden mockery and distaste that the guards behind her didn't catch, the cuboidal vessel releasing incandescent lights as it very quickly began to shoot out towards the direction of the domains of pure-blooded Cardinal Royal Humans. Chapter 1595, The First Infinite Dream Ends. Meanwhile, the actions of an enlightened primordial relic were finishing up in the infinite reality as the hands of ruination still covered Noah's face and chest, crimson gold light swirling around them as 20,000 units of the essence of reality were sacrificed to achieve a corruption of a portion of Noah's soul. A corruption of the concepts that lay there as they underwent great changes to become something even greater than what Noah initially forged. Radiant gold and crimson light surged and pulsed in waves around Noah's body as after a certain period of time, BZZZT, the small figure of ruination was pushed back as Noah's body exploded with wondrous beams of essence, his mouth and eyes shooting out the most radiant beams as he looked like a beast from the olden times. Space shuddered around him as the crimson light on his illusory crown gained an even bloodier shade of red, his eyes opening with haste as they were met with wondrous prompts flowing down. BZZZT, Noah's ascendancy halos unconsciously bloomed as he had transferred the flames of apocalypse and tyrannical emperor into different halos in anticipation for any occurring changes to be displayed on a single edict, and he got his wish at this moment as he watched the fantastical scene of 2 of his 10 golden ascendancy halos crackle with profound light as 2 dreadfully crimson gold eyes erupted from them, a crimson gold eye that had a rotating iris of its own uniqueness, where the halo containing the flames of apocalypse had a crimson iris of what looked like a shattered stellar reality. Meanwhile, the halo containing the ruined flames of the tyrannical emperor had an iris that was actually a sharp spinning crimson crown, as both of these ruined eyes of ascendancy terrifyingly gazed around Noah for enemies to attack. Ruined eyes of ascendancy that apparently caused the degradation of one's soul power and even the degradation of concepts with the attacks released through them. Just what exactly did this mean? The flames of edicts that have been corrupted by ruination gain the unique capability to cause the degradation of the target's soul power as their reserves of essence of reality are lowered along with their ascendancy value. The ruined eye of ascendancy goes even further as it grants the user true annihilatory conceptual damage, a type of damage that is capable of degrading even the concepts of the target, as quasi-taboo nomological edicts can be degraded to insuperable, and minor nomological edicts can become entirely and permanently erased from an existence's soul if they face enough true annihilatory conceptual damage. Holy, Noah's eyes opened with fervor as he read the details of the ruined eye of ascendancy. His eyes landing on the words of true annihilatory conceptual damage. He had been granted true annihilatory soul and physical damage before, as one would naturally think this was it. But here was another stage where conceptual damage shocking existence to hurt the very concepts of being held so dear. Can you imagine spending countless years to forge quasi-taboo edicts as you know them in and out? And then an enemy comes from nowhere and causes your very own concepts to become degraded or even cease existing? It was a dreadful idea, as the effects of this terrific ability did not just stop here, the prompts continuing to descend. Even more wonders of the newly rising ruined eyes of ascendancy showed themselves as shocking effects could be achieved under the top different ruined edicts. Noah had now gained the authority to forcefully deactivate the ascendancy halos of others through the ruined nomological edict of the tyrannical emperor, or he could even go past this and use apocalypse to complete shatter ascendancy halos and degrade one's soul, bloodlines, and concepts. The latter was much more destructive than the other, as it showed itself in the name. No matter how many beings I'm surrounded by, I can cut off their biggest source of strength with a mere flash of the ruined eye of ascendancy. Seems like I need to utilize my name in the primordial blacklist soon. Noah's eyes released beams of destructive light as he already thought ahead to obtaining the best possible results and boons while utilizing the new methods he just gained. But before he did this, his main body began to release glorious waves of power as the essence from the dream dimension ran rampant. The surrounding lands also soon beginning to shake as a shocking phenomena was about to bloom within the infinite reality. From the golden throne, a ruined emperor that had been slumbering for the last day twitched as his crimson gold hair sparked with flames, the essence of the dream dimension swirling even more heavily around him as in the next moment. Snap, his eyelids fluttered and opened as they permeated with the magisterial luster of dozens of realities. Chapter 1596. What a dream! The Azure Treasure Emperor's runic écriture of modus operandi. This was the ultimate prize hidden within the forsaken treasure reality that Natalia had found, and destiny has weaved itself in a way that Noah chased a blight serpent dragon into the domains of the primal titans to eventually come to meet Natalia. After coming out as a peerless forger in the Isles of the Gilded Forge, things had progressed to the point that Natalia took him to this prized reality she didn't even tell the Primal Titan legend about. As the result of this, would be two seventh firmament existences possibly getting their hands on a full modus operandi. Chances such as this rarely rose across the vast realities, as those who attained their own modus operandi could effectively begin new lineages and bloodlines. With this being exactly what occurred to have the many bloodlines stretched across realities currently, these thoughts and many were prevalent in the minds of Noah and Natalia as these two beings were followed by two destiny goblins onto the other treasure islands of the Azure Forsaken Treasure reality. Bountiful naturally formed primordial treasures, soul crystals, and reality crystals were occasionally still being found as they explored this glimmering reality, but their goal was now focused on the remaining pages of the Azure Treasure Emperor's runic écriture of modus operandi. With such a thing in their hands, Natalia stood a chance to get revenge against a primordial legend. And Noah would gain the second modus operandi to look at for inferences on how to forge his own, and it would at least be better than the low-tier defective modus operandi that the Celestial Vines were utilizing, as the Azure Treasure Emperor's runic écriture of modus operandi even allowed one's reality passages to uniquely grant them tremendous boosts towards their destiny and fortune. Let's move faster, Noah's commanding voice echoed out as his body was widely leaking out waves of fortune and destiny, his body revealing the aura of a destiny goblin king as his eyes spun like multicolored light, using the sight of the gazer to locate what he wanted as he was already locked onto it. If one knew what they wanted, they could find it with the eyes of the gazer. Noah had caused his essence and origin to surge as after he knew the existence of the pages of the Azure Treasure Emperor's runic écriture of modus operandi, he simply sought to locate the rest as he saw exactly where they were littered across the Azure Forsaken Treasure reality. Locating the naturally formed primordial treasures and things like soul crystals was also the same, as Noah knew their coordinates, but he still thoroughly searched the treasure islands he was passing through, as there were always new treasures he hadn't come across before. Like this, his pace increased as, with a stern and yearning Natalia already gazing towards the future and two destiny goblins following behind. They broke into the central domain space of another treasure island as there, surrounded by stellar golden rivers of liquefied essence and protected by a verdant gold destiny goblin. Was another floating multicolored page. Ruination floated beside the true sanguine clone of her master that she had just utilized concept corruption on, her emotionless eyes looking him up and down as she could feel his aura had become even more oppressive, and how could it not when he had undergone empowerment with two true stars of conquest that multiplied its boosts by 10 times, and then concept corruption that multiplied the boosts by 20 times. This wasn't just a multiplication of the base statistical boosts that the two edicts gelled, but a stackable enhancement where the initial boost was multiplied by 10, and then the new boost was multiplied by 20. The increased parameters and other statistical boosts were wondrous, as it was the equivalent of gaining many insuperable nomological edict branded onto his soul. His ascendancy value that had been languid this whole time surging once more as from the 60s to it rose to the height of 72 million just from the empowerment and corruption of these two concepts. That's just the first step. Noah's true clone let out a devilish smile as he thought, his gaze locking with his true body that opened its slumbering eyes at this moment. What would happen now that these two empowered and ruined edicts are elevated from insuperable to quasi-taboo? His thoughts were wild as with the coming end of the first infinite dream, there were many things that Noah was excited by. The inclusion of a mixture of 100 emerging and prime realities was bound to be a shocking affair as then. There were also the effects of nomological regime, when the tyrannical emperor achieves a sufficient number of realities under his banner of conquest, this edict will be elevated to the next rank as under the regime of the tyrannical emperor. It is a possibility to even elevate other edicts with sufficient utilization of the essence of reality and the authority of the flames of the tyrannical emperor. The possibilities of elevation are linked to the conquered number of realities, with every 10 conquered realities allowing for an edict to be elevated to the insuperable level. Every 50 realities conquered thereafter will allow for the elevation of any chosen edict past the insuperable. Amen. 10 conquered realties granted 10 true stars of conquest as he could make any edict into an insuperable one. And if he conquered 50 realities, that was 50 true stars of conquest that could actually birth a quasi-taboo nomological edict. It meant that after the natural elevation of Apocalypse and the tyrannical emperor into quasi-taboo due to them being evolvable and benefiting from the Apocalypse infusion of the 100 coming realities, Noah would gain over 100 true stars of conquest to raise 2 additional edicts to the stage of quasi-taboo. Over 100. Now, why would we say over 100 when there are only 100 portions of souls returning with their own fused reality? The answer to this was something Noah also wanted to observe. As for the souls that came back with prime realities, just how differently would they be counted compared to emerging realities? How many true stars of conquest would a single prime reality be worth? The luster of the dream dimension pervaded throughout. The infinite reality began to tremble and vibrate as its master had woken from his slumber, his mere sleep cycle ending and bringing with it untold wonders. Chapter 1597. What a dream! The master of the infinite reality woke from his slumber as this mere sleep cycle of his came back with the assimilation of 100 realities. Others couldn't even begin to comprehend this as Noah's main body opened its eyes and rose fully on the throne, his irises spinning in his eyes in a terrifying manner as the sight of the Watcher was utilized to cover the whole expansive reality, past its edges, and even further around it. Everything that happened would be seen under the eyes of the Watcher. And as Noah watched on with utmost focus, he saw that the boundary of the infinite reality was surrounded by the silvery gold essence of the dream dimension. At this moment, a shining portion of his soul passed across spacetime. With haste, it shot back towards where it belonged. As shockingly, it seemed extremely heavy, as if it was pulling an enormous weight. The soul shimmered with austere blue and gold light as it could not be stopped by anything, pulled by the main soul within Noah's body as it shot across all layers of space to instantly shoot back into Noah's origin. The moment this occurred, the enormous weight that this soul carried finally appeared on the boundary of the infinite reality, with glory. It was the illusory boundary of an emerging reality, as it seemed like a vast endless river of stellar light had appeared laying itself atop the endless river that was the infinite reality. As soon after its boundary began to disintegrate and undergo an apocalypse as the thousands of cosmos within this emerging reality were pulled into Noah's infinite reality. This emerging reality faced its end. It faced its apocalypse in order to have its cosmos assimilated by Noah's infinite reality. As this process caused the concept of apocalypse within Noah that was both empowered and ruined to begin to surge with presence as it was getting immense fuel that would carry it towards quasi-taboo the more apocalypses it experienced. At the same time, the ruined nomological edict of the tyrannical emperor was also surging as the moment the portion of soul and the emerging reality it carried came in. A radiant white true star of conquest formed in the layers of space, a stellar true star that then shot down towards Noah as the concept of the tyrannical emperor surged gleefully, since every conquered reality meant its condition for evolving was being met. These crackles of essence surged as the first emerging reality completely met its end and thousands of cosmos were fused into the infinite reality. But this wild energy didn't fade, as it even seemed to accumulate and increase as soon after a second portion of a soul appeared and shot towards Noah's body. This soul carried with it another emerging reality as Noah continued non-stop, recalling the souls tied to emerging realities first, as the prime realities were reserved for later portions. of souls began to return as emerging realities came to meet their end and assimilate into the infinite reality seamlessly, shocking changes occurring within its lands as the atmospheric essence was rising ridiculously in quality that not just rivers of essence were being born anymore, but coagulated multicolored seas of essence began to form an utter magisterial glory. Very few beings apart from Noah himself could see to the full extent what was happening to the infinite reality. The most powerful ones could spread their awareness out as they might be able to cover the span of a few thousand cosmos, but it wouldn't be enough to cover the whole reality. A being that could do this was small in stature and cubby in nature as his little body was gradually growing, a stellar, illusory crown that carried the colors of gold, red, and blue spinning wondrously above his head as he looked out around him with dazzling eyes that were glazed over with multicolored essence at this moment as the sight they covered was extremely vast. My father, I asked something else, little Henry spoke as he and his grandmother left the soul library and were floating on a stellar river of shining stars surrounded by Adelaide, Tiamat, Halcyon, Blue Slime, Barbados, and many others. Each of them were gazing around in wonder as they saw that between the regions of stellar bodies, vast rivers of different colored essence were forming into seas as their own origins cried in happiness at such high concentrations of energy so potent that beings would naturally awaken and begin forging their origins naturally without even the use of treasures, where a normal human being naturally achieving a quasar or galaxy for their origin would very soon become a reality as the infinite reality would be transformed into a holy land that would seem like a paradise to others. What can you see? Amelia pinched the cheeks of little Henry as she asked, this destined child letting off dazzling light off his body as his eyes were surrounded by the light of his first insuperable nomological edict, an edict he had forged after the awakening of the royal bloodline through interlinked royal lineage, the nomological edict of the observer, barely days old, and he had already begun forging insuperable nomological edicts as the concept of the observer allowed this shocking child to be capable of seeing a bit more than half of an emerging reality. Towards his grandmother's question, he spoke mesmerizingly, rivers of reality are fusing into our own with the appearance of shining soul light. Stellar white stars blooming after the appearance of every endless river of reality as thousands of cosmos are added into our home. As he spoke, his little fingers waved to replicate an illusory scene of what he saw, everyone looking at the rivers of reality stacking themselves above one extremely large one as boundless stellar lights fused into each other. Glorious white stars blooming constantly as a sight they would never be able to forget was displayed before them. Chapter 1598. Making Quasi-Tabo Zero Edicts is easy. Dozens of rivers of realities were laid atop the boundary of the infinite reality as they met their end and were assimilated, an astounding accumulation of essence building up as seas of essence formed. Noah's main body pulled in all of the incoming portions of souls ceaselessly as with the return of each one, thousands of cosmos were added to his home. With the return of each soul, emerging realities that had champions under primordials disappeared from the vast realities as the overseers of these realities found out that they had lost their authority. Noah's actions were fantastical at this moment, but they would also cause a few beings to look at this phenomenon incredulously as they could not explain how a reality they looked over disappeared as if it never existed. The infinite reality itself was a sui generis enlightened primordial relic, and it was becoming even more of a wondrous treasure as more realities were added onto it. Noah's crimson gold flaming hair danced madly over his shoulders as his illusory crown spun, the pulling of souls and cosmos becoming second nature after the 20th time as thereafter, he focused on the concepts most affected at this moment. The portion of his soul that contained the concept of apocalypse and tyrannical emperor had been vibrating and expanding ever so constantly since the assimilation of realities began, occupying a larger portion of his soul as they gradually surged past the level of insuperable and went towards quasi-taboo. Crackles of multicolored light surged around him as unconsciously, his figure floated out of the golden throne he had been slumbering in within the cosmic Holy Land. Passing across the veils of space as he was pulled towards the heart of the current phenomenon, the eyes of the watcher observing the newly added cosmos as white stars of conquest formed and shot into his origin, he was being pulled towards the area of assimilation because, yes, Noah had a chance to watch something that other beings in the vast realities couldn't even dream of at this moment. After the primordials initiated the splitting of the main reality, just who had been privy to realities fusing back together, when Enders devoured all the cosmos of a reality, this whole construct returned to the main reality in a unique form of essence as there were no cosmos to fuse back into the main reality. At this moment, Noah had obtained a unique position where he could watch the fusion of realities and the changing revolution thereafter while he was still on the seventh firmament of ascendancy. WAA, his irises swirled with multicolored light as he watched everything without missing a beat. Magisterial seas of essence surged as tens of thousands of cosmos bloomed in a breathtaking fashion. More realities surging in as after a short period of time, over 60 emerging realities had faced there. And under Noah's eyes, and on the 75th emerging reality, BZZZT, Noah's chest shone with utmost brilliance that was instantly fused by a shocking obsidian light that devoured all light around him. A light so dark that it devoured everything. This was the essence of apocalypse that leaked out from Noah as it screamed of destruction and shocking cataclysms. Noah's senses were widespread and extremely active as this explosion and elevation of essence was felt by him closely, his origin crying out with joy as his surrounding space began to wrinkle and tear as if the obsidian essence was sucking up all life from it. Apocalypse had been elevated from insuperable to quasi-taboo just as the emerging realities to be assimilated were nearing their end. The obsidian light of apocalypse pervaded over a few light years around Noah in a shocking fashion as the prompts on this edict continued to come down. Its cataclysmic light destroyed everything in the surrounding space as even Noah's exquisite garments were turned to dust, his cosmic form also coming out in the open as one could see the beautiful glimmer of a full 10 billion cosmos pulsing all over him. The runic Tao lines he had yet to turn into runic lines of ascendancy could barely be seen, his illusory crown pulsing and being one of the only sources of light at this moment while the essence of apocalypse darkened everything, that is. Until, WAA, a sundering white gold light emerged from his chest like a pillar of unstoppable might the moment that emerging realities stopped fusing and a prime reality dawned on the infinite reality. A prime reality that didn't just have cosmos, but also domains of uniquely structured spaces under the gaze of the overseers of these realities, overseers that under the outlaw of reality had either given up their pride and pledged fealty to the tyrannical emperor. Or they had perished under the very same stellar spear, when just a single of such a prime reality was pulled in by a portion of Noah's souls. A blinding white gold light erupted out as it threatened to wash away the oppressive obsidian light. Chapter 1599 Making Quasi-Tabo Zero Edicts is Easy. After experiencing the conquest of dozens of realities, the nomological edict of the tyrannical emperor has been elevated from insuperable to quasi-taboo. A wondrous prompt bloomed as after having one edict elevated to quasi-taboo, Noah had another one undergo the same phenomena as a second nomological edict achieved quasi-taboo. For him, it was that easy. Others struggled to forge even a single quasi-taboo nomological edict in all their lives while he obtained two within the same minute. How grand! How glorious! From his origin, beams of milky white gold light surged out as they threatened to overcome all darkness, the obsidian light of apocalypse only being capable of covering half of Noah's body at this moment as his body became adorned in majestic white and gold wrappings. As a prime reality met its end, multiple true stars of conquest actually bloomed from this action as the equivalency of prime realities compared to emerging realities was shown at this moment. But before any of these wonders could be enjoyed, in the midst of raging white and black essence surrounding him from the concepts of the tyrannical emperor and apocalypse, Noah's origin and soul felt a tug from the essence of the dictum emperor. The edict that relied on destiny to keep him safe. It actually buzzed with activity at this moment as his ridiculous reserves of destiny and fortune sensed something unbelievable. His spinning irises that ignored all logic shone like lanterns. As he spoke while gazing far away from the forming stars of conquest rushing towards him, an unscalable danger that will cause the death of a clone and reduction of my authority, his destiny told him something unbelievable as his eyes became dangerously sharp. His hands moving to pull on the strings of destiny as he sought to find out which clone would be affected. Not you. The destiny of the true sanguine clone and the azure forsaken treasure reality was supremely bright as he entered into a domain space holding another page of the ancient, azure treasure emperor's runic écriture of modus operandi. But the destiny of a clone traveling with a certain empress atop a cuboidal vessel had shockingly turned dark as Noah's soul shook with vibrant tyranny. While his destiny gave off these hints, he had just elevated two edicts to quasi-taboo. His soul and origin were entirely unwilling as for a probable destiny of death for one of Noah's clones if he didn't change course right now. He denied it thoroughly. BZZZT, his spinning irises released a terrifying light as he spoke out while wielding the essence of multiple quasi-taboo nomological edicts. Opportunity always lies with the most danger. Let us see what lies ahead to grant such a threat as if death is fated. The dictum emperor was built to change just that. His soul cried out powerfully as the core of dictum emperor was repeated. It was an edict meant to help Noah to steer destiny in the direction he wanted. What better time was there to steer destiny away than now and turn a great danger into a tremendous opportunity? Let's see. The eyes of the gazer crossed space and time to focus on what was happening countless light years away. The assimilation of prime realities into the infinite reality now beginning in full as the seas of liquefied essence rose to intense levels. In an enormous enlightened primordial relic cuboidal vessel, Noah sat beside Beatrix along the row of cardinal royal humans behind the throne of the Empress, his shining eyes turning bright at this moment as he gazed at the stone-faced buff existences with rippling muscles that only looked ahead with powerful expressions. Empress Genevieve had a bored expression on her throne as she tapped her armrest while the vessel crossed vast distances. "We just stay back here with grim faces without even talking?" Noah's voice was free as he spoke lightly at this moment. The Empress didn't even turn back as it was Beatrix who barely glanced towards Noah with a sneering expression, the other 8 firmament guards only glancing towards him before looking away coldly, as it was actually the most powerful 9th firmament cardinal royal human that turned to lock his gaze with his impassively. Immense coldness and authority leaked from this being as his arms alone were the width of Noah's head, his dark hair dancing wildly on his head as even the simple strands of hair seemed powerful enough to shatter cosmos and realities. With a sharp jawline and nose, his eyes were serenely cerulean blue as he gave off immense pressure that even caused Noah's surroundings to freeze. "You need to quickly learn to only speak when permitted while under the visage of the Empress. No matter your identity." Exceedingly cold words echoed out as Noah's eyes took on the pressure of this shocking being without buckling or cowering in his seat. He turned to gaze at Beatrix and the other cold-faced cardinal royal humans as he was actually confirming something at this moment. In the past days when he forged his infinite system, he had the belief that his destiny and fortune had exceeded even most 9th firmament experts, as it should be on another stage entirely. This was why he sensed danger was coming even before it arrived, and he affirmed his thoughts now as these powerful beings around him had yet to sense anything. "My preparations have already started as now it is only to watch how everything unfolds and whether I can steer the raging seas of destiny while surrounded by beings as powerful as these." Yes. Noah had just forged 2 quasi-taboo nomological edicts, and to stand against whatever danger was coming and even benefit from it, he would elevate even more edicts to quasi-taboo. Starting with the concept that granted him unique ascendancy halos, these were the beginnings of his plans and preparations. This was what he saw as the beginnings of his path to victory. A path that was actually still shaky at this moment, as Noah might not be capable of weathering through what was to come unless he did many drastic things. And yet, he had to survive regardless. This clone had to reach the domains of the pure-blooded cardinal royal humans, and he had to get his hands on at least one of their modus operandi. No matter what dangers he had to cross to get it, but the stronger beings around him could not yet sense any danger as for the survival of his own clone and his path to victory. He had to give them a push. Can you really not sense it? Does your destiny tell you so little? He spoke in a regal tone against a powerful being a stage away from achieving reality, his words even causing the bored Empress to turn back with inquisitive eyes as Noah's words settled in the room, the sharp voice of this Empress actually resounding out soon after. "Destiny. What does someone like you know about the hand that has steered things since the olden times? Do your achievements really make you think your destiny is comparable? BZZZT. The words of the Empress never finished as her gaze changed soon after, her crown giving off pulses of light as golden waves of destiny leaked from her. The cold eyes on the 9th firmament royal human also changed soon after as his eyes released beams of profound golden lights. Noah's words of destiny caused them to actively discern just once, and their expressions changed soon after as they sensed something terrifying was about to bloom. Chapter 1600. An ushered era of chaos. The expression on Empress Genevieve changed first as her 9th firmament cardinal royal guard followed. With Beatrix and the others noticing this and pulling on the strings of their own destiny as their eyes very quickly turned to those of shock, why did Noah feel a tremendous sense of danger even while being surrounded by an existence from the olden times, 9 8th firmament existences, and even a genuine 9th firmament tyrant that was a step away from becoming a legend? Why would his destiny give such a drastic and shocking message to him through the dictum emperor that even now the guards of Empress Genevieve caught on as their expressions turned dark? This was because for some of them, they saw their destinies turning entirely black as any golden color faded, this being an unbelievable phenomenon as it wasn't at all realistic for anybody in this group to perish. This was because they were truly the strongest of the strongest within their realm of power. In the vast realities, one could still find existences in the 8th and 9th firmament of ascendancy that weren't from the cardinal royal bloodlines of primordials and have them be just as powerful, but these were the rare bloodlines that had been around since the olden times. Furthermore, just their identities alone guaranteed that no beings would dare turn their gazes to their directions, as a cardinal royal bloodline could not be offended, and much less the cardinal royal human bloodline. Going even further, who would have the guts to even try targeting a future candidate ruler of a pure-blooded cardinal bloodline? Many questions buzzed in their minds as even while their destiny told them what was coming, it was still inconceivable for it to be believed that something could befall them. After all, under the stage of legends, they really had nothing to worry about. So what? BZZZZT. The enormous cuboidal vessel was shockingly forced to come to a halt as the inhabitants within nearly jerked forward, Empress Genevieve tapping the enormous relic once as it stabilized and showed all that was happening. Outside, shockingly, countless bloody web chains filled with age had instantly wrapped around the relic and held it in place, these chains extending onto a terrifying creature that had horrifically moved to paint all the surrounding light years into a web of countless webbed crimson chains. This creature was a terrific eight-eyed demon spider that released potent power at the ninth firmament of ascendancy. Dreadfully, the eight-eyed demon spider had an aurora of crimson wings waving behind it as it was already fused with its ascendancy halos, taking on its strongest form as its body was filled with demonic runic lines of ascendancy. And it was not alone. One aura after another at the ninth firmament of ascendancy rose in fervor as an apocalypse turtle whose shell constantly showed the illusory destruction of countless cosmos spat out waves of obsidian seas, causing an enormous black aquatic domain to wrap around the countless crimson web chains laid out by the eight-eyed demon spider. This apocalypse turtle let out even more dense waves of power at the ninth firmament of ascendancy as it had obsidian pairs of aurora wings erupting from its shell, its eyes releasing beams of tendrils of light as it roared with power. RIR. On another side there was a scorpion crackling with arcs of obsidian light as it shone with potent poison and malice at this moment, its piercing tail already glowing with a deadly tint as its aurora of wings snapped, its tailing and body shooting out like a nuclear bomb as space itself shattered wherever it passed, poison and dead as it would take years to recover. Its tail shone with a terrifying black and green glint as this ninth firmament ender was shockingly just one of the attackers, while the eight-eyed demon spider and apocalypse turtle were just some of those with the task of containing everything in and cutting off all communications by laying out their domains in this area. Apart from these three, there were 6 other terrifying auras at the ninth firmament of ascendancy to make it a total of 9, with the ninth ender being especially frightening as it was a pure white dragon with stellar scales releasing a radiant light of majesty. All the other 8 ninth firmament enders were swarming around the cuboidal vessel or shooting towards it with their true forms while fused to their ascendancy halos, while this white dragon ender, SHING, this being actually had a fan that glimmered like the tail of a peacock, and floating in front of it, this being a relic that let itself be known as at least an enlightened primordial relic, as the colorful spots on it seemed like countless eyes, a shocking skill activated from it that already wrapped around the vessel at the center of this attack. With this enlightened primordial relic activated, those under its effects would find it extremely hard to even activate any abilities. But this wasn't all. Apart from the glimmering enlightened primordial relic in front of it, the pure white figure of this white dragon was also surrounded by the mesmerizing lights of over a dozen ascendancy halos, purely purple and gold in color, with each golden ascendancy halo representing a shocking truth. This white dragon ender had a full 30 ascendancy halos rotating over its body in fantastical ways, as apart from their purple and golden colors, one could dreadfully see another point of uniqueness, as all of these 30 halos held hazy streams and rings of milky white light surging around them. Some of these white streams of light formed into glorious runic markings on the halo, while other white streams simply formed into rings of milky white that rotated around the halos of this creature. Such a sight caused its ascendancy halos to be particularly mesmerizing as this white dragon ender stared towards the cuboidal vessel that contained a future candidate ruler of a pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline, as it spoke out with utter majesty, "Let it begin." Behind it, dozens of enders at the 8th firmament of ascendancy flooded out as hundreds at the 7th firmament went on to circle the webs of crimson shackles that contained everything in the black liquid barrier around it, as if 9 ninth firmament enders were not enough to take care of a party that held a single ninth firmament pure-blooded human and the rest at the 8th firmament. And even a poor lass at the 7th firmament that was looking at everything occurring with luminous eyes.